37 points. That was the number the woman at the front of the room read off my test paper, and the classroom went so quiet I could hear the ceiling fan give up. Joe Wei, 37! 53 heads turned around at once. 53 pairs of eyes landed on me, and every one of them said the same thing, which was, "Oh good, it's the mouse. This'll be quick." I stood up. My skull was still ringing like a struck gong, because 8 minutes earlier, somebody on the basketball court had put a pass directly into my face at what I can only describe as felony speed. My ears were full of static. My legs were operating on their own recognizance. And the walk from the back row to the podium was about 4 meters, which is not far unless the entire room is watching you do it. Teacher Chen held out my paper between 2 fingers like she'd fished it out of a drain. "Zhou Wei, did you come to school to study or to waste your time? 37 points. I could probably score that by stomping on the answer sheet. If you don't want to study, don't sit here rotting. School is a place to learn, not a place for you to burn daylight. Here is what a normal 17-year-old does at this moment. He looks at his shoes, he mumbles, he takes the paper and shuffles back to his seat and spends the rest of the period drawing on his desk." I looked her in the eye. "I was wrong, Teacher Chen. I'll study hard from now on." The static in my ears was gone. So was the noise in the room. Somebody's pen rolled off a desk and hit the floor, and it sounded like a car crash. Teacher Chen's mouth opened, then closed. In her entire career, she had never once had a kid answer that sentence. Even the little emperors of the class just stood there absorbing the yelling and went back to their seats when it stopped. And I wasn't a little emperor. I was the quiet one at the back who never said anything to anybody, whose only documented achievement was being bad at math. "Very good," she said finally, because there was nothing else to say. "I'll be watching to see if you actually do. Get out of here." I took my paper and walked back. 53 faces followed me the whole way, and about half of them had rearranged themselves into an expression I hadn't seen aimed at me before, which was interest. I sat down. My deskmate poked me in the arm with a pen. "You're so brave," Chen Xiaomei whispered. I smiled at her and said nothing, because if I'd opened my mouth right then, I was going to say something that would have gotten me sent to a hospital. Here's the part I hadn't processed yet. 6 hours ago, I was 31 years old. I was sitting in a rented office with the aircon broken, holding a spreadsheet that said my little company had 4 months of runway and 11 months of debt. I had spent a decade in business learning exactly one skill, which was how to smile at a man who was in the middle of ruining me, and my parents, a power grid engineer and a state enterprise clerk who had never once asked me for anything, had already sold their last apartment to keep my creditors off my back. Then a basketball hit me in the face and I woke up in 2012 in the second semester of my 3rd year of high school, 103 days before the college entrance examination. I'd like to tell you I handled it with dignity. What actually happened is I sat there in a cheap plastic chair with a math paper in front of me and looked around at faces I hadn't seen in 13 years. Faces that were young and stupid and completely, criminally unaware of what was coming for them. And I very nearly cried in front of the whole class. Instead, I opened the textbook. Because here's the thing about coming back with a decade of hindsight. Money was solved. It was March 2012. Bitcoin was $4. The stock index was going to double in 2 years. Half the companies that would eat the world in the next decade were still small enough to buy with pocket change. Getting rich from here was not a challenge, it was a chore, like taking out the trash. What I couldn't buy back was this. A March morning, a classroom full of idiots and parents who still had their own hair. So, math. First year of high school, chapter 1, sets. Easy stuff, mostly definitions, the kind of thing that only looks hard if you've spent 3 years pretending it doesn't exist. I read the whole chapter and did every blank at the end of it, which took maybe 20 minutes, and then a pale blue window opened in the air about 30 centimeters in front of my nose. Gain +5 math experience. I looked around the room very casually, the way you do when you think you might be losing your mind in public. The girl next to me was copying notes. Chen Dong, 2 rows up, was reading a novel under the desk. Nobody was reacting to the glowing rectangle, which meant either nobody could see it or I had a concussion or system. Okay, fine. Reborn was already the single most unreasonable thing that had ever happened to me. Adding a video game interface to it was, at that point, barely a rounding error. I thought about it for 1 second and the numbers unfolded. User, Zhou Wei. Intelligence 122, Stamina 8, Strength 7, Speed 7, Mathematics, Level 0, 5 out of 100. And underneath, in the polite little footnote voice of a thing that has explained this many times before, for intelligence, the average human runs between 90 and 109. For everything else, a healthy adult is a 10. So my brain was above average and my body was a bag of wet laundry. I'd like to argue with that. I'd played video games for 3 straight years in this timeline, and my daily step count was measured in trips to the bathroom, so honestly, the machine was being generous. Then a voice went off in my ear like a train announcement. System activated. Host does not currently possess the baseline knowledge level of his peers on this planet. A gold tier reward mission is hereby issued. Great start. Very flattering. Golden mission. Score 85% or higher on the college entrance examination to be held 103 days from now. Reward. Brain enhancement attempt, 1. Random lottery draws, 3. I did the math before it finished talking, because the math was the whole problem. Out of 750, 85% is 637.5. Call it 640 to be safe. I had scored 300 and change on my best day in this life. Today I had scored 37 out of 150 in math. My chemistry was a rumor. My physics was folklore. And I had 103 days. Is this a dream? I thought. Is this a specific, targeted, personalized dream? But then I thought about the reward again. Brain enhancement. Look. I'd spent 10 years watching money buy things. Money buys houses, cars, doctors, lawyers, and a surprising number of people. There is exactly one thing on this planet money has never been able to buy, and it's a better brain. Not one billionaire in history has ever bought 30 extra IQ points. The organ you're issued at birth is the organ you die with, and every single one of them is currently rotting on schedule. And this thing was offering me an upgrade for a test score. I took a breath. Then I turned back to page 1. The rest of that period I didn't hear a word Teacher Chen said. Section 1.2, Common Number Sets, the set of natural numbers n. All the concepts nobody remembers because nobody makes you use them. It's not hard material, it just sits at the bottom of the building, and I had spent 3 years not putting it there, which is why the rest of the building was a smoking hole. I read, I did problems. Halfway through I got another plus 15, and then, at the bell. Host has entered deep learning mode for the first time, 30 minutes sustained. Mathematics experience plus 50, 50 in 1. Class period I'd earned most of a level. Well, interesting. Get out of class dismissed, said Teacher Chen, 5 minutes after the bell, because high school teachers treat the schedule as a suggestion and always have. The room exploded into that specific noise of 30 chairs moving at once, and a shadow fell across my desk, and a fist landed on my shoulder hard enough to move me sideways. Be gentle, I said. Chen Dong dragged a stool over and sat on it backwards with his arms across the back, grinning like he'd caught me doing something illegal. You little brat. You talked back to the old witch, 37 points, and you're not even ashamed. You just stood there running your mouth. When did you get shameless? I rolled my eyes at him. I couldn't help it. This idiot had been my best friend since we were 9 years old, and he'd stay my best friend through everything that came after. The year I went bankrupt, he was the one who drove 11 hours to sit in my empty office and not say anything useful. And right now he was 17, had dark circles down to his cheekbones, and smelled faintly of an internet cafe. You're the shameless one. Who says I was running my mouth? Huh? Chen Dong. I turned around fully. The exam is in 3 months. Have you thought about what you're going to do after it? Something flickered across his face, very fast, and then he shrugged it away. So what? You got 37, I got 68, we're basically the same guy. 3 months left. We're going to a junior college at best. You don't seriously think we can turn this around and end up at an actual university, do you? Why not? He stared at me. No, bro, are you serious right now? Then he reached over and put the back of his hand against my forehead, then against his own, then back to mine, frowning, like a doctor with a very bad diagnosis. Your sister has a fever. Get off. I slapped his hand away. Chen Dong, I mean it. We're both at the bottom of the class. Fine. There are 100 days left. That's the last 100 days anybody's going to hand us for free. Let's spend them. He went quiet, which he almost never did. He looked at me for a couple of seconds and heard something in my voice he couldn't place, and it made him uncomfortable enough to stand up. All right, he said. I'd like to see how many days you last. Then he went back to his seat and immediately started reading his novel again. That was fine. I hadn't expected to convert him in one conversation. I'd known him for 22 years across 2 lifetimes, and the man had never once done anything on the first ask. I went back to the book. Here's something they don't tell you about studying, and I only figured it out because I'd spent a decade doing much worse things for money. Studying isn't hard. Studying is boring. Those are completely different problems, and everybody treats them as the same one. 10 years of business had taught me how to eat a thing that tastes bad. You want to know what's hard? Hard is standing in a lobby at 9 at night waiting for a man to finish his dinner so he'll sign something. Hard is smiling at someone who has just insulted your mother because he controls your accounts receivable. Compared to that, sitting in a chair and reading a book about functions is a spa treatment. The problem with studying isn't the pain, it's that you can't see anything happening. You put in 6 hours, and at the end of it you feel identical. No number moves, nobody claps. You're just a person who has been sitting down, and I had a progress bar. That's it. That's the whole cheat. Not the intelligence stat, not the experience points. Just the fact that when I finished section 1.2, a little completion percentage in the corner of my vision ticked up, and my brain, the same lizard brain that had made me play League of Legends until 4 in the morning for 3 years straight, went ooh. If you gave the average person a progress bar for anything, they would be unstoppable and slightly insane. I'm telling you this now so that later, when I'm doing something that sounds inhuman, you understand that I was not being brave. I was being farmed by a UI. Chinese class next. I didn't listen. Chinese is a subject you can't cram in 100 days. It's just the accumulated residue of everything you've ever read, and I had 31 years of residue. I kept doing math. By the end of the period, the chapter hit 100%. Host has completed chapter 1, sets, 50 mathematics experience, and then, immediately after, mathematics experience full, level up to level 1. Permanent intelligence +1. Something went through my head like cold water down the back of my neck. Not painful, clarifying. I looked back down at the page, the same symbols, and the thing that had looked like a chain link fence 20 minutes ago now looked like a sentence. I want to be clear that the book had not changed. I turned to chapter 2, basic elementary functions, and started reading, and I did that for 4 straight class periods until my vision started swimming. Functions, it turns out, are where the fence goes back up. Sets are symbols pushed around a page. Functions have opinions. Every quadratic drags 6 other concepts in behind it, and none of them introduce themselves. I stopped at 80%, put my head back, and stared at the ceiling. I need a tutor, I thought, not a teacher. Teachers are free and they are right there, but you cannot walk up to a high school teacher 100 days before the exam and ask her to explain what a number line is. She would either write me off entirely, or, worse, she'd take it as a challenge and I'd become her personal project, and I did not have the schedule for being anybody's personal project. And I couldn't hire a real teacher for every subject either. That's 4 different adults and 4 different weekends, and I only had 1 of each. What I needed was somebody who had finished this exact race recently from the top and who had time. I filed it and went back to work. By the end of evening self-study, Chapter 2 clicked over to 100% plus 80 experience, and the bar for Level 2 moved to 1000, which told me the honeymoon was over. Then, as the bell rang, user has completed a full day of dedicated study for the first time. Reward, 10 energy potions. 10 what? I pulled up the description, which read like the label on something you'd get arrested for owning. Energy potion. Doubles memory and concentration for 2 hours. When the effect ends, the user falls into a confused state with learning efficiency reduced by 50% until fully rested. So, performance-enhancing drugs. Excellent. The system had looked at a 17-year-old and gone, you know what this kid needs? Chemicals. Mouse! Chen Dong arrived at my desk vibrating. Tomorrow's the weekend. Skywalker tonight? They're running an event. Free skins and runes, I'm telling you. We go tonight. We play through till morning. No, I need to study. His face fell off. No, Mouse. Are you actually brain damaged from that ball? That's League. That's your favorite thing in the world. Do you remember how many nights I remember. I did too. That was the problem. In my old life, from the moment that game launched, I played it the way other people breathe. Every night of my 3rd year of high school. Chen Dong and me. 2 chairs, 1 wall of blue light until the sun came up and we walked home smelling like an ashtray. We can play League anytime, I said. The exam decides more or less what the next 10 years of our life look like. Gee, you're doing the teacher voice now. I smiled and packed my bag. We rode home together in the dark. Somewhere in there, using the exact social skills I developed to get information out of suppliers, I extracted from him, in about 9 questions, none of which sounded like questions. Everything Chen Dong currently knew, which was not a large dataset but was extremely thorough on the subject of jungle routes. At my building, he peeled off with a wave and pedaled into the dark, and then I was standing at the foot of my own stairwell and I could not make my legs work. You have to understand. The last time I saw my parents, they were 60-something. My father's hand shook. My mother had gone very small in a way that women of that generation do, like the years pressed down on them from above. They had cashed out their retirement fund and sold the apartment they'd lived in for 20 years and handed me the money in a bank envelope, and they'd done it fast, the way you do a thing you're afraid you'll change your mind about. And upstairs on the 3rd floor, right now, there was a woman in her 40s who did not know any of that. The hall light clicked on as I climbed. Same buzz. Same dead moth in the cover. I got the key out and my hand wasn't steady and I opened the door. You're back? Are you hungry? What do you want? I'll make it. She came around the corner drying her hands on a dish towel. Black hair, straight back. Not one line on her face I recognized. Mom, I said. That's the entire content of what I managed. 1 syllable. I had a decade of things to say and what came out was Mom, and it came out in a voice that didn't sound like mine. Hey, come in. What are you doing standing in the doorway? I'll boil you some noodles. So I changed my shoes and went in, and I put the tears back where they came from, because the alternative was explaining. My father was at the coffee table with his sleeves rolled up, working through a stack of documents, which was where he was every night of my childhood. Junior leader at the state grid, technical engineer on the side, the kind of man who left before I woke up and was still writing when I got home from evening study. He and my mother had both been busy for 20 years, and the direct result of that was me, a kid who taught himself to disappear and then discovered internet cafes. I sat down next to him. He finished a page, capped his pen, and looked over. The exam's in 3 months, isn't it? Have you decided what you'll do after? He asked it neutrally. He'd given up on my grades years ago, and he'd never once yelled at me about it because he thought the whole thing was his fault for being at work. Not yet, I said. Then, Dad, I want to study hard. The pen stopped moving. He turned all the way around and looked at me. In the kitchen doorway, my mother had frozen with a bowl of noodles in her hands. "Joe Wei," she said, "you've grown up." And that one, right there, that was the whole thing. That was why I was back. Not the money, not the system, not the $4 Bitcoin. My parents had spent 20 years feeling guilty about a child who turned out badly and had never once said so out loud, and it had taken me until I was 30 and broke to understand what that costs a person. My father put the pen down entirely. Good. If Joe Wei wants to study hard, then we study hard. Even if this year's exam doesn't work out, that's fine. We can repeat a year. Both of them were smiling like they'd won something. I ate the noodles, and between mouthfuls I said, as casually as I could manage, that I wanted a tutor. "Just ask your school teachers," my mother said. "Have one come over on weekends and pay them by the hour." "Not really." I shook my head. "My foundation is too weak. It's not one subject, it's all of them, and I need somebody who'll start from the bottom without being embarrassed about it. I'd rather have a student, someone who just did this, who did it well, and who can cover more than one subject." "Joe Wei's right," said my father, nodding. "There are tutors setting up stalls by the Xinhua bookstore on Dongmen Street. I've got tomorrow off. I'll go take a look." "Then all 3 of us go," said my mother, deciding it. Money wasn't a problem for us. It never had been, and that was part of the story too. I said goodnight and went to my room and shut the door, and behind me my parents looked at each other with the specific relief of 2 people who have just been told the thing they'd stopped hoping for. The first potion appeared in my hand. The instant I thought about wanting it, just appeared. A small bottle, cool, weight in my palm, no smoke, no shimmer. I turned it over a few times and thought about asking the system what the physical mechanism was, and then decided that a man who had just been thrown 13 years backward in time did not have the standing to interrogate anybody about spatial transport. I drank it in one go. It hit like the world getting a lens change. Not a rush, not a buzz. Everything just came into focus and stayed there. The book on the desk in front of me was Exponential and Logarithmic Functions, Chapter 3, and I'd been staring at Chapter 2 all day like a man reading a foreign menu. 2 hours later, I was at 24% of Chapter 3, which doesn't sound like much until I tell you that Chapter 2 had eaten my entire day. Then the lights went out behind my eyes, not gently either. A spike went through the middle of my forehead, the words on the page smeared sideways, and my brain informed me in no uncertain terms that the shift was over. I shut the book, killed the lamp, got my clothes off in what I'm fairly sure was 3 motions, and was unconscious before I finished lying down. I woke at 6 in the morning feeling like a new machine, and that was when I understood what I actually had. Look, they call it an energy potion, and everybody's going to focus on the doubled concentration, and fine, that part's good, but the real product is the crash. 2 hours of clean burn, and then a drop straight into deep sleep. No lying there rehearsing conversations, no phone, no 3 a.m. ceiling. I'd spent 10 adult years averaging 5 bad hours a night. The greatest study drug in the history of the world, and its best feature is that it's a sleeping pill. I stretched until my spine cracked, got dressed, and went out to eat. Dongmen Street on a Saturday morning is the loudest place in Gan City. Shops elbow to elbow, people 3 deep at every stall, somebody frying something at all times. My mother walked between us and kept saying it had been ages since we went out together. "If there's anything you want, just say so." And I kept saying, "Okay, Mom." She meant it as a small pleasant thing. It was not a small pleasant thing. In my old life, those years were exactly when I stopped coming home, and by the time I had money to spend on them, their hair had gone white and my father's back was finished. There is no version of that you can buy later. That's the whole cruelty of it. You can buy anything except an ordinary Saturday with your parents at 45. The tutor stalls were in an alley beside the Xinhua bookstore. 4 or 5 people, folding stools, hand-lettered signs with their credentials and their hourly rate propped in front of them. A boy in black-rimmed glasses got to us first. "Boss, do you need a tutor? Nanjing University, education major, 50 yuan an hour. That's not expensive." "Why is a teaching track Nanjing graduate sitting in an alley?" my father asked, which was a fair question. The boy smiled, embarrassed. I'm from Gan City. Graduated last year. I've been sitting the exams for a high school post here. Haven't passed yet. I thought I'd tutor for living expenses in the meantime. If you pick me, I'll show you my teaching certificate and my diploma, and you can verify my degree on the national system. Reasonable guy. Honest pitch. My father was already half sold. I wasn't listening to a word of it. Because in the corner of the alley, past the folding stools, a girl was sitting on a stack of newspapers with a piece of cardboard propped against her knees, and the entire text on the cardboard was one word: tutor. No school, no rate, no credentials. Just tutor. She was wearing a school uniform 3 sizes too big, the kind that comes in blue and swallows you whole. Her hair was down and thick and hanging forward. Her glasses were black framed and heavy enough to be structural. Set next to the resumes on either side of her, that sign looked like a joke. I stood in the middle of the alley and stared at her like an idiot. Joe Wei? Joe Wei? Because I knew exactly who that was. Her name was Lin Ruoxi. Right now she was a nobody with a cardboard sign. In roughly 110 days, she was going to score 712 on the college entrance examination and finish first in the entire province, and Gan City was going to lose its mind about it. And that wasn't even what she was famous for. She was famous for 3 things at number 1 high. Her grades, obviously. Her family, which was that her parents were dead and she lived with her grandparents out past the rice paddies. And her personality, which was that in 3 years of high school, she had not made a single friend. Not one. Not a boy. Not a girl. She didn't eat anything anybody gave her, and she didn't give anybody anything, and if you asked her a question in the corridor, she would keep walking. People had a lot of words for that. I'd heard most of them. Here's the 4th thing, which nobody knew until the last day. At the graduation ceremony, after the scores came out, Lin Ruoxi tied her hair back, took off the black glasses, wore an ordinary white dress, and walked into the yard at number 1 high. Somebody took a photo. That photo went around the entire city. I stood in that alley in March with all of that in my head, looking at a girl in a tent-sized uniform whose entire advertisement was one word, and I thought, there is nobody in this province who understands the high school syllabus better than she does. Not the teachers at number 1, not the teachers at number 2, not all of them put together. She's about to prove it with the highest score anybody has posted here in years, and right now she's sitting on a stack of newspapers because she needs the money. Mom, I said, that girl. She's top of the elite class at number 1. Her grades are unbelievable. And I've heard her family's got it rough, so maybe... My mother's eyes lit up like a slot machine. Top of the elite class at number 1? My father's did the same thing half a second later. There is exactly one elite class at number 1 high, and everybody in this city knows it. But, said my father, hesitating, she's a young girl. Would she even agree to come to a boy's house? Oh, what's the big deal, said my mother. He only needs weekends, and I'm home all weekend. And anyway, are we going to stand here deciding on the girl's behalf? Go ask her. So the 3 of us walked over. Lin Ruoxi physically shrank when she saw 3 adults approaching at once. It was a small movement, and it told you everything about how her last few years had gone. Young lady, are you looking for tutoring work? Yes, yes, my mother explained. Her son, 3rd year, terrible grades, wants to work now. We're looking for someone. We know the job would be miserable and might cost you your own study time, so we'll pay above market. Behind the glasses, Lin Ruoxi's eyes went over me 4 separate times, not shy. Assessing, like someone reading a contract for traps. Okay, she said finally. Market rate is fine. Then, before anybody could relax, but let me be clear first, I will not be alone with him. Even at his home, I'll only work in the living room. I won't go into his bedroom. She said it flat to my father with her chin up. Anything's fine, said my father. Whatever you want. Then let's sign a contract. That got him. He blinked. Good. So we all trooped to a print shop and printed 2 copies of a tutoring agreement, and she read the whole thing, made corrections in 2 places, and then both parties signed. My father had opened at 40 yuan an hour. She talked him down to 25 personally, on the grounds that she had no tutoring experience and didn't think she was worth 40 yet. I want that on the record. The future top scorer of Gan Province negotiated her own rate downward. 10 hours every Sunday, 4 Sundays a month, 1,000 a month. Then let's start today, she said, standing up and folding her cardboard. There isn't much time left before the exam. No problem. I meant it. I had a gold tier mission sitting on my chest like a paving stone. Wait. We need materials first. She went into the Xinhua bookstore and came out with an armful of study guides, junior high study guides. She'd been employed for 11 minutes and she'd already diagnosed me. Back at the apartment, she sat down at the living room table, asked me a series of questions, and put 3 practice problems in front of me. I killed the first one, limped through the second, and looked at the third like it was written in Sanskrit. She pushed her glasses up her nose with one finger and turned to look at me. The expression on her face was not unkind. It was the expression of a customs officer. How did you get into the top high school? Ah, I said. That was 3 years ago. What were you doing during your 3 years of high school? I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. My mother, arriving at exactly that moment with a plate of cut fruit, cheerfully torpedoed me. This kid spent all 3 years playing games, out every day with his friends. His father and I were busy. We didn't have time to keep on him. She sighed a little at the end of that. I felt it land in my chest. We'd given up on him, my mother said. And then yesterday he says he wants to study hard. His father and I were so happy we didn't know what to do with ourselves. She put the fruit down and looked at Lin Ruoxi very directly. Ruoxi, you have to teach him properly. Help him catch up as much as you can. Auntie, don't worry. I've taken the money and signed the contract. I'll teach him properly. She said it like an oath of office. My mother laughed and left us to it, and Lin Ruoxi turned back and got to work, and inside 20 minutes she had a complete map of my ruins. Math, functionally, somewhere in the first half of second year junior high. That's 14-year-old material. Chinese, normal, except I'd forgotten half the classical poems, which she waved off as fixable. English, strangely good. Because in my other life, I'd spent 6 years doing foreign trade, which meant my grammar was a war crime, but my vocabulary was enormous and I could hold a conversation in it under pressure. Sciences, she went quiet for a second, then wrote something down. My physics, chemistry, and biology added up to a small amount of common sense and nothing else. 0. Not weak, absent. Your weakest areas are math and the sciences, she said. The tutoring will focus on those 4 subjects. I'll write you an outline and we're starting from junior high. Okay. I'll adjust as your progress dictates. Okay. She opened a book to the first year of junior high, positive and negative numbers, and began. And I want to tell you what that was like, because I'd been taught by a lot of people over 2 lifetimes. She talked fast. She talked to me like I was an adult who happened to be missing information, not like I was stupid. And she was doing a thing that only people who genuinely own a subject can do, which is explaining the bottom floor from the top floor. Every time she introduced something small, she'd tell me, in one line, what it was going to turn into 3 years later. By 11:30, she had walked me through the entire first year of junior high math, given me a 120-point test paper, and watched me finish it in half an hour with 2 or 3 questions wrong. She explained the 2 or 3, gave me a second paper, and I scored full marks on that one. Host has gained 60 mathematics experience, 60 for a year of junior high, which told me something about how this thing valued my time, and it wasn't flattering. Good, said Lin Ruoxi, closing the book. Your learning ability is fine. Let's start on second year junior high. Then she stood up, and it was 11:30 in the morning. That's all for now. I'm going home for lunch. We'll continue this afternoon. My mother came flying out of the kitchen. Ruoxi, what? No, eat here. I'm already… No, auntie. I haven't told my grandparents I found tutoring work yet. They'll worry if I'm late. And she was out the door. My mother stood in the middle of the living room holding a wooden spoon. That child, she said. She'd been watching us all morning. I know, because I'd caught her doing it twice from the kitchen doorway. She had never in her life seen me sit still with a book for 4 hours, and I think it had gotten to her a bit. I looked at the door Lin Ruoxi had just gone out of. She hadn't touched the fruit. She hadn't touched the snacks. She'd drunk about 3 swallows of water in 4 hours, and she'd left before anyone could feed her. I already knew where she was riding to. I didn't see the ride home. I saw it 3 months later, on a day I'll get to, and by then, I'd assembled the rest out of things she let slip without meaning to. It's about a dozen minutes on a bicycle. The shops thin out. Then the buildings stop being buildings and start being houses. People built themselves. Then the houses stop, and it's rice paddies on both sides of the road. And then there's a village with smoke coming out of the chimneys, and at the end of it, a low-tiled house. Her grandfather was out front with a pipe, tapping it against a stone. Why are you only getting back now? Grandpa, I found a tutoring job. They're paying $25 an hour. $25 an hour? He sat up. That's a lot of money. You really have to thank those people. You put your heart into it, you hear. Lunch was seasonal vegetables and a soup made from dried plum greens. That's the whole menu. That is not me editing for effect. Her grandmother told her the same thing her grandfather had, in different words. 1 day a week, 4 days a month, 1,000 yuan. That's more than some men make working every single day, so you work hard for them. Don't worry, Grandma, I know. The family lived on 1.5 mu of land and whatever odd jobs her grandfather could pick up in the city. Her grandmother's health had never been good. When they finished eating and Lin Ruoxi went to clear the table, her grandmother took the bowls out of her hands and told her to go. They've fed you, now go earn it. So she got back on the bicycle and rode 12 minutes into a spring wind cold enough to make her pull the oversized uniform tighter and came back to my apartment where there was fruit on the table she wasn't going to touch. My mother opened the door for her like she was welcoming a delegation. These are my notes from junior high, Lin Ruoxi said and put a notebook in my hands. I opened it. Every page was full. Small, straight, machine-even handwriting. Every theorem with its derivation written out underneath it. Every diagram drawn with a ruler. We're doing triangles this afternoon. Triangles are a major topic and they run all the way into high school geometry. Pay attention. Got it. One person taught and one person learned, and the afternoon went somewhere. She was operating at a level I genuinely hadn't expected. When a person who's about to score 712 explains junior high math, she isn't explaining junior high math. She's standing on the roof describing the foundations, and every so often she'd say something like, "Remember this shape, because in 2 years it becomes the unit circle and then it never leaves you again." And a thing I'd been failing to memorize since I was 14 would just click into place. By 5 in the afternoon, I'd cleared more than half the junior high curriculum. In one day. Some of that is that it isn't hard. Some of it is that the material was buried in my head somewhere and the studying was really excavation. And some of it, I have to admit, is the panel, because when you can see a number move, you don't stop. That's about it for math today. Here's a set of tests and a page of key points. Review them, practice them. Ask me anything, anytime. Then she looked at the window, where the light had gone gray, and stood up. That's all for today. Just finish these 2 test papers tonight, and that'll do. Let me walk you home. Or, I'd just done the arithmetic. It was going to be dark inside 20 minutes and she lived out past the paddies, and a girl on a bicycle on that road at night is not a thing I felt good about. No need. Focus on your problems. Ruoxi, stay for dinner. My mother came around the corner at speed. I'm about to start cooking. No need, Auntie. I'll eat at home. And she was gone, out the door, down the stairs, like a rabbit going through a hedge. My mother stood there with her hands in the air. That child. My father lowered his newspaper and smiled. That girl's all right, he said. Poor maybe, but she's got a spine on her. Look, she came to our house and didn't touch the fruit, didn't touch the snacks, drank about 4 sips of water. That's backbone. My mother looked at the untouched plate and stopped arguing. I didn't say anything at all. Because I knew why. Everybody at school thought Lin Ruoxi was cold. She never accepted anything anybody offered her, and she never gave anybody anything, and she never answered when spoken to, and the school had turned that into a personality, and the personality had turned into a nickname, and the nickname had turned into a season of open sport. But there's another way to read a person who won't accept a piece of fruit. It's not that she doesn't want it. It's that she has decided at some point earlier than she should have had to that owing people is the most dangerous thing there is. I went to my room and did the 2 test papers in a bit over an hour and scored 90%, then reviewed my mistakes and kept going into the second year of junior high off her outline, and at 10 o'clock the first semester of grade 8 clicked over to 100%, another 80 experience, at which point I did the math on level 2 and put my head in my hands. 5,000. That's the wall. 60 here, 80 there, and the wall is 5,000. The system, I was beginning to understand, was not going to install knowledge in my head. It was going to sit there with a stopwatch and a clipboard and make me climb, and the only thing it would do is tell me exactly how far up I was. I sighed and pulled out another potion and drank it and went back to work, and for the next 2 hours there was 1 desk lamp, 1 person, and the scratch of a pen on cheap paper. Monday morning, Chen Dong was already downstairs with his bike, yawning so hard his eyes watered. You actually stayed up all night. Of course not, he said, in a voice that would not have convinced a customs dog, and then immediately, with enormous energy, you have no idea. I climbed like 4 ranks. I'm nearly gold. You should have seen AP Master Yi. I basically fought from their fountain to their fountain. I let him run. And while he was describing a team fight to me in the level of detail people usually reserve for a war they fought in, I was looking at the side of his head and thinking about the fact that this idiot was, in 11 years, going to be a man with a wife and a job he hated, and a real talent for showing up when I was in trouble. I couldn't tell him to study. He wasn't me. He didn't have a panel or 103 days of somebody else's memory, telling him to grind for 100 days. On the promise of a maybe was not a favor, but there was something else I could hand him. Chen Dong, have you heard of Bitcoin? Bitcoin? That American internet money? Yeah, I've heard of it. People buy stuff with it, right? Like, actual stuff. Are you kidding me? A string of code that buys things. Buy some. As much as you can get. If you're short on money after the new year, sell some and hold the rest. He nearly rode into a bollard. Huh? He looked at me with the confusion of a man who came out for a bike ride and got handed a hymn. Here's the picture I was looking at, which he couldn't see. Bitcoin in March 2012 was about $4. By the end of this year, it would clear 100. Next year, it would touch 1,000, and then it would crash, and then it would do a great many other things over the following decade, ending somewhere north of 70,000. I wasn't going to hold it forever. That's not my game. Cryptocurrency in the long run turns into a thing with an enormous amount of capital in it and a very hard rule about what you can do with it in this country, and by then, I'd rather be in a semiconductor. There were a dozen cleaner rides available to me. The index between 2014 and 2015, the electric car company everybody was laughing at, a game studio before anybody had heard of it, boring, safe, 10 baggers. But Bitcoin from $4 is a specific kind of gift. It is a gift you can give a 17-year-old with no capital and no expertise and no connections because the entire required skill is doing nothing for 18 months. You're serious, he said. By the end of the year, you'll understand why I said it. Actually, no, by June at the latest. He didn't answer. He rode the rest of the way to school with his eyebrows down, which, for Chen Dong, is what deep thought looks like. The school gate at 7 in the morning is a river of blue tracksuits. Everybody moves at the same speed and nobody looks up. Third year of high school, 3 months out, and you could feel the pressure sitting on the whole building like weather. Good students, bad students, didn't matter. Everyone had the same thing on their chest. I sat down and opened the English book. I'd worked out my morning reading allocation the night before. First half of the period on English vocabulary, second half on classical poems and prose, and by the end of it, a new line appeared on my panel. Linguistics. Level 1, 590 out of 1,000. Level 1 already, which made sense. Chinese is my native language and my English was carrying 6 years of trade contracts. 400 more points and it would tick over, and if the pattern held, that meant another point of intelligence. Then Chen Dong arrived at my desk, looked down at what I was doing, and made a sound like a man stepping on something in the dark. Bro, are you serious? A second-year junior high textbook. What? Do I look like somebody who likes to joke around? He stared at me. He'd watched me study almost the entire day on Friday. He'd invited me to an internet cafe on Saturday and I hadn't come. He had assumed, reasonably, that Monday would fix this. Holy, you little brat. Study with me or go research Bitcoin, I said. Either way, don't bother me. All right. He wandered off, muttering to himself, and I distinctly heard the words medication and basketball. First period was chemistry, and chemistry was where I got a proper look at the size of the hole. Our chemistry teacher, Teacher Zhao, tall, thin glasses, the single most patient man in the building, came in and had the class representative hand back the monthly exam. 41 out of 100. You all did terribly, he said, and then he did something I'd never seen him do in 3 years. He raised his voice. There are 3 months left. 3. How many times have I explained a simple redox reaction? How many times have I said it, and you still can't do it? You still can't do it. He was not a shouter. He was the gentlest teacher we had, which meant it wasn't really about us. It was about the calendar. He went through the paper question by question, and I understood roughly none of it, because you cannot follow a chemistry post-mortem when you do not know what the elements are. So after about 10 minutes, I quietly stopped listening, opened the textbook, and started reading it myself, matching what he was saying against what the book said, which turned out to work a great deal better. The real problem was the periodic table. I didn't know it. Not, I'm rusty. I mean, I could not have told you what came after helium to save my life. So I sat there and memorized it, silently, in the middle of a lecture about my own failure, and I found, and this was the first genuinely encouraging thing that had happened all morning, that it came back easier than it had any right to. Somewhere in a dead corner of my skull, a 14-year-old had learned this once, and the file was corrupt, but it was there. You only need about the first 20-odd elements anyway. Nobody is asking you about rhodium. The bell went. Teacher Zhao stopped mid-sentence and left with his face like a closed door. Host has diligently studied one chemistry lesson. Chemistry experience plus 30. Level 0. 30 out of 100. I had 5 subjects sitting at the bottom of a well and 100 days of rope. Second period was Chinese, and I ignored it and did more grade 8 math, because math is the spine and everything else hangs off it, and if I couldn't fix math, I couldn't fix anything. Then the long break, and it was drizzling, so morning exercises were cancelled, and after 3 straight hours in a chair, I stood up and discovered my legs had opinions. Dongge, toilet. Go ahead. I don't need to pee, said Chen Dong, who was at the emotional climax of a novel. The toilets on our floor were packed, so I went up a flight. The upper floor is where they keep the good students, and the good students go to the bathroom less, which tells you something about them. I was on my way back out when I heard it. There was a knot of girls at the mouth of the corridor by the door, 5 or 6 of them, talking at a very specific volume. It's a volume everybody who went to a Chinese high school knows immediately. It is not the volume of a conversation, it's the volume of a broadcast. Always so aloof, honestly, if you didn't know her, you'd think she was some kind of saint. Right? Just because she gets good marks and the school covers for her, she thinks she's something. She's not even good looking and she still acts like that. It's genuinely funny that there are boys who like her. And walking past them, straight down the middle of the corridor, not fast and not slow, was Lin Ruoxi. She didn't turn her head, she didn't change her pace, her face didn't do anything at all, she just walked, and they said it again louder, and she kept walking. I stopped where I was. I want to describe what I understood standing there, because it took about 2 seconds, and it's the whole reason for everything that happened over the next 3 weeks. The school protects her. Of course it does. She is going to be their provincial top scorer. She is the single most valuable object in the building. And if anybody laid a hand on her, the leadership would come down like a bridge collapsing. So nobody lays a hand on her. What they do instead is this. Every day, at volume, in corridors and canteens and locker rooms, for 3 years. And it can't be reported, because what exactly do you report? There's no bruise. There's no evidence. There's no incident. There's just a low, permanent weather system of people saying things about you in a room you happen to be standing in. And teachers cannot fix weather. They can threaten expulsion once, maybe twice, and then everybody adapts. 3 years of that, alone, with no friends in the building, by policy, because friends are hostages. You bunch of good-for-nothings, I said. Is gossip all you've got? With abilities like yours, the only thing left is envy from behind somebody's back. Impressive. The corridor went silent so fast it was almost funny. Who? They turned. 6 faces, all of them recalibrating. Who are you? The one at the front had done the talking. Pretty, well-dressed, and she had that particular stillness that people get when they're used to being the most dangerous thing in a room full of teenagers. Does it matter who I am? I just can't stand a pack of you sniping at somebody's back. If you're jealous or you hate her or whatever it is, say it to her face. Who we talk about is none of your business. Where did this idiot come from? She tilted her head. You've got guts. Give me your name, and don't be in a rush to leave after school this afternoon. Her name was Song Mei, and I knew that name too, which was inconvenient, because I knew it from a newspaper. Song Mei was in the elite class, which she'd gotten into because her mother had connections at the school, not because of her marks. Every teacher liked her. She had older brothers all over the building and more of them outside it. If you were 15 and something happened to you at this school, she was the reason. In my other life, about a year from now, Song Mei was going to set 2 street kids at each other outside a bar over something that did not matter, and one of them was going to die of it, and she was going to become the first person in our graduating class to go to prison. That was a very large piece of news in this city for about a month. So when she said, "Don't be in a rush to leave," she meant it, and she had the infrastructure. Fortunately, so did I. I want to be honest about that. Reborn or not, system or not, if all I had was a plan and good intentions, I would have thought a lot harder before opening my mouth in that corridor. Street kids in this era were genuinely reckless. They did not do risk assessment. People got hurt in ways that did not come back. But my father had a sworn brother, and his sworn brother ran the public security brigade for this entire city. Song Mei, right? It's me. Flat. What? Scared? Kneel down right now and knock your head on the floor 3 times and I'll let you off. Her friends laughed on cue. I was about to say something I'd probably have regretted enjoying. Song Mei, a voice came from behind them, cold as a bucket. If you do anything, I'll tell the principal everything, all of it, and I'll get you expelled. Lin Ruoxi had come back. Song Mei looked at her for a second. Then she laughed, softly, and gave me a long look that I did not care for at all. Let's go, she said, and took her friends with her. The corridor emptied. Lin Ruoxi walked over to me with her eyebrows drawn together. How did you get up here? Toilets downstairs were full. You shouldn't have offended them. She said it like a diagnosis. Song Mei has a lot of thugs behind her, inside school and outside it. So you just let them say that? Otherwise what? Nothing moved in her face. The school has scared them enough that they'll only talk. They won't actually do anything to me. That's enough. Why not tell a teacher when they insult you? I regretted the question halfway through asking it because I'd already worked out the answer. First, there's no evidence. She held up one finger, then another, like she was walking me through a proof. Second, there's nothing the school can practically do. They can't threaten to expel someone every day forever, so it's better to keep things as they are. A pause. Also, I'm afraid that if I push her, Song Mei will send people to bother my grandparents. There it is. Not I'm afraid of her, not I can't handle it. I'm afraid of what she'll do to 2 people in their 70s who live in a tiled house 40 minutes outside town. I see, I said. All right, Go back down. Don't get involved in this. And go straight home this afternoon. Don't hang around. She was giving me instructions. Actual instructions, in the voice she used for auxiliary lines. I said. I was already 3 moves ahead and none of them were about me. Also, she hesitated. That was new. Lin Ruoxi did not hesitate. Thank you. Huh? What? But she'd already turned and gone, and by the time I got the word out, she was at the far end of the corridor. I stood there a second longer. People are made of meat. That's the part everybody forgets when they decide somebody is cold. Song Mei and her friends had been running this on her every day for years, and there is no human being alive who takes that entirely without absorbing any of it. She hadn't cried about it, and she hadn't complained about it, and she'd made a rational decision to eat it in exchange for her grandparents' safety, which is the single most adult thing I'd seen anybody in that building do. And in 3 years, apparently, nobody had once stood up in a corridor and said anything. I went downstairs. Class hadn't started. Chen Dong had finished the climax of his novel and was sitting in my chair going through my desk. What are you doing in my seat? Seeing if you've got any good novels. I finished mine. He didn't look up. Also, why were you gone so long? Were you taking a dump? No. Then what? Song Mei and her friends were running their mouths at Lin Ruoxi. I said a few words. Chen Dong stood straight up out of my chair. Holy, you what? Half the room looked over. Sit down. My brother, he said, sitting down and immediately leaning in. When did you get brave? You offended Song Mei. Song Mei. So what if I did? He looked me up and down slowly. And then he said the thing I'd been waiting for somebody to say since Friday. By the way, Mouse, I feel like you've changed. Small cold feeling down my back. How so? Ever since that basketball. Before you played games with me every day and you didn't talk to anyone. Now you study like a maniac and you're picking fights with actual criminals. He narrowed his eyes. You bastard. You're not one of those characters from the online novels, are you? What is wrong with your head? Stop reading time travel garbage. Then tell me a memory that only the 2 of us know, he said, folding his arms. Prove your innocence. You little brat. Fine. I leaned back. First year of high school, the school trip. You almost wet your... His hand came over my mouth so fast I heard it whistle. It's ready. You passed. You're fine. Verified. He sat back down looking slightly gray. And he never once noticed the thing that was going on behind my eyes at that moment, which was, you idiot, I didn't time travel, I got reborn, and in 11 years you're going to drive all night to sit with me in an empty office and I'm not going to be able to pay you back. Then why have you changed so much, he said, still suspicious. Because there are 100 days left. And you seriously know who Song Mei is? Of course I know. Then why? What if she gets her brothers to jump you outside school? And there it was, under the noise, actual worry. Let her try. All right. Whatever happens, we're brothers. All these years haven't been for nothing. I looked at him. If a bunch of guys stopped us in an alley and told you to get lost, wouldn't you be gone before they finished the sentence? Chen Dong scratched the back of his head and laughed like a drain. I'd be calling the police. For you. To get the officers to come arrest them. But seriously, no joke. His face went straight again. Song Mei knows people, inside and outside. We have to be careful now that you've offended her. Should I talk to my cousin? He's a street guy. He's got a bit of pull. It's not like he's going to be a thief forever. It's fine. I shook my head. They're small time. My dad's got a sworn brother who runs the public security brigade. Honestly, I'd love to see whether they've got the nerve. Chen Dong's entire face fell off his skull. Holy! Quieter. You bastard. How did you hide this? You have an uncle who runs the public security brigade? That's, you never asked. Who asks that? Also, we've been playing games in internet cafes for 3 years. When exactly was I supposed to use him? Fair. He sat back, envy radiating off him in waves. You've got connections, man. Your parents both in state units. Your dad's a leader. They know everybody. The bell went, and he slouched back to his seat, and I got back to work, and I did not spare another thought for Song Mei that morning, which in hindsight was a small failure of imagination on my part. Because upstairs, in the elite class, she was already solving her problem, and she was better at it than I'd given her credit for. I got the details later. Some of it from Lin Ruoxi, most of it from a chat log I probably shouldn't have been reading. It was a self-study period, and the teacher had stepped out. Song Mei swapped seats with the girl next to Lin Ruoxi and sat down. Ruoxi, not bad, you've learned to flirt with boys. Lin Ruoxi kept working, didn't look up, didn't blink. That is apparently what she had done every single time for 3 years, and it drove Song Mei up the wall because in that building there was nobody else who was allowed to not react to her. But Song Mei couldn't do anything in a classroom. She'd already been formally warned once over Lin Ruoxi. One more incident and she'd lose the elite class even if they didn't expel her, and she'd only gotten into the elite class in the first place because of her mother, so she leaned in and said it quietly, right next to her ear. That boy's called Zhou Wei, isn't he? If I had someone go after him, would you still be able to go complain to the school? And Lin Ruoxi's pen stopped. Just for a second. Just once. Song Mei saw it. She sat back with the expression of someone who has finally, after 3 years, found the door. Because that was the whole problem. You couldn't threaten Lin Ruoxi. She had no friends, no possessions she cared about, no reputation she was willing to defend, and if you touched her personally, the leadership would remove you from the building. She was, functionally, a fortress with nothing in it, and now there was somebody in it. What I want is up to you, Song Mei said, standing. Come and eat lunch next to me. And she went back to her seat, extremely pleased with herself. I want to give her credit here, because I don't think anybody ever did. Song Mei was 17 years old and she was not smart in school, and she had just, from scratch, correctly identified the only lever in the entire situation and then reached for it inside of 90 seconds. At lunch, I came into the canteen and found the two of them at a table with Song Mei's friends arranged around them like furniture. Lin Ruoxi sat down opposite her with her tray and did not touch it. What do you want? To let Zhou Wei go? Straight out, no preamble. She'd have made a terrible negotiator and an excellent surgeon. That depends on my mood, said Song Mei, enjoying herself enormously. When I'm in a good mood, I don't like fighting. She propped her chin on her hand. I really didn't think you'd stand up for a boy. Never expected it. Is he your little sweetheart then? That's interesting. I wonder what everyone's reaction will be when that gets around. You don't need to worry about what other people think, I said, arriving. The attitude is what's disgusting. Both of them looked up. I was standing at the end of the table with a tray. Move, I said to the girl in the seat next to Song Mei. You. She started to say something and then she looked up at my face and I watched her lose track of it. I wasn't glaring. I've never had to glare at anybody in my life. It's just that I'd spent 10 years in rooms with grown men who'd have eaten her for lunch as a warm-up, and something in my expression communicated that with more clarity than I intended. She got up. I sat down in her seat and started eating. Song Mei, I'm not afraid of you. If you're so capable, send somebody to block me. A pack of maggots threatening people. It's fascinating. I said it in the same tone I'd have used to order a coffee, which is the part that got her. She went red all the way up. Then she laughed, in the specific way people laugh when they're too angry to speak. All right, I hope your body's as tough as your mouth. Let's go. And she left, with her furniture following her. Lin Ruoxi watched her go, then turned to me. You shouldn't have offended her. Probably not. Every moment you have right now is precious. Your goal is to study. Your foundation is that weak and you're getting tangled up with this kind of person. It won't do your studying any good. I stopped with my chopsticks halfway up. Are you worried about me? She did not miss a beat. I'm concerned about your studies. I'm your tutor. I promised your mother I'd teach you properly, and I took money for it. Okay, I said. I knew that. She went back to eating. I let it go, because I'd already gotten what I needed out of that sentence, which was the half second it took her to build it. You don't need to worry about Song Mei, I said. My uncle runs the public security brigade. I'm going to talk to him about this today. A few street kids are nothing. Don't think about it. She looked at me for a moment, then she nodded once and didn't say anything else, and we finished our food in silence. Coming out with my tray, Chen Dong materialized at my elbow and punched me in the arm. Wow, when did you get to know Lin Ruoxi? The girls in our class say she's an absolute stunner. It's just a shame she's so cold. And you've been hooking up with her behind everyone's back? Get lost, I shoved him. It's about this morning. Song Mei was threatening her. I went over to tell her not to worry. What is going on in your head? Why is it always filthy in there? Tsk, 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 said Chen Dong, with the face of a man who has seen through everything. I gave up. At the sink, I held out my hand. Give me your phone. Damn it, you're not going to use it here, are you? He looked around like a lookout in a bad film. The lunch bell hasn't gone. No teacher is coming. Relax. Fine, but hurry. He excavated a button phone from the deepest corner of his drawer and handed it over like it was radioactive. This man was terrified of getting caught with a phone and still brought it to school every single day, and that is the most complete portrait of Chen Dong I can give you. I called my father, explained in about 40 seconds, and got Uncle Joe's number. Then I called Uncle Joe. Xiao Zhou, it's been a while. Captain Zhou's son had a voice like a wall being knocked down. He'd been at our table every Chinese New Year since I was small, and in my other life I'd once spent an entire summer playing hide and seek with his officers across 4 different internet cafes and then had a screaming argument with him and my father about it. That's a story for another time. I gave him the situation. Girl in my school with a lot of street contacts threatened me and threatened another student, might do something this afternoon. He said one sentence and hung up. That's all it takes. That's the entire thing. You do not need the head of the public security brigade to personally intervene in a schoolyard problem. You need him to say a word, because the small-time guys who hang around outside schools don't know many people. But there is exactly one person they all know by sight, and it's the man who can put them in a cell for 14 days on a whim, and make those 14 days considerably worse than they need to. B. I tossed the phone back. Chen Dong caught it against his chest like a live grenade. You really are something, he said. Most people would be panicking right now. Panicking about what? Go study. I'm busy. You bastard. I got back to work. By the afternoon, I'd pushed the second semester of grade 8 to 80%. And somewhere in there, the system chimed in with something new. User has studied diligently for over 50 cumulative hours. Mathematics experience plus 120. 50 hours in 4 days. Achievements, I thought, mildly irritated. What I need is side quests, not achievements. And the thing answered me. Detected. User studying diligently. Timed reward mission triggered. Requirement. Achieve 100% completion of junior high mathematics within 1 week. Mission rewards. Beginner lottery draw, 1. Mathematics experience, 1,000. I sat up. 1,000 experience is a fifth of the wall to level 2. And a lottery draw is the first thing this system had offered me that I couldn't predict. Complaining works, apparently. Noted. 1 week to finish junior high math. From roughly 70% of the way through grade 8 with grade 9, circles, quadratics, real geometry, the exact place where the difficulty curve stops being a curve and becomes a step, still entirely untouched. Tight, not impossible. I bent over the desk and did not look up again until the bell, and by then I was at 80% of grade 8 and had a plan for the rest of the week, which was, of course, exactly when the afternoon decided to happen. 5 o'clock. Last self-study of the afternoon ends, and there's 90 minutes before evening study, so the day students all pour out to eat. Let's go, said Chen Dong. I closed the workbook. He looked down at the page, then at the cover, and made a face. Hey, mouse. If you actually want to study, start from first year of high school. You've been doing junior high math for days. What is the point? We don't take a junior high exam. If the foundation of a building isn't solid, it comes down. That's all I'm doing. Laying the foundation. We're not building a skyscraper. Which was honestly a decent line, and I told him so, and we went down to the bike shed shoving each other and rode out with the flood of students. I want to record that part specifically, the shoving, because in my other life I spent this exact week doing exactly this, and I did not notice it once, and 13 years later I would have paid actual money for it. We got about 400 meters, then we turned into a lane and there were people standing in it. Our bikes coasted to a stop. Look at that, said Chen Dong, in the flat voice of a man watching the weather turn. Trouble. Don't worry, it'll be over quick. Just hold on a minute. The one who came forward was wearing a black jacket with sequins on it. I want to stress that in 2012, the sequins were a deliberate choice, with a cigarette in his mouth and a length of iron bar hanging from one hand. Behind him, 8 or 9 more, arranged in the loose semicircle that means they've done this before. You're Joe Wei? It's me, brother. Something you need? Nothing in my voice, not bravery, just accounting. Song Mei says hello. He tipped his chin up so far he was looking at me down the length of his own nose. Get over here. I opened my mouth. Put down your weapons. Several men in peaked caps came around the corner at a walk. I would like you to appreciate the choreography because I've thought about it a lot since. Nobody ran. Every single one of those kids wanted to run, and not one of them did, because there is a very particular authority in a uniform in this country, and they'd all met it before. Hands behind your heads. Everybody squat. The iron bar hit the ground with a sound like a dropped pipe. 9 teenagers went down onto their heels in the road with their fingers laced behind their skulls. Uncle Joe, I said. Captain Joe's son came through them like a man walking through a car park. Hey kid, you've gotten thinner in 2 weeks. Eat more. Thanks for the help, Uncle Joe. This is no trouble at all. It's the job. Especially you high school students. You're a protected species. And down in the road, the one with the sequins was staring up at us with his whole world reorganizing itself, because he knew exactly who Captain Joe's son was. Street kids in this city might not know the mayor's name, but every single one of them knows the head of the public security brigade by sight because they see him constantly, and because one word from him is 5 days, or 10, or 14, and because a cell is uncomfortable enough on its own without the man in charge having a specific opinion about you. He had come out here to lean on an anonymous high school kid, and the anonymous high school kid was on first-name terms with the ceiling of his entire universe. His name, I learned in the next 30 seconds, was Zhang Xin. Brother Joe, Captain Joe, this is a misunderstanding. I wasn't here to make trouble for Brother Joe. Then why bring this many people? Said Uncle Joe pleasantly. And why the iron bar? He crouched slightly, and his voice dropped into a register I remembered from my childhood when he'd used it on other people. Zhang Xin, haven't I told you? Don't cause me trouble. Have I told you? You do not touch students. Have I told you that? Captain, it's really a misunderstanding. I looked down at him, and something occurred to me. I walked over and squatted down in front of him, not standing over him. Level. That matters more than people think. Was it Song Mei who sent you? He hesitated, then nodded, and there was something pleading in it. Brother Joe, I've got no grudge against you. Let me go, and I'll never bother you again. And if you ever need anything handled, come find me. No rush. I kept my voice conversational. I mainly want to tell you something. What you do about it is your business. Please speak. His tone had completely changed. 2 minutes ago, he'd been holding a metal bar. You know Song Mei's family isn't rich, I said. Her father's not a wealthy man. Her mother's a clerk. So where does her money come from? He blinked. She's generous, isn't she? She always has cash. She's always covering people. Where's it coming from? How much have you given her? He didn't answer that. Which was the answer? And here's the part I'd want to know if I were you. I leaned a fraction closer. You're not the only one paying. Zheng Gang over in Dongcheng has been putting money into the same hand, and she's told him the same thing she told you, that she'll bring him in with your crew, that she'll square things, that he's her guy. She's got 2 of you funding her, and each of you thinks he's the one. I stood up. I'm not asking you to believe me. Go and ask. Ask anybody. It'll take you an afternoon. I watched it land. It landed the way I'd expected it to, which is to say his face did nothing at all, and everything behind it moved. Because it wasn't the money. Nobody kills anybody over a few hundred yuan. It was the other thing, the thing that men in that world spend their entire lives protecting, which is the position of not being the fool. Zhang Xin ran a crew. Small crew, bad crew, but his. And I had just suggested in front of nobody, quietly, that a 17-year-old girl had been running him. All right, brother Zhang Xin, I said, that's everything I've got. I'll say this much. If you work for somebody who's selling you the same thing she's selling 3 other people, you'll find out eventually. I just don't know if you'll like the day. I turned around. All right, Uncle Joe, let's go. Captain Joe's son had watched every second of that, and the way he was looking at me now had changed. So you don't want to press it? Any of them? He asked it loudly, deliberately. Uncle, these young men didn't lay a hand on me. They probably just got lost. Let them go this time. If they come for me again, you can lock them up then. Let it go today, all right? All right. He put on a magnificently reluctant frown. Since it's you, Xiaozhou, asking on their behalf, that's it for today. Clear off. Thank you, officer. Thank you. If you want to thank someone, thank my nephew. He's the one who asked. Otherwise, I'd have had every one of you inside for 7 days. They started scrambling. Zhang Xin. He stopped like he'd hit glass. Captain, is there something else? Uncle Joe looked at him for a good long moment. I don't want anybody in Gan City bothering Joe Wei. He's my nephew. Do you understand me? Yes, I understand. Then get lost. And Zhang Xin took his 9 teenagers and went out of that lane sideways, like a man leaving a building he's just noticed is on fire. Uncle Joe turned around grinning. I'll take you and your classmate out for dinner, then we'll call your parents. Okay, Uncle. I want to talk about that dinner for a minute. He took us to a place around the corner and ordered 4 dishes, and while we waited, he leaned back and looked at me the way an adult looks at a kid he's known since the kid was 3. Xiaozhou, how's it going? Been studying lately? Yes, Uncle. Oh? His eyebrows went up. Haven't been to an internet cafe? And I felt my ears go hot. Because, and I want this on the record, Captain Joe's son personally hunted me through the internet cafes of this city for the better part of a year when I was 15. He was doing an underage access sweep, and my father asked him to keep an eye out for me specifically, and what followed was months of the 2 of us playing an extremely stupid game where he'd raid a place and I'd have already moved to a different one. He caught me twice. The second time I had a screaming argument with him and my father in our living room in front of my mother and said things I'd think about at 3 in the morning 15 years later. After that, my father told him to stop looking and the supervision went slack and I went to the cafes for another 2.5 years without anybody stopping me at all. I was an idiot back then, I said. I'm not like that now. I'm really studying. Ha, I heard it from your dad. He was smiling and there was something soft in it that I could not deal with at all. You've finally grown up. Have I thought. Or did I just get given a do-over that nobody else in this restaurant is going to get? The food came. Come on, eat. If you're sensible enough to study, study. It's fine if you don't pass this year, you can go again next year, we've got the means. I said, and looked at my rice. Chen Dong did not speak for the entire meal. Not one word. He ate with his head down like a man at a funeral for somebody he didn't know very well. Afterwards, Uncle Joe had work and left first, and the second his car was out of sight, Chen Dong collapsed against a lamppost. Damn, that scared me to death. Scared of what? He looked at me like I'd asked which way was up. You have a terrible memory. We got caught by him. Together. At the cafe. I thought he was just some relative of yours who happened to be a cop. I did not know he was the captain of the public security brigade. He shuddered. Did you see how he looked at me? I didn't dare open my mouth. Now that you mention it. You bastard. Free dinner though, I said, and got on my bike. That's my side of that afternoon. Here's the other side, which I only learned later, in pieces. While I was eating fish with a police captain, Song Mei was in our classroom building looking for somebody to enjoy it with, and she found Lin Ruoxi sitting in an empty classroom eating a cold steamed bun with a book open in front of her. Lin Ruoxi, I knew you'd be here. Nothing. Tsk. Your beloved is getting worked over outside the school gate right now, and you're sitting here calmly chewing a bun. You really are cold-blooded by nature. Lin Ruoxi turned a page. I've had a while to think about that image. A 17-year-old girl eating a bun she brought from home because the canteen costs money, while somebody stands over her describing a beating. Song Mei got angry because being ignored was the only thing she couldn't handle. Fine, you're very calm. You'll be begging me for help soon enough. And she left. And Lin Ruoxi looked up at the empty doorway and thought, she admitted this to me a long time afterwards, in about 6 words, is Zhou Wei actually alright? Then Song Mei got a call from Zhang Xin and went out to the alley to collect her prize, practically skipping. There were 15 or so of them sitting around and Zhang Xin was standing off to one side with his back to her. Brother Xin, how'd it go? Did you get it on camera? He turned around. And here's what I've been told he actually asked her, which I would give a great deal to have watched. How much money have I given you? Song Mei's smile did something complicated. What? In 4 months. How much? Brother Xin, what are you? Does Zheng Gang from Dongcheng know he's paying too? The alley went very quiet. She tried it anyway. I'll give her that. She stood in a lane surrounded by 15 people who had all just been told the same thing at the same time, and she went for the smile, and she started explaining, and about 11 words in, she saw it wasn't going to work. Zhang Xin didn't shout at her. He didn't touch her. From what I gather, he just looked at her for a while, with the specific expression of a man doing arithmetic he doesn't enjoy, and then he said, "Let's go," to his people, and they walked out of the alley, and Song Mei was left standing in it by herself. He never told her about me. That's the part I hadn't planned and should have. Zhang Xin had just discovered that a nobody from number 1 high was the nephew of the head of the public security brigade, and he did not pass that information on because he had decided that the funniest possible thing that could happen next was Song Mei continuing to attack me at full speed. He wanted to watch. Song Mei spat on the ground, said something extremely unkind about him, and went back to school with her jaw set, and when her friends crowded around asking what happened, she told them all to get out of her sight. So that's where we were. 48 hours in. I'd made one enemy, removed her infrastructure, and inherited a spectator. The next morning, Chen Dong caught me at the bike shed with an expression of enormous suspicion. So, that Bitcoin thing you told me about? I actually went and looked it up. He lowered his voice like we were doing a drug deal. Isn't it literally just a string of code on a network? And it's selling for $3. For one string of code, you'd pay 20-something yuan. That's insane. Buy it. Are you sure? Definitely. Buy through a legitimate exchange, and buy as much as you possibly can. The more the better? The more the better. He stared at me for a long moment. You're really that confident. If you trust your brother, go buy it. After you buy it, sell half at the end of the year, and hold the rest with both hands. And then I walked into the building because there is a limit to how long you can be mysterious before it stops working. He caught up 30 seconds later and did not mention it again that morning, which meant he was thinking about it, which meant I'd won. Morning reading, I'd rearranged my allocation again. English was fine. English was, bizarrely, my best subject, because 6 years of trade emails will do things to a vocabulary that no textbook can. So mornings were now for the periodic table and classical Chinese poetry, the 2 things that are pure memorization. And therefore free points if you're willing to be boring about it. Then grade 9 math, and grade 9 math was where I hit the wall properly. Here's the shape of the thing. First year of junior high is arithmetic with the training wheels off. Second year gets harder, but it's still mostly calculation. Third year is where they introduce circles, real geometry, and quadratic functions. And those 3 things are not more of the same. They're the bridge into high school and eventually into everything after it. Triangles are intuitive, circles are not. Something about a circle refuses to be common sense. I did an hour and got nowhere, then 2. And while I was doing that, the English teacher was standing at the front of the room going through last month's exam paper, and he noticed that in a class of 53 there was exactly one boy not looking up. Joe Wei. I did not hear him. I want to be clear about this. I wasn't ignoring him. I was gone. I was inside a geometry proof with the door shut. Chen Xiaomei jabbed me with her pen. Your English teacher is calling you. I came up like a man surfacing and stood. Teacher, did you call me? He was already walking down the aisle. What are you so busy with that you can't even listen? There are less than 100 days left. Do you think 73 in English is such a good score that you don't need to attend class anymore? And then he reached my desk and picked up my workbook, and I watched his eyes go to the cover. Essential math problems for the middle school transition. He turned it over in his hand. Then he held it up. So, not high school math. Middle school problems. Are you planning to go back and sit the high school entrance exam again? I'm sorry to say you might be a bit old for it. The room laughed. 53 people, and they laughed because that's what a room does. Here's the thing though. I was 31 years old. I had been publicly humiliated by men who could actually hurt me in rooms where the humiliation had a price tag attached. A joke from a school teacher in front of a bunch of children is not an event. It's weather. So I stood there and waited for it to stop, and then I answered him in a completely level voice. Teacher, I'm doing junior high problems because my foundation is too weak, so I'm starting from the bottom to make it up. If the foundation isn't solid, everything above it comes down. If I remember correctly, teacher, you've said that yourself. The laughing stopped. His face changed, and not in the direction I'd expected. He wasn't angry, he was reassessing. And is that your reason for doing junior high math problems in my English class? Because I think my English is alright, and my math is a disaster. So I'm doing math first. Alright? A flicker of something dry. You think 73 is alright? Yes. Fine, I'll test you. He straightened up and switched languages. Dare to speak English with me. No problem, I said, in English. And then we had a conversation. It started slow, and it got fast. He asked me something about the passage on the paper, and I answered it, and then he pushed harder, and I went with him, and inside about 90 seconds we had left the syllabus entirely, and were talking at the speed two adults talk. I want to be fair to him. He was good. A high school English teacher in a third-tier city in 2012 who can hold a conversation at that clip is not common. But I'd spent 6 years writing contracts, chasing payment, and arguing about shipping terms with people in Rotterdam and Singapore, and the vocabulary that comes out of that is not the vocabulary of a textbook. Half the words I used weren't on the syllabus. They came out because they were the right words. His face changed twice more while we were talking. The classroom, meanwhile, had stopped functioning entirely. 53 teenagers watching a boy they'd all just laughed at hold a fluent conversation with a teacher who was visibly losing his footing. That's fine, he said in Chinese, ending it. He looked at me for a moment. Your spoken English and your vocabulary are very good. Your listening is excellent. So why did you get 73 on the monthly exam? How did you get these wrong? He pointed at the paper. I looked. They were, I have to admit, spectacularly basic errors, the kind of mistakes you make when you have filled in the bubbles based on which pattern looks nicest. At the time I didn't want to study, I said honestly. I basically answered at random, but I'm planning to study properly now. All right. He nodded slowly. In my English class, as long as you don't make noise, you can do whatever you want. But if you don't score 120 on the next monthly exam, you'll sit and listen like everybody else. Sit down. Okay, teacher. I sat down. He walked back to the front and gave me one more look on the way, and I know from later that he went to the staff room that afternoon and told 3 people about it, because what he just had was the sensation of talking to a business executive who happened to be wearing a school tracksuit. Chen Xiaomei poked me again. She was looking at me like I'd grown a second head, and the second head was very handsome. You're amazing. Just so, I said. Listen to the lesson. I'm going to keep doing problems. For me, it was a footnote, a 3-minute interruption, but I want to record here what I was actually thinking while I sat back down, because it's the only sentimental thought I had that entire week. I'd have liked to enjoy this, being 17, the classroom, the noise, the pointless drama, a girl deciding I was interesting because I said some words. There's a version of these 100 days where I sit in the back and take it all in and let it be youth. Damn it, I thought. Youth is interesting. It's just not the most interesting thing on the table. Brain enhancement. Think about it for a second. What would you be if you were several times smarter than you are right now? Not richer, not stronger. Smarter, permanently, at the hardware level, in a way that no amount of money has ever bought anybody in the entire history of the species. I wanted to know. So there were only 2 things in my head for the rest of that day, and they were doing problems and memorizing knowledge points. At the break during evening study, half the class was staring at me. Chen Dong arrived at a jog. Holy, Xiao Zhou, how are you that cool? When did your English get like that? Why are you so jumpy? I said, not looking up. It's English. You have never in your life shown the slightest interest in whether my English was good. But you never passed an English exam. Anyone would be shocked. Did you see the teacher's face? Anything else? No. Then go read your book. And here's the thing I noticed about myself in that moment, and it's the closest thing to a superpower I actually had. It didn't move me. Any of it. In my other life, I would have floated for a week on that. But I'd been bankrupt, and I'd been sued, and I'd had a man tell me across a table that he was going to take everything I'd built and then do it, and against that ledger, a room full of impressed teenagers is not a number that registers. I sat there and I ground problems out of sheer stubbornness, and every time I felt myself starting to slide, I thought about the reward, and it pulled me back up like a winch. Half a period before the end of evening study. Congratulations. Junior High Year 2 Mathematics is now at 100%. Received. Energy Potion times 10. Mathematics Experience plus 100. I put my pen down, and the workbook in front of me was maybe 60% finished. That's the cheat. That's the actual cheat right there. And it's not the intelligence. Everybody else has to finish the whole book, and then a second book, because there is no way for a human being to know when they're done. You can feel like you've learned something and be wrong, and the only way to check is to do more problems, forever, until the exam tells you. I could see the number, which meant I could stop. I picked up the English textbook instead and read the whole first volume out of curiosity, then did a full English exam paper except the listening and the essay, and finished before the bell. If the monthly exam looked like that, 120 wasn't going to be a problem. So it turns out being reborn wasn't all downside. I had one subject that was just mine. I went home, ate the late supper my mother left out, drank a potion, and opened the grade 9 book. And out in the living room, my parents were having a conversation about me that I didn't hear until my father told me about it much later. Joe Wei wanting to study hard, my mother said, looking at the empty bowl. Do you think something happened to him? It still doesn't feel real. The change in 2 days is too big. Your son's become sensible and started working. Why are you worrying? If he'd started slowly, I could accept it. But this is 180 degrees. It's too different from before. A pause. We don't know what he went through. I want to sit with that for a second because my mother was, at that moment, the most correct person in the province. Don't worry, my father said. The child's grown. It's normal for him to have his own ideas. Then, with some pride, I talked to Captain Joe on the phone last night. He couldn't stop praising him, said the way Joe Wei handles things now is like an adult, said he took a couple of sentences and completely turned those street kids around, handled it very skillfully. What? What street kids? What happened this afternoon? So he told her, and she got worried about the wrong parts, and he told her not to, and eventually they went to bed relieved, and I sat behind a closed door doing quadratics with a foreign chemical in my bloodstream. Grade 9 was brutal, 2 potion hours, and I moved 8%. 8. At that rate, 1 week to 100% was not happening. I felt the spike come and shut the book and went to sleep. The next day at lunch, I sat down opposite Lin Ruoxi and put my tray down and did not waste any time. That Song Mei. She hasn't been bothering you? No. Sharp as a closing door. Don't be so cold. I'm your student, technically. Nothing. All right. I stopped playing and put it straight on the table. I finished second year junior high math last night and started third year. The difficulty jumped. It's much harder than before. I looked at her. Teacher Lin, do you have any suggestions? That was the actual reason I'd come over. I want to be honest about it, since I've been honest about everything else. I was not sitting there to be charming at a girl. The current Lin Ruoxi had roughly the emotional temperature of a filing cabinet, and unless you specifically enjoyed being ignored, there was nothing in it for anybody. She was extremely beautiful, and I did not care because I was 31 inside and the object in front of me was a 17-year-old, and also because I had 640 points to find in 98 days. But she was the single best source of information in this building, and this time, she reacted. She pushed her glasses up. The reason third year is hard is that there are simply too many formulas and theorems, and geometry requires abstract thinking. In year 3, the problems don't just use the year 3 theorems, they deform them. She started counting on her fingers again. First, you have to fully understand the derivation of each theorem, not the statement, the derivation. Second, for geometry, don't be stingy with auxiliary lines, ever. Draw them. Third, and this is the one you're getting wrong, stop memorizing formulas, understand them, understand where they come from. You should be able to derive them yourself from scratch. If you can't derive it, you don't have it. Then, without pausing, I'll give you some problems later. Take them and think about them properly. I sat there for a second and let that reorganize my week, because she was right, and I had experimental data proving she was right. I'd spent an entire evening memorizing theorems, and my completion bar had not moved a single percent, and I'd assumed the system was being stingy. It wasn't being stingy, it knew. Memorizing a theorem is worthless because the person writing the exam is not going to hand you a situation where the theorem is standing there waving. They're going to hand you something that looks like nothing, and if all you have is a memorized statement, you won't even know which of the 40 things you memorized is the one you need. The ability to derive is the actual asset. The formula is just the receipt. Thanks, Teacher Lin. She nodded. After the lunch break, come up to the elite class. I'll give you the problems. Okay. While we were talking, half the canteen was looking at us, and I registered it distantly, because Lin Ruoxi was, in the ecosystem of that school, a celebrity, the famous iceberg, the one nobody could get near. Boys had been leaving snacks on her desk and love letters in her drawer for 3 years, and she had taken every single one of them, walked to the front of the room, and handed them to the teacher, honestly and completely, with a full account of where they came from. Think about the social consequences of that. And now there was a boy sitting across from her, and she was talking to him. That was news. Chen Dong caught me at the sink with the most obnoxious face I have ever seen on a human being. So what did you have to say today? It wasn't about Song Mei again, was it? He waggled his eyebrows. Confess. How did you hook the iceberg? Did you deliberately hire her as a tutor so you could hook your enormous head? I put the tray down. I'm studying all day. Unlike you, who has a sewer running behind his eyes. I went to ask her about problems. Sheesh. Nobody asks about problems at lunchtime. Then when am I supposed to ask? Charge into the elite class at the break? Find a quiet corner after evening study? Chen Dong stopped. You could watch it happen. You could watch him check it and find it valid. Okay, he said, deflating completely. That's true. How boring. I thought there was some big news. He wandered off, visibly disappointed, and I went back to the classroom and started deriving. And the method worked immediately, not gradually, immediately. I stopped trying to solve the problems and started taking each theorem apart to see where it came from and drawing auxiliary lines like a man who'd been paid by the line, and inside 20 minutes I could feel the difference in my hands. Circles stopped being a special category and started being a shape with rules. The completion percentage started climbing again. I gave up my entire lunch break, straight through. Derivations and matched problems, no rest, and I did not notice the time. At some point during that, Teacher Chen, our math teacher, the one who'd read out my $37, came into the classroom, stood next to my desk for a while, and left without saying anything. I didn't look up. I clocked her and kept going. After the break, I went upstairs. Walking into the elite class as a boy from class 7 is a bit like walking into a library wearing a bell. The room had just come out of the lunch break, and half of it was still face down on the desks. Lin Ruoxi, I said from the doorway. 20 heads came up at once. You could hear the whispering start. It's a boy. Somebody's actually come looking for Lin Ruoxi, and it's a boy. She was already awake. She hadn't slept either, and she came over with a small notebook she'd been writing during the break. Here are 30 problems I wrote for you. Easy to hard. They're designed to make you derive the formulas rather than apply them. They also have good variations, so you can't pattern match your way through. Do them carefully and give them back to me to check. She had spent her lunch break handwriting 30 problems, not printed them, not photocopied them out of a book, written them, by hand, aimed specifically at the shape of my particular hole. Okay, I said. Thank you. She nodded once and went back to her seat. I looked around the elite class one more time on the way out, at about 30 faces all pretending to be doing something else, smiled, and went downstairs. Then I spent the whole afternoon on those 30 problems, and finished 5 of them. 5 out of 30 in an afternoon. And I didn't even know if they were right. But my grade 9 completion went from 15% to 22%, which meant that whatever those 5 problems had cost me, they were worth about 4 times what a normal exercise was worth. She'd built them that way on purpose. I looked up and rolled my neck and found Teacher Chen standing next to my desk again. What's the matter? Did you run into a difficult problem? Her voice was, and I want to convey the full strangeness of this, gentle. Teacher Chen was, in the folklore of Class 7, the old witch. She had one register, and it was artillery. I had personally watched her make a boy cry in the second week of first year. It's all right, I said. She looked past me at the desk. Those are Lin Ruoxi's problems. She recognized the handwriting on sight. She'd marked enough of that girl's papers. Good problems, very suitable for getting started. Approval, in her actual voice. Your approach on these is fine, but your auxiliary line construction on the geometry has issues. Look. And then she taught me. For about 8 minutes. One-on-one, leaning over my desk, walking through my working with a finger. Behind her, an entire self-study classroom had abandoned all pretense and was staring. All right. Study hard. If there's anything you don't understand, come to the office during the break and ask me privately. Okay, teacher. She straightened up and I watched her face go back to its factory setting on the way, scanned the room in a manner that suggested she knew exactly what they'd all been doing, and left. The door closed, and Class 7 detonated. Holy, what did I just see? The old witch has a gentle side? Are we sure that wasn't an auditory hallucination? I did not expect menopause herself to be capable of that. Is this real? Quiet. Quiet. That was Zhao Peng, the class monitor, standing up and failing completely. And of course, that was the exact moment old Zhang walked in. Our head teacher had a specific talent, which was arriving. I could hear this class from the other end of the corridor. What's going on? Don't feel like self-study? Want to throw a party? The room went silent like a switch had been thrown. Old Zhang had authority the way a mountain has weather. Zhao Peng, what happened? Zhao Peng hesitated, which was fair, because there was no version of the truth that sounded sane. It was Teacher Chen. She came and stood in front of Zhou Wei and gently gave him some guidance on his work. It was quite rare. So after she left, everyone started discussing it. That's it? Old Zhang looked around the room. Do you know why Teacher Chen came all the way to this classroom and gently guided student Zhou Wei? Nobody did. Because student Zhou Wei has recently been studying mathematics diligently, painstakingly, seriously. Because he recognized that his foundation was poor and started reviewing from junior high mathematics. Because he's currently up to third year junior high, he let that sit. In your English teacher's class, all of you laughed at him. And student Zhou Wei behaved exactly as usual and did not care about a single one of you. He knows his foundation is bad. He's aware of it. And he withstood the pressure and did not switch to high school mathematics because you laughed. He kept reviewing from the bottom. Old Zhang's voice went up. That mindset, that spirit, that is what your math teacher appreciates. And that is what every one of you should learn from. He swept the room. A lot of you with poor grades are sitting there thinking, my foundation is too weak, the exam is too close, what's the point in working now? So you've given up on yourselves. But look at student Zhou Wei. His foundation is one of the worst in this class. His mathematics is the worst in this class. And he has not given up. He couldn't understand high school math, so he went and started from junior high. Build the foundation first, then start again from year 1. Of course that takes time, but it is real study, and he is making progress. He was really going now. Students, do not give up on yourselves. Not one bit of the effort you put in is wasted. And the classroom went through a range of expressions. Some looked ashamed. A few looked genuinely moved. I kept my head down and did another problem. Because I'd been on the receiving end of that speech before, in this exact room, from this exact man, and I knew precisely how long it lasts. Here's the truth about the last 100 days, and nobody says it out loud. For the good students, third year is genuinely brutal. They have something to lose. They're in a knife fight with 2,000 other people over 100 places, and every point is somebody they overtake, and they know it, so they burn. For the ones at the bottom, it's different. Universities stopped being on the table around year 2. They've spent 3 years not building anything, and they've gotten comfortable with not building anything. And every so often one of them gets a surge of ambition and studies hard for 4 hours, and then discovers exactly how far down the hole goes, and quits, and goes back to drifting, which is not laziness. That's a completely rational response to being handed an impossible problem. I knew that because I was that. In my other life, I sat right here and listened to this exact speech and felt my blood move and did 2 problems and went to an internet cafe. The difference between me and everybody else in that room was not character. It was a progress bar. I got another 1%, 23. Old Zhang finished his motivational speech and dismissed us, which is when I went downstairs and found several people sitting on my bicycle, 4 of them sitting on and around my bike in school uniform. Which meant students, which meant this was an inside job. They stood up when they saw me coming. Are you Zhou Wei? I am. What do you want? I glanced sideways at Chen Dong. He caught it instantly and drifted off into a crowd of other students, which is exactly what I wanted him to do, and also, let the record show, exactly what he'd have done anyway. Our boss wants to see you. Come with us. One of them reached for my collar. Don't pull, I'll walk. They stopped because we were still inside the school gates, and even they weren't stupid enough to grab somebody on camera. And then they closed up around me, front, back, both sides, the whole formation, and walked me out through the departing crowd and into a lane on the far side of the road. I had it worked out before we were out of the gate, Song Mei, obviously, which meant Zhang Xin had told her nothing at all, because if she knew about Uncle Zhou, she would not be doing this twice in 2 days. That guy really wants to watch, I thought. Fine, let's hope she came in person. That would make this so much better. There were about 20 of them in the lane, big ones and small ones. Standing, sitting on a wall, smoking, filling the whole space with a haze that smelled like a bus station. Song Mei was there, standing next to a boy with a yellow pompadour, cigarette in her hand, chin up. Is that him? Said the pompadour. That's him. She came alive instantly. Gang gay, this is Joe Wei. He's been bullying me at school with other people. The delivery was flawless. She had a whole voice for it. Rook. Zheng Gang looked at me with the flat bored eyes of a person who thinks that's intimidating. Don't you know she's with me? I don't. All right then. Kneel. Knock your head 3 times. Swear to be her dog at school from now on. And I'll let you off today. And if I say no? He blinked. He genuinely hadn't planned for that. No? His eyes went narrow. Have a look around you and think carefully. You didn't struggle when they brought you in. I believe you're a smart person. And on cue, 20 teenagers stood up and started walking toward me, rubbing their fists, doing the whole routine. I want to acknowledge that if you're an actual high school student, this is genuinely terrifying. 20 people closing in a lane. Most 17-year-olds would be on the ground begging inside 10 seconds, and there would be nothing wrong with them for doing it. I'd sat across tables from grown men who could have ended my life with a phone call. My hands weren't even damp. Song Mei, from beside Zheng Gang, decided to be gracious. Joe Wei, I don't have anything against you personally. You don't have to kneel. Just be my dog and help me deal with Lin Ruoxi, and I'll let you off. That's not much to ask, is it? And there it is. That's what all of this was for. 20 people in a lane, an iron bar the day before, a whole afternoon of choreography. The purpose was to acquire a boy who could be used against a girl she couldn't reach. I want to be honest about something. I did not come back from 2025 planning to fight anybody. My entire strategy was study, complete the mission, take the reward, and get on with the life where my parents don't sell their apartment. That was the plan. But when you walk in the world, you don't always get to pick. There will always be a Song Mei in every building, forever. And if you don't make it expensive once, it never stops. They need to feel it a single time. Then you get to study in peace. Uncle Captain Joe's son, I said to the wall on my left. If you don't come out now, I'm really going to get beaten. Everything stopped. What are you shouting for? Said Song Mei irritably. Nobody here can save you. The thugs looked at each other, and Zheng Gang's face did something, because street kids don't necessarily know anybody, but they know the public security brigade, because those are the people who manage their entire lives, and Captain Joe's son is not a common name. He opened his mouth to ask. Brat, said a voice from the next alley over. When did you notice I'd arrived? Several officers in peaked caps came around the corner. When you got here, I said. I'm not like these guys. I pay attention to my surroundings. Uncle Joe grinned at me. Good kid. Calm in the face of danger. All the things your dad's been telling me. I think I underestimated you. Zheng Gang's expression had gone gray and hard. He had just randomly surrounded a high school student at a girl's request, and the high school student was chatting with the man who ran the brigade. Song Mei had stopped moving entirely. Whatever she was 17, and the Big Sister Act works on high school students and small-time boys, and it does not work at all on actual police. She'd gone completely white. Uncle, I still need to go home for dinner, I said. And then I have to study. Ha, my fault. I'll treat you to dinner later. Okay, then I'll go first. And I walked out of that lane without looking at either of them, because I knew Uncle Joe would handle it, and there was genuinely nothing left there for me. Behind me, his smile went off like a light. Take them all back to the station. I got the rest from him afterwards. In the interview room, Zheng Gang didn't say a word for a long time, and then he said one thing. Deal with me however you want, but let Song Mei go. This has nothing to do with her. Are you negotiating with me? No, I'm telling you. I heard Song Mei was being bullied by Joe Wei, so I brought people to block him. It's got nothing to do with her. Which, whatever else you think about Zheng Gang, was not the behavior of a coward. You don't need to worry about that, said Uncle Joe. As for Song Mei, I'll be contacting number 1 high. What they do about it isn't up to me. Please, you've got time to worry about somebody else? Take care of yourself first. And in the room next door, a 17-year-old girl sat white-lipped at a metal table and, under a policeman's questioning, described in detail every single thing she had done to me, because she had never in her life been anywhere like that. And it turned out that being the big sister of number 1 high does not survive contact with an actual station. I was at home eating dinner. My father was home early for once. I told them what had happened in about 4 sentences. My father's face didn't move. My mother's did. Joe Wei, how can that girl be so vicious? Captain Joe has to talk to her parents properly. What if one day those little thugs corner you in an alley and beat you, or use a knife? That's far too dangerous. Hey, my father put a hand on her arm. Don't worry. Captain Joe has it under control. We don't need to interfere. Really? Don't I know what kind of man he is better than you do? She subsided, but she didn't like it. And I sat there eating rice and listening to 2 people argue about my safety, and it was warm in a way I did not have any words for at the time. Mom, Dad, I'm done. I'm going back for evening study. All right. Take your time on the road, said my mother, worrying. Wait a moment. My father got up and went into his room. He came back with a phone, not a new one, an old PHS handset, the kind with the rubber antenna, worn shiny along one edge. This is the phone I used to use. Your Uncle Joe's number is in it, mine and your mother's too. If anything happens, call. Okay, Dad. I put it in my pocket. I want to describe what that was, because there was no ceremony to it at all. My father did not say I'm proud of you, or I'm worried about you. He went into a drawer and got the thing he had and handed it over. That's the entire vocabulary a certain kind of Chinese father has, and it took me until I was 31 and broke to learn how to read it. Chen Dong was waiting at the entrance to our compound. That's great. Xiao Zhou, I'm glad you're okay. Why didn't you come with my uncle to save me? I did! He was outraged. How do you think the police found the right lane? I just didn't dare get close, they had you surrounded. I waited outside for the officers. And after Captain Joe got there, they told me to clear off, and I was scared those guys would see my face and come after me later, so all right, I'll reluctantly accept that. Let's go. That night, back home after evening study, I ate the supper my mother left me and then didn't go to my room. Dad, Mom, there's something I want to discuss with you. My father put down his pen. Speak. It's about an investment. Both of them looked over with the same expression, which is the one parents get when a 17-year-old says the word investment. There's an internet product I'm very interested in. I think it's going to go up enormously in the next year or two. I want to buy some now, and I'm hoping you'll back me. I didn't invent a story. I want to be clear about that because I could have. I'd spent a decade learning how to construct a story that gets money out of somebody, and my parents were, by the standards of that skill, the easiest marks in the province. They were also open-minded people who had never once lied to me. Lying to them would have been the single stupidest thing I could do. With my second life. An internet product? My mother said. Some kind of financial product? Come and look. I took them into my room and opened the computer and pulled up Bitcoin, the news, the price, what it was. I predict this is going to have a major run this year. Right now is the best time to buy. My mother did the arithmetic out loud, which is a thing she does. $3.20 a coin. That's not cheap. That's more than 20 yuan for one. She looked at me, honestly shocked. This isn't virtual money, it's worth more than real money. That's right, and commercial acceptance has been climbing since last year. My read is that it enters a fast appreciation window in the next 2 years, and if we catch that wave, we're financially free. My mother's face did something complicated. My father was silent for a while. Then he said, We don't understand any of this. How much do you need? 200,000, I said. I need 200,000 to buy 10,000 coins. I'd picked that number deliberately. 10,000 coins at $1,000 a coin is 10 million US dollars. At that point, I'd sell 90%, hold 9 million in cash, keep 1,000 coins for the long game, and never think about money again. $9 million in 2013 in this country is not wealth, it's a change of species. I didn't want more than that. Greed at that stage is how you end up watching a screen at 3 in the morning. There was a pause that lasted about 4 seconds and felt considerably longer. All right, said my father, I'll give you 200,000. My mother's mouth opened. 200,000 was more than 80% of everything they had, not 8%. 80. She looked at him, and she looked at me, and she closed her mouth and said nothing at all, because her husband had spoken, and because, I think this is the actual reason. 3 days earlier, her son had said he wanted to study hard, and she decided to believe him about that, and you can't decide to believe somebody halfway. I set up an account on Bitstamp, which was 2 years old at that point, and about as safe as anything in that space got, bound my father's bank card, and placed the order. Then I pulled the USB drive out of the machine and held it up. Done. My mother stared at it. That's it? 200,000 and you bought a USB stick? What matters isn't the stick, it's what's inside the stick. All right, said my father, and gave me a very long look. You're grown now. You can make your own decisions about this kind of thing. And then they went to bed and left me alone with the most valuable object in the province. I did not look at it again. I put it in a drawer, drank a potion, and did 6 more of Lin Ruoxi's problems. I want you to understand the emotional weight of that transaction, because I've thought about it a lot. That drive was going to be worth over 100 million yuan. I knew it with complete certainty. And it was, at that exact moment, the least interesting thing in my room, because the interesting thing was that grade 9 math had reached 35%, and I needed it at 100 by Saturday. Money was a solved problem. Money had been a solved problem since the moment I woke up. The unsolved problem was 640 points, and I only had 96 days. Next morning, exercises in the yard, which the school had unusually made the third-year students attend, and then the principal did not dismiss us. Principal Joe got up on the platform and looked out over 2,000 students in tracksuits, and his face was doing something I hadn't seen before. Students, yesterday, our school had a shocking incident. 2,000 people went quiet. Our student Song Mei colluded with hoodlums from outside this school to bully a male student of ours. This behavior is egregious. It damages the reputation of number 1 high. It brings an unhealthy influence into this school, and it is a disgrace. If anything similar happens again, number 1 high will expel the students involved. There will be no leniency. The formation started to move. Song Mei, she was the big sister of number 1 high. There were kids in half the classes in that yard who did what she said, and over in the distance in the elite class formation, Lin Ruoxi turned her head and looked toward class 7. She'd worked it out immediately. Of course she had. Song Mei! Come up and make a self-criticism and apologize to student Zhou Wei in front of everyone. She came up the side steps with her face already wet. Here's what had happened overnight, which I learned later. The station notified the school and notified her parents. The school's first decision was to expel her outright. Her parents came in and cried and made guarantees, and her mother had the connections that had gotten her into the elite class in the first place, and so she was kept with a major demerit on her record, and one more incident and she was gone. The self-criticism was the price of staying. She read it out. It was the standard document. Then she got to the end. Finally, I sincerely apologize to student Zhou Wei. Your apology to me is nothing. 2,000 people turned around at once trying to find the voice. Old Zhang looked at me sideways with an expression of total horror. You, step out and speak, he said, because there was nothing else he could do. I walked out of the formation. I want to be precise about my motivation here, because it would be very easy to make this sound noble. It wasn't nobility, it was arithmetic. Song Mei was going to apologize to me, which cost her nothing, and she was going to walk away with the thing she actually wanted intact, which was the license to keep doing it to Lin Ruoxi quietly for another 3 months. The apology to me was the price of buying the right to continue. I was not going to let her buy it. Your apology to me is nothing. I don't care. I set it up at the platform, loud enough to carry, and completely level. The question is, shouldn't you be apologizing to Lin Ruoxi? You do remember how the conflict between us started, don't you, Song Mei? 2,000 faces swung to me. A few days ago, I went up to the toilets on the upper floor and I found you and several of your friends at the doorway saying things about Lin Ruoxi, loudly, deliberately, where she could hear them, and I couldn't stand it. Song Mei had gone rigid on the platform. She had rehearsed a document. Nobody had rehearsed her for this. That's why I spoke up, and that's why you've had it in for me since. What? In your apology letter, in your self-criticism, none of that needed mentioning? Up on the platform, Principal Zhou's whole face changed, because he had not known. That's the part I want on the record. He genuinely had not known. In his mind, this was a discipline case about a girl and some street kids and a boy from class 7, and he'd been about to close it in 4 minutes, and a student had just informed him and 2,000 others that the single most valuable person in his building, the girl who was going to hand him a provincial top scorer, which is a political achievement that follows a principle for the rest of his career, had been under sustained attack for years inside his own school, and nobody had said a word. I watched his eyes move to Song Mei and go cold. Apologize, I said. Sorry. She turned toward the elite class formation and bowed properly from the waist, and her voice cracked in the middle of it. It was all my fault. From now on, I won't dare again. All right, that's that. And I stopped and turned around and walked back into the line. That's the other half of it. You have to know when to stop. What I wanted was that sentence, said out loud, in front of the entire school, with the leadership standing there hearing it. I got it in under 90 seconds. Anything after that is just enjoying yourself. And enjoying yourself is how you turn a win into a feud. As for whether she'd actually never dare again, I had a fairly clear opinion about that, and I had other methods. Class 7 looked at me strangely for the rest of the morning. Some of the girls looked at me in a way I recognized from a different life entirely. Chen Dong patted my shoulder. Well done. What's this? Nothing, he said, and put his thumbs up. I'll tell you what happened next on that platform, because old Zhang told me weeks later over a dinner table. The leadership did not leave. They kept Song Mei up there. What exactly is going on? Said Principal Zhou, and there was nothing kind in it. She stood there crying and didn't answer. When you go back to your classroom, you will apologize to Lin Ruoxi privately, and you will promise that you will never bully Lin Ruoxi again. Not physically, not verbally, not at all. If anything of that kind reaches my ears again, I will expel you. He was not angry on Lin Ruoxi's behalf. I want to be honest about the adult world here. He was angry because Lin Ruoxi was the benchmark of Gansheng number 1 high school, a near certain city top scorer with a real shot at the province, and she had been getting worked over inside his own building for 3 years, and he'd found out about it at a Wednesday assembly in front of the entire school. And according to what I just said, a great many students already knew. If that got out, top students would stop choosing his school. And the one person he could have expelled to make a statement about it was the one person he couldn't expel because he owed somebody a favor. I do not have a lot of sympathy for Principal Joe, but I'll say this. He was not stupid, and from that morning on, he did exactly what was necessary. Meanwhile, I had a problem. The last 4 of Lin Ruoxi's 30 were significantly harder than the first 26. Inverse proportional functions and the areas of irregular figures in combination in a way that did not let you get in from any obvious side. I spent 2 entire class periods on 4 problems and finished them right as the bell went, and I could not have told you if any of them were correct. That's the point of the last 4. Obviously, she'd built a ramp and then a wall. The bell for lunch went, and the whole building emptied into the canteen at a run because the queues are the queues. I got food and went to the corner where she always sat and put my tray down opposite her. I finished the 30. Bring them to me later, I'll grade them. Okay. And then I stood up to go, because I'd said what I came to say. I want to explain that, because I know how it reads. The reason I was helping Lin Ruoxi was that she was my teacher, and she was doing considerably more for me than the contract required. She was also extremely beautiful, and I was aware of that in the same way I was aware that the sky was up. But I had the head of a man in his 30s, and the person in front of me was a 17-year-old girl in the middle of the hardest 4 months of her life, and there is no version of me that finds that interesting. So I did not linger, and I did not make conversation, and I picked up my tray. Thank you. I stopped. Lin Ruoxi, who did not say unnecessary words, ever, as a policy, had said thank you to my back, and I could hear that she meant it. I turned around and smiled at her and nodded and went and sat with Chendong and did not make a thing of it. That afternoon I handed her the notebook. That evening, I got it back. Out of 30, your accuracy is about 60%. 20 correct. The other 10 had problems for various reasons, and I've marked all of them. She said it flatly, and then she looked at me for slightly too long. For the wrong ones, I've written out the approach and the derivations. Also, here are 50 new problems. When you've done these, she paused. I'll start moving you toward high school mathematics. 20 out of 30. In one day. I did not know at the time what that number meant to her. She told me, much later, and only because I asked directly. When she tested me on that first Saturday, I was sitting at roughly the front half of second-year junior high, 14 years old, and in under half a week I had done 60% of 30 deliberately vicious grade 9 problems in a single afternoon, from a position where I should not have been able to attempt them at all. She'd walked back into the elite class that evening, sat down, and thought if he had woken up a year ago, he'd have had a chance in this exam. And then, as things stand, all he can do is repeat the year. I opened the notebook back in class 7. Every wrong answer was annotated in red, not crossed out, annotated, why it was wrong, where the reasoning had gone off, which formula I'd misapplied, and what I'd probably been thinking when I misapplied it. She had reverse engineered my mistakes. I sat there reading it, and I felt something shift, and it wasn't gratitude, it was something more useful than that. So that's what it was. Most of those problems had been a single sheet of paper away from me, not a wall, a sheet. And once you can see through the sheet, half of them are easier than they looked. I went straight back to problems, because when it comes to junior and senior high mathematics, there is exactly one thing that works, and it isn't reading. It's practice. It's the only mechanism by which a formula stops being a receipt and turns into a tool, because the deformations only reveal themselves under load. That afternoon, old Jang came in and announced the monthly exam, which in the 3rd year of high school is barely news. Small test every 3 days, big test every 5. That's not an exaggeration, it's a schedule. Morning Chinese, afternoon English. I was fine. Reading comprehension is reading comprehension, and I'd been doing it professionally for a decade. Classical Chinese I could handle because I'd read a lot of literature in my other life. The essay was going to be free money because writing an argumentative essay is a skill, and I had experience to burn. Next day, morning math, afternoon sciences. The math paper I did the basics on and left the rest. The sciences I turned in blank. Both of them. Completely blank. I wrote my name and my number and put the pen down and walked out. And I want to defend that, because it looks like arrogance and it wasn't. I could not write anything on those papers. Not, I might get some partial credit. I mean, the questions were about material I had not started. Filling in random letters gets you nothing except the appearance of trying, and appearance of trying costs time. So I went back and did more problems and worked the junior high completion up, and out of a full afternoon of that, I earned 5 mathematics experience. 5, which was the second time the system taught me something without meaning to. When I'd first woken up, half an hour of sets was worth 50. Now an afternoon of grinding was worth 5. It's not a stopwatch, it's a difficulty judge. It evaluates what you're learning against where you already are, and it pays you for the gap. Junior high is free to me now. It knows. Which meant the only way to keep the numbers moving was to keep climbing. Outside the exam hall, in the gap between papers, Lynn Ruoxi and I sat on a stone bench and she coached me through a problem set with the exam still going on inside. Your approach to this is wrong. How can you draw an auxiliary line there? That's clearly wrong. Dedicated guidance from somebody who can see the mistake as you make it is worth about 6 hours of solitary flailing. My completion started moving faster. The results came out the next day. Chinese first. This time, said Teacher Sun at the front, I want to specially praise one person. He was smiling, which was unusual. That is our student Zhou Wei. In the past, Zhou Wei's Chinese hovered around 80 or 90. This time, Zhou Wei scored a full 113, and he held up the paper. According to the unanimous assessment of our Chinese teaching group, his essay is at the level of a full-mark essay. 53 heads turned around. Again, I was starting to get used to the sound. Student Zhou Wei, how did you come up with this essay on the good and evil of human nature? Why don't you share it with your classmates? I stood up and talked for 2 minutes. I didn't have a method to share. What I had was a decade of examples, and when the topic is whether people are fundamentally good, a man who has run a small company has an unreasonable amount of material. Good and evil aren't two teams. They're two sides of one coin, and the coin flips constantly, in the same person, sometimes in the same afternoon. I'd watched a supplier who screwed me out of 40,000 drive 6 hours to a funeral for a man he barely knew. Very good, said Teacher Sun. You may sit down. He then talked for 11 minutes about how everybody should collect examples from daily life, which I did not listen to because my focus was math and there was no point spending attention anywhere else until math was fixed. That was first period. Second period was chemistry. Teacher Zhao slammed the paper down on the podium. Guo Hao, the class experienced whiplash. 50 minutes earlier, I'd been the model student. Out of 50-some people in this class, you are the only one who handed in a blank paper. What? You used to manage 40 or 50. Now you don't answer anything at all? Do you have a problem with me? Stand up. I stood up. Tell me, why did you hand in a blank paper? He came down the aisle. And he wasn't angry, actually, which was worse. He was disappointed in the specific way of a teacher who thinks a kid is throwing something away. I have told you, not knowing how to do it is one thing, but I have told you, even if you don't know, even if you get it wrong, you fill the paper in, and you handed in a blank sheet. I stood there. Here's my problem. Every single thing he was saying was correct pedagogy and completely useless to me, and the true explanation began with the words, I was reborn 11 days ago. Why aren't you speaking? You're right, I said. It is my fault. I don't have an argument. He choked on that. He'd geared up for a fight, and I'd handed him nothing to push against. Do as you see fit, he said, and went back to the podium and did not tell me to sit down. So I stood for the entire period, which was annoying, mostly because standing is a bad posture for thinking, and I had a geometry problem open in my head. When the bell went, I walked straight out and up to the staff room. Zhou Wei, what's wrong? Old Zhang looked up from his desk. Teacher Zhang, I want to customize my own review plan. In my plan, the sciences come later, so I haven't done any of the science questions. I'd like you to tell the 3 science teachers that my papers are going to be blank for now and ask them to bear with it. My energy is limited. I want to break through the key subject first and then expand. I'm hoping they won't make a thing of it. He looked at me for a second, and then his mouth twitched. Your chemistry teacher just lost his temper with you, didn't he? I did not confirm or deny. All right, he said. I'll contact all 3 of them and explain your situation. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I turned to go, and I heard him sigh behind me. And this is what he was thinking, which he told me at that same dinner months later when he'd had enough to drink, to be honest. He was thinking, what a waste. This kid woke up a year too late. He'd been watching me for 2 weeks. I wasn't performing. He could see that from the doorway when he checked on the class. And his conclusion was that if I'd been like this from the start, I'd have been in the top few of the class, possibly at a first-tier university. But it was March. Maybe next year, he thought, if he repeats. That was the honest, informed, professional judgment of a good teacher with 20 years of experience, and I wanted in the record, because everybody's judgment about me at that point was exactly the same, and every single one of them was reasoning correctly from the evidence they had, and then nobody bothered me for 3 days. 3 clean days. Problems, Lynn Ruoxi at lunch, problems. Saturday, near the end of the day, with the weekend about to start. Congratulations, timed reward mission complete. 100% completion of junior high mathematics within 1 week. Rewards, primary lottery draw ×1. Mathematics experience plus 1,000. And then, without a pause, mathematics experience full, breakthrough to level 2. Mathematics level increased, intelligence plus 3. I sat very still in the back row of class 7 while the top of my head came off. 1 week's deadline, done in 5 days. 1,000 experience, which took me over the wall. 3 points of intelligence, 3, not 1. The level ups were scaling. and a lottery draw, which was the first thing this system had ever offered me that I could not predict, and I had spent my entire second life so far knowing exactly what came next. I checked the clock. 20 minutes to the bell. Perfect. Draw, I said in my head. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn master-level hacker skill. I did not have time to react. An information flow hit me like a river breaching a wall: programming languages, operating systems, network architecture, databases, encryption and decryption. Sniffing, exploitation, password attack, not concepts, not summaries, the actual structure, poured directly into my skull at a rate that made it physically impossible to think about anything else. I sat in a classroom full of teenagers doing self-study with my hands flat on the desk and a decade of somebody else's expertise going into my head at fire hose pressure, and I could not have stood up if the building had been burning. It went on for over 10 minutes. Then it thinned out and stopped. I rubbed my forehead. My skull felt like a room that had been packed to the ceiling and then had the door shut on it. Most of what had gone in was completely unfamiliar to me. I'd been a competent computer user in 2 lifetimes and nothing more. And here's the thing about that. Even the material I didn't understand had done something on the way in. The system hadn't just deposited files. It had renovated the building to hold them. Get out of class, dismissed. The teacher's voice reached me from very far away. What are you doing? Why are you sitting there like that? Let's go home. Chen Dong patting my shoulder. Oh. I stood up like a man getting out of a bath. Xiaozhou, what's wrong with you? You seem off. Have you exhausted yourself studying? Maybe. We got the bikes, and at the shed, Zhou Wei. Song Mei was standing behind us. Chen Dong's face went instantly hostile. Mine did nothing, because I wanted to see what this was. Zhou Wei, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. Please forgive me. She got it out in pieces. Are you done speaking? Huh? She looked up fast. I'm done. Let's go, I said to Chen Dong. And we got on the bikes and rode out of the school, and I did not look back once. Not because I'm hard, because there was nothing there. She wasn't apologizing, she was negotiating, and I wasn't buying, and standing there discussing it would have cost me 11 minutes. She stood in the bike shed, biting her lip with her chest full of something, and I know from what came later that what was in it was not remorse. It was a question, which was, why does everybody like Lin Ruoxi? We rode home. Arao, you still going to the cafe all night this week? Of course, I'm nearly gold 1. I might even hit diamond. The man was luminous. Bring up League and his whole face came on. Oh right, Xiaozhou, I bought the Bitcoin. He got a bit quieter. I could only get 30,000 out of my mom and dad's account without them noticing. Bought over 1,000 coins. Can this thing really make money? Don't worry, if you haven't made money by the end of the year, sell them all to me at double what you paid. That's great, he said, brightening instantly. Then I won't be polite with a rich boss like you. I rolled my eyes so hard I nearly came off the bike. All right, I'm home. Look after that USB stick. Do not damage it. There's 30,000 yuan in there. My parents would skin me. How could I dare? I want to note, for accounting purposes, that Chen Dong's 30,000 yuan bought him something like 1,000 coins, and I have never once in the years since heard him mention what happened to them without the phrase, and I sold most of them because I'm an idiot. Upstairs, my father wasn't home yet. My mother was doing something in the kitchen. Mom, I'm back. Zhou Wei's back. I'm making dumplings tonight. Okay. I went into my room and shut the door and turned the computer on, and my hands started moving without me. I want to describe this properly because it was the single strangest 30 seconds of my second life. I sat down in front of a machine I'd used 1,000 times, and my hands opened the back-end management page, went into the registry, and changed 2 things, and then started writing a small program to sit in front of the firewall and handle external interception. I did not decide to do any of that. I watched my own fingers do it, the way a man who's driven for 20 years watches himself change gear. Those are the reflexes of a seasoned hacker. I'd had them for about 40 minutes. I sat back and looked at what I'd done to my own computer, and I started laughing, because I'd been ranking these rewards in my head all week. Experience, intelligence, potions, sure. But the actual prize from that lottery wasn't a skill. It was a demonstration of what the system was for. Look at what I already know about the next 13 years. RNG loses in 18. Buy a mask factory in 19. The bull market in 14 and 15. Half a dozen car companies and internet companies you could invest in with your eyes shut for 10 times your money. That's not skill. That's a printout. Any idiot with my memory gets rich. It's not even a challenge. It's picking things up off the ground. But making money and keeping it are different sports, and living an actually different life is a third one. And for that, you need to know things. Right now, for instance, I possessed master-level hacking in 2012. Which, I did the math sitting there in my bedroom while my mother made dumplings, meant I could walk into more or less any programming job in the country and name a price. From 12 to 18 were the golden years for programmers in this country. If you were good, nobody even asked where your degree was. Or forget employment. build a game studio. I sat there for a minute with a whole future opening up sideways, and then I put it away and opened the panel. User, Zhou Wei, Intelligence 128, Stamina 8, Strength 7, Speed 7, Mathematics, Level 2, Linguistics, Level 1, Informatics, Level 2, 4,288 out of 5,000. I stared at that last line. Informatics, a subject that had not existed on my panel 90 minutes ago, was sitting at level 2 and change, higher than the mathematics I had bled for 2 weeks to earn. And intelligence, 128, 6 points in 11 days. I want to explain why that number frightened me a little. Adult intelligence does not move. That's the finding. You can learn things, you can get better at tasks, but the underlying hardware sets in early adulthood as the neurons stabilize, and after that, it is, for practical purposes, fixed. Everybody knows this. Everybody has always known this. Mine had gone up 6 points in a week and a half from studying and from levels, and the mechanism was not mysterious to me at all. Every time a subject level moved, something in my head reorganized. Second development. On a 17-year-old brain, on demand. And the gold mission reward wasn't a subject level. If a level does this, I thought, what does brain enhancement do? I looked at the panel a moment longer and closed it. Then I picked up the first-year high school textbook, opened it to sets, and started over from page 1. Because that was the other thing I'd worked out on the ride home. I had a clean junior high foundation and a level 2 in mathematics and 6 extra points of intelligence, and I was about to go back and reread the exact chapter that had beaten me on my first day. I got to functions in 20 minutes. The first time I'd hit functions, my head had swollen shut. Chapter 2 had eaten an entire day and left me dizzy. This time it opened like a door. Not because I'd gotten smarter about functions, because there was something underneath them now. I did 2 hours straight, and my mother called me for dumplings, and I ate the dumplings and came back and did 2 more, and then drank a potion and did 2 more after that. Sunday morning, Lin Ruoxi opened the required first-year textbook, looked at the page I'd left it on, and then looked at me. You're learning this fast? I was at Chapter 3, Basic Properties of Functions, Section 3.3, Power Functions. 2 days ago, I'd been on the last chapters of junior high. I had a bit of a foundation before, I said. Picked it up again last night. Went a bit faster. She looked at me for a second and let it go, which I appreciated, and immediately produced a set of problems she'd prepared the previous evening for material she'd expected to have to teach me first. Then I'll assign according to where you actually are. 60 problems, selected and ordered by hand. I did them in a bit over an hour. She took the notebook and started grading, and about a third of the way down she stopped and looked up at me. Is there a problem, Teacher Lin? No. And she kept going, and the red pen kept moving, and it did not move nearly as often as it should have. 90%, she said at the end. 6 wrong, but all 6 are power functions and function applications, excluding the section you only started last night. She stopped. Your accuracy is 100%. I nodded like a man receiving mildly interesting news, and inside I was doing something else entirely, because I just learned something about the system that nobody had told me. 100% completion is not a feeling. It isn't, I've read it and I think I know it. It's a fixed value. Whatever the system does when it says a chapter is finished, it appears to sit outside the human forgetting curve entirely, because everything I had marked complete, I could do. Not most of it. All of it. That's not a study aid. That's a different relationship with your own memory. How did you do it? I looked up. She'd put the pen down. What? You said your grades have always been very poor, which means even if you had some foundation before, it wasn't much. She was frowning slightly, and it was the frown of somebody looking at a proof with a step missing. How did you get 100% accuracy after studying for this short a time? And I want to tell you, that was a genuinely dangerous question, and she was the only person in the province equipped to ask it. Because she wasn't guessing. She was the girl who was about to score 712. She knew exactly what learning looks like at every speed, including her own, and her own was the fastest she'd ever seen. Nothing, I said. Maybe I'm just more talented. Which is technically true. The system is a talent. It's just not one that's evenly distributed. She looked at me for a long moment. Then, since you learn quickly, I'll speed up the lectures. I hope you can keep up. I was about to answer, and the system chose that exact second to open a window in my face. Detected. User's mathematics level increased. New timed mission issued. Increase first-year high school mathematics completion to 100% within 1 week. Rewards. Mathematics experience plus 2,000. Junior random draw plus 2. Fine. Expected. Optional side missions available, which was not. Task 1. Challenge the library. The user possesses a system, but their knowledge base is too narrow. Within 1 month, read seriously in the library for over 200 hours. Reward. Free experience plus 5,000. Junior draw plus 1. Silver task card plus 1. Task 2. The body is the capital of revolution. As a future researcher, the user's physical condition is also critical. Within 1 month, complete a running distance of 150 kilometers. Reward. Constitution plus 3. Strength plus 3. Junior draw plus 1. Task 3. After rebirth, learning is the foundation. Within 1 month, increase the completion rate of all first-year high school subjects to 100%. Reward. Free experience plus 6,000. Junior draw plus 1. Silver task card plus 1. I sat there in my own living room looking at 3 glowing rectangles while a girl waited for me to finish a sentence. What's wrong? Nothing, Teacher Lin. I'm going to the restroom. I went to the restroom and stood in front of the mirror and made a decision. Task 2 was dead on arrival. Running 150 kilometers is not hard, but the reward was the smallest of the 3 and there was no silver task card, and a card is a thing you can open and everything else is a number. 1 and 3 both had cards. Task 1 was easier. Objectively, 200 hours in a library over a month is 20 days at 10 hours a day, and I could do that in my sleep. Fewer moving parts, guaranteed completion. Task 3 overlapped my main quest. Because that's the thing. I wasn't sitting in a library to sit in a library. I was trying to score 640 points in 94 days, and all first-year high school subjects at 100% is not a detour from that. It's the first third of the road. Choose 3, I said. The window closed. I washed my face and went back out. Based on your progress, I've modified today's material, said Lin Ruoxi without preamble. Time's tight. Let's not talk. Power functions. And she taught, and I listened, and I could feel, physically feel, that something had changed in how I received it. 6 points of intelligence and a level in mathematics do not make you know more things. What they do is remove the lag. She'd say something, and I'd have the second and third implications of it before she got to the end of the sentence, and twice I finished a derivation ahead of her, and she stopped, looked at me, and just went faster. By 11:50, she'd taken me through the entire first compulsory volume. All right, let's stop there for the morning. She started packing up. Hey, Ruoxi, just eat lunch here, said my mother, coming out of the kitchen with a face full of hope. Going back and forth is such a hassle for you. No, Auntie. I'll be back very quickly. Okay. My mother kept talking. I caught her eye and shook my head slightly, and she stopped, and Lin Ruoxi left. Zhou Wei, said my mother when the door closed. That girl, Ruoxi, why? She has her own ideas, Mom. Let's respect them. All right then. She sighed and went back to the kitchen. Oh, Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Hey! I was already down the stairs. She hadn't ridden out of the compound. She was sitting in the little pavilion in the middle of our residential block, the one with the concrete table where the old men play cards on summer evenings, and she had taken a plastic bag out of her school bag, and inside the plastic bag were 2 steamed buns, and they were cold because they had been made that morning in a village 40 minutes away. She was lifting one to her mouth when she saw me, and her first movement, her actual first reflex, was to try and hide them. I want you to sit with that for a second. Not embarrassment about being poor. She was well past embarrassment about being poor. She'd been sitting in an alley with a cardboard sign. This was something else. This was a person who had been shown repeatedly over years that the details of her life were entertainment. Teacher Lin, I said, why don't you just eat at my place? No need, I can feed myself. Her chin was up and her eyes were completely stubborn. Somebody had taught her that. I'd bet money it was her grandmother. You have nothing, so you will have a spine, and you will not let anybody give you anything, ever, because a thing that is given can be held over you. Other families who hire tutors provide meals. It's not written in our contract. I actually stopped, because that was a genuinely good counter and I hadn't seen it coming. Then how about this? You eat at my place. 10 yuan a meal, deducted directly from your fee. I won't eat. Why? Too expensive. 10 yuan, 24 minutes of her working time. I stood in a concrete pavilion getting comprehensively out-negotiated by a 17-year-old with 2 cold buns, and I ran through my options, and I found the only door that was going to open. Then let's do it this way. You eat at my place, and afterwards you teach me for an extra half hour as payment for the meal. Think about it. Under the current arrangement, you go home and come back, which costs time out of the day anyway. If you eat with me and then teach a bit longer, we recover that time, even counting it as paying for the food. I watched it land. Because that one wasn't charity. That one was a transaction where I came out ahead, and I made sure she could see the ledger. This is a normal exchange, and honestly, we're getting the better of it. I get an extra half hour of teaching. It's good for my studying. Something moved behind the glasses. Okay, she said, but this needs to be written into the contract. We draw up a new one. Okay, I want that in the record too. She would not accept a bowl of rice from a family that could easily afford it, and she would accept an amended contract with a clause in it. Let's go. My mother's face when the two of us walked back in was a study. Hey girl, you're back? She looked at me. She'd worked with people for 25 years in a state enterprise, and she'd read LitRPG correctly in about 4 hours and concluded, accurately, that there was no chance of that girl coming back through the door. I explained it in 3 sentences. And I watched my mother's expression go from surprise to something that hurt to look at. Then let's change the contract, she said, and her voice was not quite steady. But right now, let's eat. My father got home partway through and blinked at LitRPG and said nothing. She ate very carefully, small portions, nothing twice, and my mother put food in her bowl the entire meal, and she ate all of it and did not take any more. Afterwards, at her insistence, we signed a new contract, and then she relaxed, visibly, because it was documented, which meant she wasn't taking anything, which meant nobody had anything on her. By 3 that afternoon, she'd finished compulsory Volume 1 and started Volume 2, Plane Vectors. Plane vectors themselves aren't hard. The difficulty is in the understanding and the computation, she said. Watch out for this, because it produces very flexible problems and it integrates with other topics, which makes them nasty. And then she started assigning problems, and the problems got worse the further I went. Are these really not beyond the syllabus? Of course not. She didn't even look up. Your understanding of individual chapters is fine. Your understanding of pure knowledge points is fine. Your ability to cope when that knowledge is deformed is lacking. She was right, and it was the same lesson again, 1 level up. Chapter completion measures your grip on that chapter. It does not measure combination, and high school is combination. In junior high, I'd had to grind an enormous number of composite problems to close out the last of grade 9, otherwise I'd still be sitting there. In high school, that stops being an obstacle and becomes the entire subject. Simple, single-concept problems in the college entrance examination are basically extinct. There are only composites. You have to adapt to it, she said. Most high school problems will never test one thing. Understood. She spent the rest of the afternoon teaching me how to read a problem, genuinely how to read it, how to find what it's actually asking underneath what it says it's asking, and then she went back through both compulsory volumes at speed, and at the end of all of it, my first-year mathematics completion stood at 30%. 30. After a full day with the best tutor in the province. I'd known high school and junior high were different. I had not appreciated how different. She left at 6:30 with a set of problems marked in my 5 years of college entrance examinations, 3 years of simulations, which is the workbook every third-year student in this country owns, and about a third of them ever finish. Bring them to me at noon tomorrow. I worked until I stopped being able to, then opened the computer and wrote code for half an hour, which, now that I had master-level hacking sitting in my head like a second spine, was less a task than a hobby, and an extremely relaxing one. Then I sighed and went back to the problems. No way around it, I told myself. Studying makes me happy. I love studying. I don't think I entirely believed it yet. The next week I discovered something by accident that changed my whole schedule. I'd been reading chemistry on my own at lunchtime because I'd finally accepted that self-study is a basic competence and not a fallback. High school chemistry doesn't inherit much from junior high. Junior high chemistry is 1 year of simple concepts, so I was starting close to 0 either way. Compulsory 1, Chapter 1, Matter and its Changes. Chemistry is memory. That's the shape of it. Properties, weights, what reacts with what and how, and all of that rests on remembering the basic character of every element, and if my memory had still been what it was on day 1, self-teaching it would have been miserable, but 6 points of intelligence had done something specific. It hadn't made me cleverer at chemistry. It had opened up the memory floor, and things I read now stayed where I put them, 1 hour, straight through, at lunch. User has studied chemistry diligently for over 1 cumulative hour. Chemistry experience plus 50. I sat up, because that was not a completion reward. That was a stopwatch. 50 for an hour of chemistry in a subject at level 0, when a full afternoon of junior high math grinding had earned me 5, which meant the machine was paying for the gap, and my gap in chemistry was a canyon. So the next afternoon, I opened biology instead, and read it for exactly 1 hour without letting my mind drift once. And it does check. I established this later by deliberately half paying attention for 20 minutes and getting nothing. And cumulative biology study time exceeds 1 hour. Biology experience plus 50, then physics, same thing. By the end of that day, my panel had grown 3 new lines: chemistry, physics, biology, all level 0, all sitting just under the threshold. 0 level subjects give no bonus at all, but if I could get all 3 to level 1, I looked at the numbers and did some arithmetic, and my whole study plan reorganized itself in about 90 seconds. And then, in the evening, the other kind of message. User has accumulated over 100 hours of serious mathematics study. Mathematics experience plus 200. 100 hours. I sat back and did that arithmetic too, and I didn't like the answer. I'd been alive again for about 9 days. 100 hours of verified, serious mathematics, where verified means the machine was watching and didn't count the parts where my attention wandered, and I know it didn't count those, because I could feel myself drift sometimes and the numbers reflected it. 100 hours in 9 days is 4 full days, out of 9. I want to be very clear that I did not feel heroic about this. I felt like a man reading a bank statement. Meanwhile, upstairs in the elite class, a completely different project had entered its planning phase. I only got the full shape of it later, from a chat log, and I'm going to tell it now in order because otherwise none of what happens next makes sense. Song Mei had gone quiet, genuinely quiet. Her people had noticed. Mei, you really fell hard this time. Now you can't even get a word in at that girl. It's too much. Song Mei didn't answer. She wasn't afraid of Lin Ruoxi. She was afraid of me, or more precisely, she was afraid of the specific and unpleasant fact that a nobody from Class 7 had an uncle who ran the public security brigade, and she'd found that out by sitting in a station at 17 years old. Enough. Leave it. Why? You're really not going to do anything? That's not like you. You don't know that Zhou Wei's uncle is the captain of the public security brigade. Offending him means going to the station. What else do you want me to do? And that's when one of her friends looked up. In that case, we can't be hard about it, but we can be soft. Soft? The friend leaned over and said something in her ear, and Song Mei's head came round with an expression I would have given money to see. Isn't it a good plan? No blood, and we don't have to show our faces. That girl's name was Xu Lei. Xu Lei is the reason the next 2 weeks happened, and almost nobody at that school ever knew her name, and I want to put it down here properly, because Song Mei was a bully, and Xu Lei was something else. She had 2 relevant properties. The first is that her older cousin was a reporter at the Gancheng television station, and complained constantly about not having stories. The second is that Xu Lei liked Zheng Gong, which almost nobody knew, and Zheng Gong had been taken into a station because of me, so she had a motive nobody could see and a distribution channel nobody would think of. That same afternoon, Song Mei came and found me at the stairwell after the last self-study period. Chen Dong took one look and said, "Xiaozhou, I'll wait at the bike shed," and left, which was uncharacteristically graceful of him. "Student Zhou Wei," she said, and she'd clearly been standing there working up to it for a while. "I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" I want to be completely honest about my reaction to that, which was, what? I frowned at her. She had her head down and her face was red, and every visual signal was correct, and none of it made any sense at all. "Sorry, I don't understand. What is it about me that appealed to you?" I genuinely wanted to know. Had rebirth made me handsome? Was that a feature? "That day," she said, "in front of Zheng Gang and all of them, you didn't show a trace of fear. Anybody normal would have been terrified." Her face got redder. "I like bold people. You fit exactly what I want, especially the way you stood up in front of the whole school and called me out. Watching from up on that platform, I almost—" and she stopped there, which was probably wise. "Sorry," I said. "I'm not interested." And I turned to go. "Why?" It came out of her in one piece. "What am I lacking compared to Lin Ruoxi? Am I not pretty? A woman who understands you like me isn't better than that block of ice?" I stopped. And I want to record exactly what I said, because I had about a second to decide whether to be cruel, and it would have been extremely easy to be cruel, and I have thought about it since. "It has nothing to do with Lin Ruoxi," I said. "Then what does it have to do with? You stood in a corridor and organized a campaign against a girl whose entire crime was being better than you at something." I turned around fully. "Then when I got in the way, you sent people to hurt me. Twice. And when that failed, you stood in front of 2,000 people and swore you'd never do it again, and you did not mean one word of it, and we both know you didn't. That's the whole answer. It's not about your face. I don't like the way you treat people, and there is nothing on this earth that fixes that except you." She stood absolutely still. "You'll regret this," she shouted at my back eventually. I did not slow down. A few girls came past on the stairs, saw her face, and went the other way at speed. At the bike shed, Chen Dong was grinning like a jack-o'-lantern. "Why does Song Mei come looking for you every day? Does she like you?" "She does, actually." "Really?" "Yes." "Then, no." "What a shame," said Chen Dong, with feeling. "Get on your bike." Song Mei, meanwhile, went back to the elite class with a face like a shut door, glanced once at Lin Ruoxi sitting in the front row, eating a steamed bun over a book, and went to the back. "Come out for a bit." "What? Are you ready?" said Xu Lei, looking up with a small smile. Song Mei nodded. They went to a corner by the toilets. "So you confessed to that Zhou Wei and got turned down?" "Nothing. I honestly don't understand what you see in him. Although the way he stood up in front of everybody and questioned the school leadership was a bit impressive, I still don't get why you'd fall for him. Cut the nonsense. Tell me the plan. All right. Shulei thought for a second. Actually, the plan is very simple. If it's handled well, you won't even have to pay anything, and we make his life a misery. She took out a phone. An iPhone 4, 2 years old and still worth more than most people in that building had ever held. The version I told you this morning had a few holes. I fixed them. Now it's practically flawless. What? We post it from internet cafes. Information posted from a cafe can't be traced back to us. The goal isn't to hurt him physically. The goal is to destroy both their reputations, his and that girl's. And then it doesn't matter if his uncle runs the public security brigade, does it? Song Mei was still frowning. If we post something online, is anyone going to care? The internet's influence is only average. Don't worry. Shulei's smile got a little wider. My cousin is a reporter at the Gancheng television station. She's always complaining she's got no stories. If what we post gets big enough online, I tell her directly. Gancheng TV runs it as news. And once it's on television, what do you think the impact is? Song Mei's expression changed. So the problem is how we manufacture a story about Zhou Wei and Lin Ruoxi and then make it popular. Exactly. So how? Let me show you some interesting photographs. And she handed over the phone. There were dozens of them. Zhou Wei and Lin Ruoxi outside the elite class in the corridor. Zhou Wei and Lin Ruoxi in the canteen. Lin Ruoxi on the street on a Saturday morning. Lin Ruoxi walking into my residential compound. Lin Ruoxi going through the door of my building. In every one of them we were standing much closer together than we ever actually stood. What's going on? It's simple. I took them. Shulei shrugged. I just used a little Photoshop. They had a conversation outside the classroom that looked like teaching. Then I saw Lin Ruoxi on the street and followed her and found out she goes to Zhou Wei's house. She had followed a girl across the city on a Saturday to see where she went, and then she'd sat down and edited the pictures. We alter these a bit more, write a long post, and put it out on the Gan City local forums and the campus confession walls, anonymously. Then we find some people to fan it. Given Lin Ruoxi's reputation, this kind of thing is very likely to catch fire. Once it's warm, I mention it to my cousin. She left the rest. Song Mei's eyes came alive. Then neither of them can avoid becoming famous. I don't believe Lin Ruoxi can keep her cold act up through that. Her voice went up. I really want to see her look helpless, when she can't explain herself. That evening, they both took sick leave during the dinner break. They went to a dark internet cafe on the edge of the district, wrote the post, attached the pictures, and started sending it out. Every Gan City forum, the campus confession wall of both number 1 and number 2 high, their own social feeds, which had a lot of followers because Song Mei knew everybody, 7:30 in the evening. And I want to explain why this worked instantly, because from the outside it looks like a very small thing to do. Lin Ruoxi was famous in this city. Not high school famous, city famous. She had been the top scorer in the entire Gan City middle school entrance exam with a score somewhere close to perfect, and it had made news at the time, and number 1 high and number 2 high had fought over her, and then the provincial key school over in Bailu got involved as well, and there had been an actual recruiting war for a 12-year-old with no money, and then she'd become the girl who had no friends, not shy, not unpopular. 0 in a building of 2,000 for 3 years, and everybody had watched. So when photographs went up showing that girl standing extremely close to a boy and then going into the boys' building on a Saturday, the forums went off like a gas leak. Half of Zhang Xin's and Zheng Gang's people were on there too, and they didn't need to be told anything because both of their bosses had ended up in a police station because of me, and this was free entertainment. Lin Ruoxi and I knew nothing about any of it. She has no phone. Her family does not own a computer. Whatever was happening on the internet that night was happening on a different planet from the one she lived on. And I was at my desk doing problems, and I got, user has accumulated over 100 hours of serious mathematics study. I've told you about that already. It's just that I want you to have both halves of that evening in your head at the same time. At about 9:45, my phone rang. Not many people had that number. My father was in the living room, so it could only be one idiot. If you've got something to say it fast. I still have problems to do. Still doing problems? Xiaozhou? Go and look at your social feed. Go and look at the forums. Something big has happened. His voice was up an octave. It's about you and Lin Ruoxi. Look now. I turned to the computer. There were dozens of unread messages waiting. I opened the feed, and it was the top item on my own page, photographs, a long post underneath them, and I knew inside 2 seconds, for 2 separate reasons. The first is that I'd spent 13 years in a future where every single person alive can spot a bad edit, and these were 2012 edits. The second is that I was in them. I know how close I stood to Lin Ruoxi. It was never once that close. She wouldn't have permitted it, and I wouldn't have tried. A setup. I sat there and let the whole architecture assemble itself. Songmei, obviously. I had no enemies at that school. Lin Ruoxi, for all the noise about her, had no enemies either in any real sense. She had spectators. There was exactly one person with a motive against both of us at once, and she had confessed to me in a stairwell 48 hours ago and been turned down. I sat back. It's 2012. The internet in this country is barely walking, and a high school girl in a third-tier city has independently invented using public opinion as a weapon to eliminate a rival. Honestly, impressive. That's a talent. It's a talent I'd have hired. Howsy, say something. What do we do? Don't worry, I said, and I laughed. What the hell is going on? You can actually laugh right now. Do you know how big this is? It's not just our school's feeds, second high, every student group in Gan City, and the forums are on fire. This is going to get reported to the school. You are in enormous trouble. Don't worry, Donghae, it isn't real. Even if it gets reported to the school, what of it? What's real can't be made fake, and what's fake can't be made real. And Chen Dong said the thing that ended my amusement. Are you stupid? I stopped. Of course it's nothing for you, he said. And he wasn't joking at all anymore. If the school asks, you tell the truth and nobody does anything to you because it's fake. Fine. But think about Lin Ruoxi. Rumors kill people. If this gets on the local television station and the people in her village see it, have you thought about her grandfather and her grandmother? I sat there in a chair in front of a computer screen and did not say anything for several seconds because he was completely right and he'd gotten there before me. That's the thing about Chen Dong. He was a bad student and a worse gamer. And he never once in his life made a plan that lasted a week, and he had put his finger directly on the actual target while I was still admiring the technique. Because this was never aimed at me. Rumors of a high school romance cost a boy nothing. Everybody knows that. In this country, in that era, a story like that attaches to a boy for about 4 days, and then it becomes a joke he tells about himself. And if it only ever reached Lin Ruoxi, she'd have ignored it completely, and they knew that too. She'd been ignoring things for 3 years. She was the best in the province at it. The target was a tiled house with a low roof 40 minutes outside the city, where 2 people in their 70s had spent 19 years being the only thing standing between that girl and the world. You put the top scorer of the middle school entrance exam on the local news, suspected of an affair before her college entrance examination, sneaking into a boy's home in a village, where everybody knows everybody, where her grandparents have to walk past those people every day for the rest of their lives. Then Lin Ruoxi cannot ignore it. Then she has to react. And whatever she does next, she does it in the last 80 days before the exam that is the entire point of her existence. What a vicious plan. Chen Dong, I said. Don't worry, I will handle this perfectly. I am not going to let Lin Ruoxi take any harm from it, at all. There was a pause on the line. All right, he said. I believe you. Go get them. And he hung up. I sat there for about 30 seconds. Then I opened a text editor and started writing a crawler. I want to describe the next hour honestly because it was the first time I used what I'd been given for something that mattered, and it was not dramatic. It was clerical. Deploy the crawler on the forum, let it run, pull the posting history around those images across every board they'd appeared on. 2 accounts, everything traced back to 2 accounts, both brand new, both created that evening. Trace the IPs, public IP shared, an internet cafe. Clever, I thought, genuinely clever. Somebody had told them that a cafe IP is a dead end. And for a normal investigation it is, because you then need the cafe's own logs, and the cafe in question turned out to be an unlicensed one, which means their logs are whatever they feel like that day. Quite clever. Do you think you can't be found using that method? Because here's what they didn't know. Registering an account on that forum requires a bound phone number or a bound email, and in 2012 in this country, that email is a chat account, and that chat account has a real name behind it, and it has a history, and it has photographs, and it was made 3 years ago by a teenager who did not think about any of this. I found the 2 bound accounts in about 10 minutes. I broke into both of them in about 15, and then I sat and read everything, the whole conversation. The plan from the morning, the improved plan from the afternoon, the discussion of which forums, the specific line about the cousin at the television station, the photographs in their original state before editing, the timestamps, Song Mei, and a girl called Shu Lei. They'd started posting at 7:30. How interesting. I archived all of it, backed it up twice, and then logged out of both accounts cleanly, leaving the sessions exactly as I'd found them. Neither of them ever noticed. I checked later out of professional curiosity. Then I sat back. And here's the part where I want to be very precise about what I actually had, because a lot of what happened over the next 2 days depended on me knowing exactly how weak my hand was. What I had was proof that 2 forum accounts were bound to 2 chat accounts belonging to 2 specific girls, and chat logs from inside those accounts. What that is worth, legally, is nothing. If I can break into an account, so can somebody else. If Songmei and Shulei simply stood there and said it wasn't us, somebody hacked us, then proving otherwise means a real investigation, and a real investigation means the cafe, and the cafe is unlicensed and will cooperate exactly as much as it feels like, and the whole thing takes weeks. And during those weeks, the only question anybody in this city would be asking is whether the top scorer of the middle school entrance exam had a boyfriend. Because that is the actual trap, and it's the oldest one there is. Proving your innocence is the single most stupid activity available to a human being. It takes forever, nobody watches the end of it, and every day you spend doing it is a day the accusation is the topic. I sat in my room in the dark for about 10 minutes and built something completely different. Then I got up and went out into the living room. My father was at the coffee table with his documents. "Joe Wei, what's wrong?" "Dad, I have something I want to discuss with you. Do you have time now?" He put the pen down and turned all the way round, which is his tell. "Of course, come and tell me." So I sat down and told him. All of it in order in about 4 minutes. The corridor, the alley, the platform, the confession, the post, the photographs, the 2 accounts, the cousin at the television station, and what it was actually aimed at. His face didn't change at all. "So how do you want to handle it?" "I want to use Uncle Joe's authority," I said. "What they've done crosses into defamation. I think Captain Joe's son can be involved." "How do you want him involved?" And I told him. He was quiet for a while afterwards. Then he looked at me for a long moment. "Son," he said, "you've matured. I'll talk to Captain Joe's son. Your uncle will help you with everything he's got. Go and do it." "Okay, thank you, Dad." "What is there to thank me for? You've studied all day. Get some rest early." I went back to my room and shut the door. And behind me, my father sat in a living room at 11 o'clock at night with a stack of grid documents in front of him and his son's plan in his head, and did not go back to work for a while. The next morning, I could feel the school before I got to the gate. You know the feeling. Everybody looks, and then everybody looks away. 100 meters of people doing it in sequence, like a wave. Going down a stadium. "Have you thought of a solution?" said Chendong, wobbling along beside me with his eyebrows up around his hairline. "Speaking of which, this is my problem. Why are you the anxious one? Do you like Lin Ruoxi? Damn it." He nearly hit a wall. "I'm worrying about you and you're teasing me. Screw you." "Don't worry. If I looked as worried as you do right now, it wouldn't be too late for you to panic. I came over here smiling, which means I have a plan, so calm down." "All right then." He didn't sound convinced, but he stopped asking, which was the point. "Joe Wei," somebody called out at the gate. We stopped. It was Zhao Zheng from our class. Middling grades, glasses, and in 3 years he had never once initiated a conversation with either of us. "Is that stuff online true? Are you and Lin Ruoxi dating?" "Fake," I said. Flat, and immediately. Then. And that was as far as he got, because the crowd at the gate did the thing crowds do. Lin Ruoxi had arrived. She was pushing her bicycle in through the gate at exactly the same moment, and about 200 people turned to look at her at once, and 100 separate conversations started. She noticed. She frowned slightly, the way you do when a room gets strange. She saw me over the heads, nodded once, the way she always did, and pushed the bike on into the school. And she had no idea. None. She'd gone home to a house without a computer, slept, got up at 4:50, and ridden 12 minutes through the paddies into the single largest scandal in the history of Gancheng No. 1 High School, and the only piece of information she had was that people were looking at her, which had been true for 3 years. I watched her go, and something behind my eyes went very cold and very clear. "Let's go," I said to Chendong. We went in, and the gate erupted behind us. I understood the appetite, honestly. 3rd year of high school is 14 hours a day of pressure with no release valve. It is genuinely a form of mental punishment, and the vast majority of those kids did not enjoy studying and were doing it anyway. And here was gossip involving the most famous person in the building. It was not malice. It was an outlet, which does not change what it does to the person standing in the middle of it. Class 7 all turned around when I walked in. I went to my seat and got my books out. Chen Xiaomei poked me with her pen. "Are you really dating Lin Ruoxi?" "No, stop asking." Then, because she'd been decent to me and she deserved better. "I can even tell you who spread it." "Then what about the photos? And she really did go to your house." "Some of them are real, some of them are fake. I'll explain it properly later." She nodded slowly and let it go, which I noted, because most people wouldn't have. I did morning reading, ancient prose, poetry, and a set of chemical equations, because chemistry has an enormous amount that simply has to be memorized and there is no clever way around it. Geography is more of a science than chemistry is. At the long break, Zhou Wei, come out for a moment. Old Zhang, in the doorway, with a face like a closed bank. The The classroom detonated behind us before the door shut. We walked down the corridor, and I could feel people looking out of every room we passed. Old Zhang didn't say a word the whole way, and he took me not to the staff room but to the principal's office, which told me the size of what was on the other side of the door. Principal, I've brought Zhou Wei. There were 5 of them in there. And Lin Ruoxi was sitting on a chair by the wall with her hands in her lap, and she had the specific expression of a person who has been brought into a room and not told why. Zhou Wei, didn't you tell me before? Principal Zhou did not stand up. That you were not dating Lin Ruoxi. What exactly is going on? Last night, those photographs of the 2 of you were spread everywhere online, and this morning, Gancheng television station's morning news specifically reported on it. Ah, faster than I'd expected. Shulei's cousin had moved overnight. Tell me, what exactly is going on? I glanced at Lin Ruoxi. She was completely lost. In that entire room, she was the only person who did not know what anybody was talking about, and she was sitting very straight in a chair with her hands folded, and the word dating had just been said out loud in front of 5 members of school leadership about her, and she still didn't have the shape of it. It's obvious what happened, I said. Lin Ruoxi and I were framed. Framed? One of the vice principals came forward. Then what about the text? What about these photographs? Tell us, and I want to be fair about the atmosphere in that room because I've made these men sound like villains, and they weren't. They were terrified. Lin Ruoxi was the precious object of that building. She was the only weapon they had aimed at a provincial top scorer, and a provincial top scorer is not a nice thing to have. It is a career. When they'd fought over her at 12, they had used every connection and every favor they had. And now it was 80 days out. She was tracking exactly where they needed her to track, and this had landed. If her state of mind broke, if her scores slipped even slightly, the Education Bureau would arrive, and it would arrive at Principal Zhou personally. Those photographs have been altered with image editing software, I said. Look closely, and the edits have an unnatural feel to them. As for my relationship with Lin Ruoxi, I made that clear a long time ago. It's a teacher-student relationship. She is my tutor, I am her student, and that relationship is protected by law. I let that sit for a second. We signed a contract. She tutors me, in my living room, and nowhere else. My mother is present. She has never once been in my room. She has been completely proper about it from the first day. Honestly, I'm not sure what all of you are so worked up about. The temperature came down about 10 degrees. But what do we do now? Said somebody. It's already spread. Not just online, it's been on television. We can refute it, but the impact has already happened. What if it affects Lin Ruoxi's grandparents? What if it destabilizes her emotionally? Principal Zhou turned to me, and there was real anger in his face, and about a third of it was actually fear. I already know exactly what this is, I said. To eliminate the impact, I need your cooperation. Every head in the room turned, and I laid it out. The whole thing. Then I put what I had on the desk in front of them, the account trail, the chat logs, the timestamps, the original photographs before editing, all of it printed, all of it organized. Principal Zhou read it. His eyebrows came down, and then he said the thing I'd been waiting for somebody to say. But if we do this, will it cause a death? The room went quiet. Because that is a real question. That is not squeamishness. 2 17-year-old girls in front of 2,000 students, with the police present, with television cameras in the room. Kids have jumped off buildings over less than that in this country, and everybody in that office knew it. And if it happened, the account would be settled with Principal Zhou personally for the rest of his life. I want to be honest. I had thought about it. I had thought about it in my room at 11 o'clock the night before, for about 4 minutes, and then I had made a decision, and I have not entirely stopped thinking about it since. I can't guarantee it, I said. Principal Zhou looked up. If you care less about how Lin Ruoxi feels than about how the perpetrators feel, I said, then I'll think of other ways. There was a long silence. Then let's proceed with your plan, said Principal Zhou. I went back to class. During third period, the school called a full assembly, and when we filed out onto the sports field, there were 2 additional people standing on the platform beside the leadership. One was Captain Zhou Sun, in uniform, with 2 officers. The other was Xu Shi, deputy director of the Gancheng television station, and behind him were his own people with a camera. That's the piece I'd asked my father for, not the police. I could have gotten the police myself. The television station. Because Shulei's cousin worked there, and a station deputy director standing on that platform meant that whatever went out of that building on the evening news was going to be the version filmed from that stage. 2,000 students in tracksuits. Absolute silence. Last night, said Principal Zhou, certain photographs concerning our students Zhou Wei and Lin Ruoxi blew up across social platforms. They were subsequently reported as news by Gancheng television station. The school leadership regards this matter with the utmost seriousness. This morning we questioned student Zhou Wei and student Lin Ruoxi separately. He raised his voice. This matter is baseless nonsense. The formations moved. Everybody had come expecting the school to say nothing, or to say something limp. Nobody had expected them to open with that, and in the elite class formation, two girls were standing very close together, holding hands. I know that because I looked. I made a point of looking. They were reassuring each other, newly registered accounts. Cafe IP, reposted from other accounts, not their own. No way to trace it. They'd been over it a dozen times. As for the photographs, Principal Joe went on, most of them show traces of modification using image editing software. We had experts look at them. Furthermore, student Lin Ruoxi went to student Joe Wei's home because student Lin Ruoxi is his tutor. And here he did the thing I'd asked him to do, which was the boring thing, which is always the effective thing. Student Joe Wei decided last week to begin studying seriously. Because his foundation was poor, he asked his parents to find him a tutor. His parents went to Dongmen Street beside the Xinhua bookstore, where student Lin Ruoxi was sitting with a sign looking for tutoring work. You could feel 2,000 people recalculating at once. That's right. Lin Ruoxi's always been on Dongmen Street. She's got a tutoring stall. I've seen her there too. Then that makes sense. I did wonder. She's never talked to anybody in 3 years and suddenly she has a boyfriend? You can't say that. Alone in a room together, a single man and a single woman. Feelings develop. That's normal. Principal Joe had anticipated that one, because I'd told him to. He took a document out of his jacket and held it up. This is student Lin Ruoxi's employment contract. It stipulates in writing that she is not to be alone with the student. Student Joe Wei's mother is at home all weekend. All tutoring has taken place in the living room under her supervision. The start date of employment is on the document. 2,000 people looked at each other. His mother was there? Then there's nothing in it. No idiot starts a romance under his mother's nose. And that was the rumor dead. That fast. Not because of an argument, because of a piece of paper with a date on it that a girl had insisted on drawing up because she did not want to owe anybody anything. Principal Joe paused. That's where he was supposed to stop. That was the whole agreement as far as he was concerned. Rumor refuted, everybody back to class, the two girls dealt with privately over the following week. I watched him hesitate, and I walked out of the formation. Everyone, I said, loudly enough for the field. The principal is a kind and benevolent man. There are things he does not want to do too harshly. There are things he does not want to say. 2,000 heads swung. Up on the platform, Principal Joe closed his eyes for a second. But as a party directly involved in this, I said, there are things I have to say. Not only for my own reputation, but for student Lin Ruoxi's, and for the reputation of Gansheng No. 1 High School. I stood there in the middle of the field with my hands at my sides, and Principal Joe, having no other option in front of 2,000 students and a television camera, continued. This matter involves 2 female students of this school, he said heavily. Student Joe Wei went out last night and obtained evidence which demonstrates that this was designed and planned by 2 of our students. Retrieving the back-end data of the images confirms traces of editing. This can be attested to by Captain Joe's son of the Public Security Brigade, who took the images to the Criminal Investigation Department this morning and obtained a professional certification. This behavior already constitutes a criminal offense. Captain Joe's son stepped forward. He did not raise his voice. He didn't need to. He just looked out across 2,000 teenagers with the specific flat gaze of a man who has spent 20 years talking to people in rooms with metal furniture. Everyone here is a student, but you are also very close to being adults, and you need to learn to be responsible for your actions, spreading rumors, slandering and defaming others, deliberately fabricating false evidence. For this kind of thing, past a certain number of reposts, it carries criminal responsibility. He paused. I am not going to name anybody here. I hope whoever did it will come to the public security organs voluntarily. And 2,000 kids who had done absolutely nothing wrong went cold all the way down, because that is what an actual policeman's voice does to teenagers who have never met one. Somebody fainted. It came from the middle of the field. The formations broke sideways, and Principal Joe was shouting immediately, "Don't move! Head teachers, control your classes!" Because 2,000 people surging in one direction on a sports field is how children die at school in this country, and he knew it. I looked toward the elite class. Both of them had gone down. Now, I want to tell you exactly what I did there, because it was the single most useful thing I have ever learned in business, and I used it on 2 17-year-olds, and I have complicated feelings about that. My evidence was a bluff. I've already told you it wouldn't have survived contact with an actual investigation. It could not have convicted anybody. It might not even have survived a determined denial. So I didn't investigate. I inverted it. I put a police captain on a stage in front of the entire school and had him state, correctly and factually, exactly how serious the crime of fabricating evidence and spreading defamation is. I had the school state, correctly and factually, that the images were forged, certified by criminal investigation. And I had the school state that a party had obtained evidence identifying 2 female students. And then I named nobody because I did not need to prove they did it. I needed them to know that I knew. In a field with 2,000 witnesses and a policeman 10 meters away with a camera running, a genuine criminal, an adult with experience, would have found that afternoon extremely difficult. Two 17-year-old girls who had never in their lives faced a consequence, one of whom had spent a week discovering that police stations are real, did not have the psychological equipment for it at all. Their nervous systems answered the question for them, in public, in front of everybody, and that is the second half. Because now, nobody on that field, or in this city, or in front of a television, was asking whether Lin Ruoxi had a boyfriend. They were asking what was going to happen to those two girls, whether it was really criminal, whether they'd be charged, whether they'd be expelled. You do not fight a trend by explaining, you fight it by putting a bigger one on top of it. That's not clever. That's the most basic maneuver there is in a commercial fight. I'd been on the receiving end of it twice, and I had just used it on a school assembly, and it worked perfectly, because it always works, because human attention only points at one thing. Principal Joe came off the platform at a run and carried Song Mei on his own back. Another teacher took Xu Lei, and 2,000 students filed off that field having their opinions rearranged in real time. I knew it. Of course it was those two. I guessed ages ago. Song Mei's had it in for Lin Ruoxi forever. That's shameless. They're classmates. Please. She calls herself the big sister of number 1 high. She's been running with street kids since first year. This is completely normal for her. The direction of the entire student body reversed 180 degrees in about 4 minutes, and I walked back to the classroom in the middle of it not saying anything. Back at my desk, I took out the 5-3 and looked at the 100 problems Lin Ruoxi had marked for me the day before. I'd done 30. I want you to understand my actual emotional state at that moment, because it was not triumph, it was irritation. That entire morning had cost me a day and a half of study time. I had a timed mission with a 1-week clock on it, and I just spent 2 of those days on a schoolyard fight. What a waste of energy, I thought, and got back to work. The 5-3 is a genuinely good workbook. Around 80% of it is fundamentals and 20% is hard, and the fundamentals map almost exactly onto the real exam. The problems she'd circled for me were the most basic of the basics, testing first-year knowledge and whether I could combine it, because in high school, the formulas themselves are the floor, and nobody scores anything by knowing the floor. I did 20-some problems in 2 periods. Chen Xiaomei, next to me, had been about to ask how I was feeling, and then she watched me open a workbook 11 minutes after the largest public event in the school's history and quietly got out her own 5-3 and started working. I noticed. I didn't say anything, but I noticed. At lunch, the canteen turned around when I walked in. Hao Gay! We should call you Hao Gay now. You're famous. Chen Dong slapped my back. When are you planning to debut? Get lost. No, seriously. He sobered up slightly. You really are famous. Before, you were basically silent, like 4 people knew your name. Now, forget number 1 high. I think every primary school kid in Gan City knows who you are. It's all surface, I said. This kind of fame, you care about it a bit when you're young. When you're a bit older, everything that happened in high school is just something to laugh about. Chen Dong looked at me strangely. Hao Gay, why did I never notice your comprehension was so high? What, are you planning to become a monk? Get food. I took my tray to the corner. Lin Ruoxi glanced up and went back to eating. We ate for a while in silence. Thank you, she said. I looked up. She had put her chopsticks down, and here's what she'd worked out, because she is who she is. She'd been sitting in a principal's office all morning being told about an event she hadn't known existed, and within about 2 hours she had assembled the entire structure of it, including the part where a romance rumor costs a boy nothing, which meant every single thing I'd done that morning had been done for a different reason, and there was only one other person it could have been for. You actually said thank you, I said. Lin Ruoxi looked at me expressionlessly. Sorry, joking. For this matter, I owe you a favor. Do you have to be so serious? Definitely. She said it like she was setting a load-bearing beam. All right, I said. What a stubborn girl. How are you getting on with the problems I circled? And we spent the rest of lunch on function transformations, which was, honestly, a relief for both of us. She was extraordinary at that. I'd describe where I'd gotten stuck and she'd have it before I finished. No scratch paper, no looking at the original question, just, your problem is that you keep walking into a dead end. You can transform that expression from this angle instead. 4 sentences and half my confusions were gone. Some busybodies in the canteen drifted closer to eavesdrop, hoping for the gossip of the century, heard 2 people talking about test papers, and left visibly disappointed. Seriously, have these 2 gotten this boring? They're talking about studying. In the canteen, that afternoon during the last period, old Zhang came and got me again. Is there something, Teacher Zhang? Can this matter end here? He said it carefully, and he was not looking at me while he said it. I smiled. Teacher Zhang, I don't quite understand. Could you be clearer? And I watched a 20-year veteran teacher in a corridor in front of one of his own students get a small chill down the back of his neck. He told me later exactly what it was. It was that my face was doing a smile and nothing behind it was doing anything at all. And he'd never seen a 17-year-old produce that expression, and it made his scalp tighten. This afternoon, he said, Gancheng Television broadcast a correction. The matter of the 2 students fainting was also fully recorded. The public opinion storm has passed. My view, and the school's view, is that this should stop here. Everyone should study hard. After all, everyone is a classmate. The smile came off my face. Is that your meaning, or the school's meaning? Both. Both. Then I have no objection, I said. However, since this involves student Lin Ruoxi, I can choose not to pursue it. But you should go and ask her. If Lin Ruoxi doesn't mind either, then it can stop here. He went awkward immediately. Student Zhou Wei, regarding student Shen, someone from the school has already been to see her. She said that this matter was purely you protecting her, and that without you she would not have escaped the attack. Therefore she said that on this matter you have full authority to decide. Of course she did. Is that so? I said, and I let a bit of the cold out. Teacher Zhang, so you also know that without my protection, Lin Ruoxi would not have escaped this. I heard somebody say something once. I wonder if you've heard it. What? That you should stay away from the people who are always advising everybody to be more magnanimous, because when the lightning finally comes for them, it might catch you too. Old Zhang's whole face fell into his hands, metaphorically. Then what do you plan to do, student Zhou Wei? Are you really going to sue Songmei and Shulei? They're classmates, and they're girls. Do you really want to take it that far? And I turned around fully. What's wrong with being girls? I said. Do girls not need to be responsible for their actions? And what does taking it that far mean? Songmei caused trouble for me. She caused trouble for Lin Ruoxi. What was the result? What did she promise? How did she apologize? Are all of those things nonsense now? That was a promise made in front of the school leadership 9 days ago. He was quiet, because he'd realized the same thing I had, which was that we had already run this experiment once. The apology in front of 2,000 people had been given, in full, with tears, and it had bought her exactly enough time to organize something worse. You're right, he said finally. The teacher supports you, but then what do you want to do? Not necessarily anything. Since Songmei's apology in front of the whole school and the leadership didn't work, then this matter simply won't trouble the school at all. I'll resolve it myself. Old Zhang looked at me for a good long time. He told me later that he genuinely felt in that corridor like he was meeting a student he had never taught. All right, he said. I'll inform Principal Zhou of all your thoughts. I support you. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. He went back to the principal's office and repeated the conversation, and Principal Zhou, to his credit, listened to all of it and then said something I did not expect. What Zhou Wei said is right. That Songmei apologized and made promises in front of us, and the result was that she promised in front of us one moment and plotted against him the next. He was genuinely angry. Tell Songmei's and Shulei's parents directly what Zhou Wei said. The trouble they caused, let them go and ask Zhou Wei's forgiveness themselves. Our school will act as intermediary. Which is why, when Chen Dong and I came back to school for evening study, there were 2 middle-aged men standing outside the door of Class 7, attracting a great deal of attention. You must be student Zhou Wei? Can we talk? Chen Dong, go in first. He gave the 2 of them a long look and went. Uncles, is there something you need from me? Student Zhou Wei, would it be convenient to step aside and talk? They wanted to take me off campus. I refused on the grounds that I needed to study and did not want to leave the school, and both of them accepted it immediately, which told me everything about who was holding what in that conversation. We went to a quiet corner by the stairwell. Just say whatever you need to say. When you're done, I need to get back to class. They looked at each other. Student Zhou Wei, I am Shulei's father. I am Songmei's father. I'd already guessed. Say it directly. What do you want? Once you're done, I need to go and study. They went awkward. Student Zhou Wei, this matter is our daughter's fault. We have offended you greatly. I apologize on behalf of our daughters. Sorry. They said it in unison, which they'd clearly practiced. No need for apologies, I said. If anybody should apologize, it's your daughters, and it should be to me and Lin Ruoxi. Your apologies don't mean much to me. Just say what compensation you can give. My time is precious. I don't have the leisure to stand here. Songmei's father moved first. All right, we won't beat around the bush either. Student Zhou Wei, how much money do you want as compensation? Name your price. We'll satisfy you, as long as you don't file a lawsuit. I could hear the money in his voice. And here is where I did the only thing in this entire story that I am unambiguously pleased with. I don't care about it, I said. I'm a guy. These rumors don't hurt me much. But this rumor has done real harm to student Lin Ruoxi. Both of them went still. How about this? Your two families put together 10,000 yuan for Lin Ruoxi as compensation for a girl's reputation. That's not too much, is it? Two grown men breathed out at the same time. Not much, not much. Then it's settled. I'm going back to class. I turned and then turned back. Oh, one more thing. Have Song Mei and Shu Lei apologize to Lin Ruoxi publicly, in class. You can forget about me. Okay. They agreed instantly, because at that point, the only thing on earth they cared about was the word lawsuit, and I had just removed it for 10,000 yuan split two ways. I walked away, and behind me, two fathers stood in a stairwell looking at each other, and one of them said something I got secondhand months later, which was, I came here prepared to be robbed, because they had. They'd come with a number in their heads, tens of thousands, at minimum, for a boy with a police captain in the family and evidence in his hand. That's what a normal negotiation looks like. And instead, the boy had taken nothing at all, asked for 10,000 for somebody else, and gone back to class. His words and his conduct are flawless, they said to each other. This child is not an ordinary person. They were, of course, missing the actual reason, which is much less impressive. I did not want their money because I did not need their money, and because there was a girl in this building who was going to be handed 10,000 yuan and who had spent last Sunday negotiating me down over a 10 yuan lunch. That was going to be a fight. I got back to the classroom. Were those two just now, Song Mei and Shu Lei's, their dads? How was it? What conditions did you propose? Chen Dong's eyes had money in them. I didn't ask for money. I asked for money for Lin Ruoxi. For me, the money doesn't mean anything, and in this matter, I wasn't actually harmed, so what would I want their money for? Lin Ruoxi is the victim. Asking for money for her is only right. Holy crap. Such a good opportunity, he nearly came out of the chair. You guy, you've completely changed. Get off my seat and go study. For the record, and because I promised to be honest, suing them was never on the table. Two underage girls, in 2012, in a case built on hacked accounts. No court in this province was going to convict them, and everybody with a law degree knew it, and I'd known it from the first minute. The lawsuit was a word. That's all it ever was. It cost me nothing, and it moved two families across a city in 19 hours. Chen Dong asked me on the ride home how I planned to handle it, and I told him honestly, I hadn't decided. What? It's not my problem, I said. So why would I be the anxious one? The ones who should be anxious are Song Mei and Shu Lei and their parents, and when people are anxious, they come to you and they bring an offer. That's not wisdom. That's just what you learn if you spend 10 years watching people negotiate. Whoever needs it to be over first, loses. Oh, said Chen Dong, and rode along thinking about it. How gay, that actually makes a lot of sense. Stop talking. I'm home. At the end of evening study, I took the 5-3 up to the elite class. Lin Ruoxi saw me in the doorway and got to the point before I did. You got money for me? I don't want this money. This money is compensation for you, for emotional damage. I kept my voice easy. The world is fair. If you don't accept it, they'll assume you're going to pursue it to the end, and then I'll have to sue them. Are you really going to let them do something wrong and pay no price for it? Silence. I believe you'll understand a principle that simple. But take it, or let your grandmother take it and tell her it's compensation from the people who spread the rumor. And then, because she was still standing there, I've already been merciful enough. A long pause. Then this money shouldn't be taken by me alone. She'd found a compromise. Of course she had. Split it. Forget it, I said. My reputation wasn't actually damaged by this, so I can't be bothered asking them for money. If I had been damaged, I'd have just asked them for another 10,000, wouldn't I? She looked at me for a second. Then she nodded, silently, and took it. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I've finished the problems. And I handed her the workbook. That night I went back and did something different. I'd been doing problems the way everybody does problems, which is fast. Get through the set, move the number, and the numbers had been moving, which is exactly why I hadn't noticed I was doing it wrong, so I slowed down. Every time a problem made me feel even slightly uncomfortable, I stopped racing it and started dismantling it. Not how do I solve this? Why does this feel hard? What specifically is the mechanism by which this thing is resisting me? Which piece of knowledge do I have as a word instead of as a tool? And about 40 minutes in, something happened that I had never once experienced in either of my lives. I fell in. I don't know how else to describe it. The room went away. Problems that had been opaque started opening up from the inside, and I could suddenly see the place where I'd been fooling myself. The concepts I understood on the surface and knew nothing at all about one layer down, the theorems I could state and could not bend. So that's how it is. Oh, so it's like this. I sat in a classroom at a desk in the evening with a pen in my hand, and I stopped caring about the completion percentage entirely. Not out of discipline, I forgot it existed, which is why I didn't notice, until the bell dragged me out of it, that first-year mathematics had gone from 46% to 53% in 2 class periods, 7% in 90 minutes. When my best day had been 3, and down the side of my vision, a whole column of them, mathematics experience plus 16, plus 21, plus 19, plus 22, 79 points, self-earned. I want to explain why that number nearly made me laugh out loud in a silent classroom. Up to that evening, essentially, every point of mathematics experience I owned had come from the system. Mission rewards, achievement rewards, level bonuses. Actual studying had been paying me 5 points an afternoon because the difficulty judge had decided I was reviewing. 79 in an evening was the first real wage I'd ever earned. Why are you still sitting there? Chen Dong's voice arrived from another dimension. Everyone's gone home. Right. You guy, you're actually crazy about studying now. I looked over just then and you were laughing, out loud, at a workbook. It's terrifying. He peered at me. You haven't turned into a pervert, have you? You're the pervert. There was no point explaining. If I'd tried to describe the joy of learning to Chen Dong, he'd have booked me a hospital bed. The next weeks were the hardest of the 100 days, and there is almost nothing to say about them, which is the point. The potions ran out. I'd had 20. I'd used them at roughly 1 a night, and near the end I was rationing them like a man in a lifeboat because I'd finally understood I had no way to get more. The system hands out missions one at a time, and only after you finish the last one, and there was no shop and there was no refill. The last one went, and then I got up at 5 in the morning on nothing but the fact that I'd said I would, and Lin Ruoxi came to me. That's the part I want on the record. She came to me. She'd graded 100 problems, the hard set, the one with second-year material salted into it, and my accuracy was 80%, and it was faster than the set before it, which is not how difficulty is supposed to work. She found me after the afternoon self-study period. I think, she said, that if you continue at this speed, perhaps you don't need to repeat the year. I did not react. I want you to know that it took actual effort, but you need a much more rigorous and demanding study plan. If you agree, I can make you one. Of course I agree. I had been waiting 19 days for that sentence, because I had never once considered repeating the year. The system's mission did not have a version where I repeated the year. But my own pace was not enough. I'd run the arithmetic 4 separate times and it kept coming out short, and there is a limit to how much of a curriculum one person can excavate alone. All right then. For the next 2 months, I'll give you special training, but the most important part is still you. I can only point in a direction. Whether it's supervision or the actual learning, most of it depends on your self-study. You need to think it through, of course. So here is what the next month looked like. Up half an hour earlier. To school before the gate crowd. 30 minutes in the corridor outside the elite class with Lin Ruoxi, who used it to set the day's targets and hand me the specific material for them. Then a full school day. Then, during the afternoon self-study period, with the written permission of old Zhang and her own head teacher, another session where she went back over everything I'd covered since morning and found the holes. Then evening study. Then a science paper and a math paper every single night. No potions. 5 o'clock every morning on willpower. I lost weight. My mother started making things with meat in them without discussing it. My father stopped asking me about anything at all, which is his version of standing back. And with 3 days left on the clock, user has successfully completed the timed mission. After rebirth, learning is the foundation. Within 1 month, increase the completion rate of all first-year high school subjects to 100%. Rewards obtained: free experience plus 6,000, junior lottery chance plus 1, silver task card plus 1. I was sitting in the back of class 7 doing physics problems when it landed. I put the pen down and looked up at the ceiling for a while. All of it. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology. The entire first year at 100% in a month from a position where I had genuinely had nothing in 3 of those subjects. And a card. An actual card, which I had not opened yet, and which I had chosen over the easy option 29 days ago, on the theory that it would be worth more. I sat there in a room full of teenagers who were all quietly panicking about the second provincial mock exam tomorrow, and for the first time since I'd woken up in this body, I let myself think a specific sentence all the way to the end. I might actually do this. Draw, I said. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn stamina potion times 50. 50. I want you to understand what that meant to a man who had spent the previous 10 days getting up at 5 in the morning by pure act of will, taking 20-minute naps at lunchtime with his forehead on a desk because there was genuinely no other option, and going to bed at midnight into the kind of sleep that doesn't repair anything. 50. I nearly made a noise out loud in a classroom. It wasn't a skill. It wasn't a blueprint. It was the single most boring possible reward, and it was exactly what I needed. And that told me something else about the system, which is that it does not appear to hand out prizes at random so much as hand out prizes at random from a pool. It is already stocked with things you can use. Then the 6,000 free experience. Free experience is not like the rest. Everything else on that panel is earned inside a subject and stays inside it. Free experience is a bucket you can pour anywhere. I opened the panel and looked at where I actually was 1 month on. User, Joe Wei, Intelligence 130, Mathematics Level 2, 4,361 of 5,000. Linguistics Level 1, Informatics Level 2, Chemistry Level 1, Physics Level 1, Biology Level 1. The sciences had all come up off the floor, which was why intelligence had moved 2 points since the hacker skill. Mathematics was sitting a few hundred short of Level 3, which was where my month of grinding had gone. I put 639 points into mathematics. Mathematics experience full. Successfully upgraded to Level 3. Intelligence +2. And the world did the thing again, that cold, clean water down the back of the skull, and I sat there for a second with my head buzzing pleasantly. Then I looked at the unfinished problem on the desk in front of me, and the answer was there, not the working, the answer. I glanced at the question, and a number arrived in my head from somewhere, unannounced, complete. And I sat there for a second and then worked the thing through by hand out of pure disbelief, and the number was right. Mathematical intuition. I sat back and rearranged my entire model of what the subject levels were doing. I'd assumed they were an intelligence delivery mechanism, a way of nudging the main stat up in increments. That's the obvious reading. But that's not what this was. This was sensitivity. Something in my head had gotten better at extracting the load-bearing feature out of a mathematical object before I'd consciously read it. That's not a bonus. In some ways, that's worth more than raw intelligence, because raw intelligence is a bigger engine and this is a better ear. Not bad. Not bad at all. 5,000 and change left in the bucket. I thought about it for a minute. There were 2 months to the exam, and my science comprehensive was the leg the whole table was wobbling on, and I could feel Level 1 doing nothing for me at all. 2,220 into each of the 3 sciences. Chemistry level increased to 2. Physics level increased to 2. Biology level increased to 2. Intelligence +3. That one hit differently. 3 subject levels at once is not 3 small events. It is 1 large one. My head went hazy and then extremely, uncomfortably clear, like eating a mint the size of a fist, and for a few seconds the entire room seemed to arrive at me at a higher resolution. The sound of somebody's pen, the specific texture of the paint on the wall, the fact that the fluorescent tube 2 rows over was flickering at a frequency I could suddenly perceive. It faded after a minute or so. I sat there with about 3,000 left and put 700 into informatics, which took it to Level 3 and gave me 1 more point, and then a few hundred into linguistics, which took it to Level 2 and gave me nothing at all. Interesting. So I ran the pattern in my head. Mathematics. Every single level. Guaranteed intelligence. Physics, chemistry, biology, good, but less. Linguistics, nothing, which means the system isn't rewarding learning. It's rewarding a specific kind of restructuring, and languages don't do it, and mathematics does it every time. Everything else went into mathematics. Final position, intelligence 136, mathematics 3, linguistics 2, informatics 3, chemistry 2, physics 2, biology 2. Every subject except mathematics zeroed out, and every one of them at least a level higher than that morning. I closed the panel and breathed out. 1 month. From a man who could not do 14-year-old algebra to all of first-year high school at 100%, with 4 subjects leveled and 14 extra points of intelligence. And then I opened the silver task card and it went sideways immediately. Silver tier optional missions. Select 1. Task 1. As a high school student of the new era, how can you have no awards? Obtain an award in a provincial level competition or higher. Reward, free experience, 0 to unknown. Intermediate lottery chances +2. Task 2. Love is a miracle unique to humans, born for the continuation of the species. Explore the mystery of love. Have a romance lasting more than 3 months. Reward, free experience, 0 to unknown. Gold task card +1. Task 3. In the current research community, there is a saying about schools of thought. In the college entrance examination, less than 2 months from now, gain admission to a university of at least 211 tier. Reward, free experience, 0 to unknown. Random blueprint +1. Random lottery chances +1. I read task 2 twice. A gold card. The only gold card that had appeared since the original mission, and the requirement was, get a girlfriend and keep her for 90 days. And I want to be honest about my reasoning here, because the correct optimization play was obvious. It would have been easy. That's the uncomfortable part. Since the assembly I had become, by the standards of that building, a celebrity, and Chen Dong, who had somehow become the school's central information exchange and who had actually accepted bribes from junior girls to deliver letters to me, which I found out about and could do nothing to stop, assured me daily and with great enthusiasm that the market was extremely favorable. So, find a girl, be pleasant to her for 3 months, collect a gold card. I sat in my chair and thought about it for about 11 seconds and felt genuinely unwell, because that isn't dating. That's running a person as an input, and there is a specific feeling to being handled by somebody who is doing arithmetic behind their eyes while they talk to you, and I know exactly what that feeling is because I spent 10 years in rooms full of people doing it, and I could do it in my sleep, and that is the entire problem. I did not come back 13 years to be a breeding pig in somebody's experiment. Ruled out. Task 1 was actually the best fit for the reward, and completely impossible on the calendar. There was no provincial competition I could enter in under 3 months. Not in 3 months. Possibly not in a year. So, task 3, which was, frankly, free, because it was my main quest wearing a different coat. My gold mission required 640 points. 640 gets you into a 211 without effort, and if I wasn't fussy about the major, it would get me somewhere considerably above that. Choose task 3. Selection complete. The window closed and I let out a breath I'd been holding for about a month, and that is when I noticed the room. I'd been so far inside my own head for 4 weeks that I hadn't looked up. The bell had gone. Chairs were moving. Everybody was packing. Holy cow, look at what I'm seeing. Chen Dong dragged his chair over and stared at me like a man at a zoo. How gay. Did the sun rise in the west today? You're actually taking a break? Damn it, I'm a person, not a machine. Of course I rest. Speaking of which, is all this crazy studying actually useful? Second mock is tomorrow. Do you have confidence or not? I thought about it properly because he'd asked properly. Chinese, over 100, comfortably. English, 130, and that's being conservative. Mathematics, first year at 100%, and I'd started reading second-year material, and the exam is full of basics, so 90 is safe. Science comprehensive, a month of it with a tutor, all 3 subjects at first-year completion, 60 was reachable. Hard to say, I said. Let's see if I can pass the first-tier line. Chen Dong opened his mouth to agree and got about 4 words in. That's not bad, being able to pass the what. He looked at me the way you'd look at a dog that had just spoken, because the first-tier line in this province runs somewhere over 500, and my personal ceiling in this life was around 300, and I had been bottom 3 of class 7 for 3 consecutive years. How gay. Are you sure you said first batch, not undergraduate? First batch? First batch. Damn. He sat back. Why did I never realize you loved bragging this much? First batch, 500 points. Did you seriously improve by 200 points in 1 month? What? Don't believe me? Want to bet on something? He went quiet. Then he rolled his eyes at me. Let's just forget it. I've realized you've really changed, and now the thing you love most is tricking people. Fine. Score 500 then. He did not believe me, not a syllable of it, and I want that in the record because of what happened 4 days later. Old Zhang came in. Everyone stopped writing for a moment. The room put down its pens. Tomorrow is the second Gan Province mock examination. This is the second to last mock before the college entrance examination, and it is of enormous importance. It is a concentrated test of your learning during this period, and not just a test for you. It is a very large test for Gancheng No. 1 High School. He was tense. You could hear it. These exams are ranked provincially, and a provincial ranking is a number that follows a head teacher around. The exam is tomorrow and the day after. Work hard. Then, business, seating charts, admission tickets, handed out by name. Invigilators would be from other schools, so do not lose the ticket. Exam rooms might not be in this building, so check. And then, at the end, also, there is no evening self-study today. Once you've tidied your desks, you may go home. Woo! The entire class went up like a firework. They got 1 day off a week and evening study almost every night, and the 3rd year of high school in this country is a machine that does not stop. And here was one evening. Old Zhang stood there with his hands up and let it run because he'd been doing this for 20 years and knew exactly what he'd just handed them. All right, enough. No evening study today or tomorrow, but don't collapse at home. Sleep early. You need rest to score. And for this second mock, the school has prepared some very attractive prizes, and if you do well, there are special bonuses. Take it seriously. I smiled at that. Bonuses, I thought. Those are for Lin Ruoxi again. Which was not cynicism, it was just true, and everybody in the building knew it. The school had a girl who was going to hand them a provincial ranking and a family with no money, and a bonus was the most efficient possible way to make sure she stayed exactly where she was and kept doing exactly what she was doing. I'd noticed something over the previous 3 weeks since the 10,000 yuan. Lin Ruoxi had gotten slightly warmer. Not warm, slightly warmer. She'd started answering things I said that were not questions, and I had a theory about why, which I have since had confirmed and which I still find slightly funny. It wasn't gratitude for the money, and it wasn't the assembly. It was that in 7 weeks of sitting across a table from her, I had not once shown the smallest flicker of interest in her as a girl. That's it. That's the whole mechanism. She'd spent 3 years with every interaction in the building carrying a subtext, and the boys were the least of it. It was the girls, and the whispering, and the constant low-grade assessment of her face. And here was somebody who wanted her to explain auxiliary lines and had, apparently, no other agenda whatsoever. If I had shown even a trace of interest, she would have gone 100 times colder overnight. I'd have deserved it. All right, I've said enough. Class dismissed. Tidy your desks. Class monitor. Take a few cadres and stick the name slips on the corners of the desks. Everyone clear your drawers completely. If you leave something and it goes missing, that's a headache for all of us. The room started packing. 3rd year of high school produces an unbelievable quantity of paper. Books that don't fit in the desk, books that don't fit in the drawer, and then a stack by your feet that grows all semester. It took me 20 minutes to find somewhere to put mine. How gay, since you're free today. Want to go to the cafe with me tonight? Chen Dong had appeared at my elbow at exactly the right moment, which is his one genuine talent. I opened my mouth to say no. Mainly because Bitcoin's been jumping around a lot lately, he said quickly, dropping his voice. I wanted to ask your opinion about some stuff. Well, all right. His entire face lit up. We'll eat outside and then go. 2 hours. Of course, it won't delay your studying. He said that with the expression of a man who fully intended to keep me there until 4 in the morning, and I let him have it. Tianxing Internet Cafe. I stood outside it for a second longer than I needed to. This place had been our base, not a place we went, a base. There were nights in my other life when Chen Dong and I had come in here at 6 in the evening and walked out at 7 in the morning smelling like a chimney and gone straight to school. Captain Joe's son had raided it looking for me at least twice. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Nothing. Thinking about something. Brother Zhou Wei. I turned around. It was Jiang Xin, sequined jacket, 4 of his people behind him, and a smile on his face that was, I want to stress, absolutely genuine. If it weren't for your reminder the other day, I'd have gone on being played by that girl for another year. Thanks for that. Brother Zhou Wei wants to play here? Let me cover it. No need. I nodded at him once and walked past, because here's the thing about Jiang Xin. I'd handed him something that was true, and he'd used it, and fair enough. But he had also known, from about 4 in the afternoon on the day of the alley, that a boy from number 1 high was the nephew of the head of the public security brigade, and he had deliberately not told Song Mei because he wanted to sit back and watch Zheng Gang walk into it, which he did, and Zheng Gang went into a station for it, borrowing a knife to kill somebody. That's the phrase. And it worked, and it cost him nothing, and I'd been the knife. I don't hold grudges about being used. It's a professional environment, but I'm not going to let a man buy me computer time about it. Boss, why are you being so polite to him? Said one of his people. Once we were inside, Jiang Xin smacked the back of his head. He's the nephew of the captain of the public security brigade. If I don't curry favor, should I offend him? Chen Dong, who had been standing there watching the whole exchange, said nothing at all, because he'd been in the room the last time this came up and had his own opinions about Jiang Xin. We got 2 machines in a corner. Right, I said before he could open the game. Tell me, what don't you understand about Bitcoin? He'd been about to click. He stopped. How gay. I know you said not to look at the price. I looked. He shifted. It's doing what you said. It's going up fast. A couple of days ago, it was $12 a coin. It's nearly quadrupled. A pause, and then the real question. Should I sell a quarter and put my mom and dad's money back? And I did not answer immediately. Is the situation with your parents' card urgent? Will they notice? Not really. He looked sheepish. I just thought, since I've already made a lot, if I sell some and put it back in the card, the rest is all mine, right? Then I've got no pressure. I sat there for a second. I won't stop you, I said, but I'll tell you this. Based on where it is now, it keeps going up. If you hold to the end of the year, another 7 or 8 times is not a problem. Like that? He put his hands over his face. All right, think about it slowly. Let's play. And I let it go, because there was a line I could not cross. Saying an asset will go up is investment advice. Plenty of people in the world were saying it, including institutions in America, and that consensus was precisely why it was moving at all. Saying that a thing currently trading at $12 will be at 1,000 inside a year is not advice. That's prophecy. And if I said it and it happened, the question that follows is, where did you get that? And there is no answer to that question that I can survive. He opened League, and I want to be honest about the next 2 hours, because I had been quietly looking forward to them. I had not played this game in over 10 years. Holy crap, how gay? Did you just use your flash? No way, no way. How is your Garen getting out-farmed by a Nasus? How gay? Can you stop throwing your abilities? How does your Q even miss? 5 games, 2 hours. He complained without stopping for the entire duration and continued complaining out the door. All right, it was a few games. A few games? How gay. Do you know how hard I worked to get to Gold 1? He was actually wounded. You were Gold 2. How does somebody decline that much? Maybe my hands are rusty. I've been studying for a month. I was, and I want to be clear about this, deeply embarrassed. I'd assumed it would come back. Reflexes are reflexes, and my reaction time was measurably better than it had been at 17 the first time around. And my reactions were fine. What was gone was every single thing I used to know. Cooldowns, matchups, when a jungler is coming, what a champion does. I had spent 2 hours relearning a game I used to play in my sleep while a 17-year-old screamed at me about it. All right, let's go home. We've got exams. And I got on my bike and left at speed because I had thrown at least 3 of those games and I did not want to discuss it further. Home before 8. What did you do this afternoon? Played games with Chen Dong. Mock exam tomorrow, so I relaxed a bit. Oh. My mother nodded, and then carefully, you should relax. You've studied too hard this past month. It even frightened me. I looked at her. She'd known better than anybody. She was the one who saw the light under my door at midnight and heard the alarm at 5. Nobody else in the house was awake for both ends of that. Mom, I've got the mock. I'll read for a bit first. Okay, go to bed early tonight. I went to my room, did a full mathematics paper as a warm-up, and finished it around 10. Then a potion, and I had 50 of them now, and I want you to know how good that felt. And then I did the thing that only works when you're at the exact top of your capacity. I read all 3 sciences, straight through, at speed, for 2 hours. Normally, that's a waste of an evening. Human memory doesn't work like that. You can't cram 3 subjects in one sitting and expect any of it to be there in the morning. But that afternoon, my intelligence had gone up 7 or 8 points, and all 3 sciences had gone up a level in a single stroke, and I was standing at the highest memory ceiling I'd ever had in either life, with a chemical in my system designed for exactly this. So I poured it in. 2 hours. Concepts I'd half had, definitions I'd been fudging, the sections Lin Ruoxi had circled in the margins as places where my understanding was thin, and then the potion wore off and I dropped face first onto the bed like a felled tree. June 7th of that mock exam is not a date anybody remembers, but I remember the essay. Morning was Chinese. I want to talk about the essay because it is the single decision I made during those 100 days that had consequences I did not remotely predict. The prompt was, write an argumentative essay on the topic of social responsibility. Title of your choosing, 60 points out of 150. It's the biggest single object on the paper. And I sat there and thought, social responsibility. Okay. And what came up in my head was not what a 17-year-old should have had in his head. It was the Peng Yu case. It was a man who helped an elderly woman who'd fallen down and got sued for it, and a judgment that contained a line about how if you hadn't hit her, why would you help her, and how that single sentence went into the bloodstream of an entire country and stayed there. And it was Yue Yue, which had happened 5 months earlier, and which everybody in that exam hall had seen, and which nobody talked about. I wrote a title, On How Social Responsibility Collapses, and then I wrote the essay, and I did not write it like a high school student because I could not have if I'd wanted to. I started from the events. Then I moved to what happens to a society's trust in its own law when a judgment says something like that out loud. Then, I moved to the media, not accusing anybody of lying, but pointing at the actual structure, which is that outlets chase heat, and that chasing heat is not neutral, and that every time somebody's suffering is converted into circulation, a small amount is removed from something underneath all of us that does not grow back quickly. And I closed it like this, more or less. Social responsibility is a heavy subject. Every one of us is part of society, but legal institutions and media institutions carry disproportionate weight. Their influence touches every ordinary person. They are the ballast of public morality. And when media institutions, legal institutions, and the plain moral instincts of ordinary people come into conflict, the ordinary person cannot change the media and certainly cannot change the law. What happens instead is that the shared social agreement develops cracks, and then it collapses. Exam ends. I put the pen down. I did not think about it again for a week. Genuinely. I want to be clear. I finished. I handed it in. I went home for lunch. I did the English paper in the afternoon and turned it in half an hour early. I did math and sciences the next day, and I did not spend one further second on that essay because I expected to be marked down for it. That's the whole thing. There is a rule, and it isn't written anywhere, and every student in this country knows it by the age of 12. Your essay is positive. It is uplifting. If you write about the dark side of society, however well you write, it is treated as off-topic. An off-topic means under 30, and a 0 is not out of the question. My honest expectation was that some tired teacher would see the writing was decent and give me 30-something out of pity. I'd written it anyway because I wanted to, and because it was a mock exam, and because I had genuinely nothing to lose. Now I have to tell you about a room I was not in. I reconstructed this over the following weeks, partly from a man who told me himself, and partly from a conversation I probably should not have been able to read, and it is the pivot on which the next month turns. The provincial mock papers are marked centrally in the provincial capital by a team of gold medal teachers pulled from schools across the province. It matters. It's a survey of every third-year student in Gan province. Teacher Feng Bo was one of them, special grade Chinese teacher out of Liang Middle School, one of the best in the province 20-odd years in, and he was sitting there staring at a paper and not marking it. The essay in front of him discussed social consensus and social responsibility and their collapse across specific recent events, which is one thing. The problem was the scope. The scope was enormous, and every criticism in it was grounded in real events, which is worse, and the tone had no sharpness in it at all, no anger, no accusation, just facts arranged in an order that dissected the entire news media in about 900 characters and left them dissected. He sat there with a pen and a rule. The rule says, conform to core socialist values, be positive. By that rule, this paper is off topic. 30 maximum, deviating badly enough, a 0 is defensible. He picked it up and read it again. The writing was exceptional, the reasoning was detailed. Every claim was fact-based, and it was not opinion dumping. It drew conclusions from analysis rather than announcing them. Teacher Feng sat there for a long time, then he wrote a full score on it and stood up and carried it across the room to the team leader. Team leader Zheng, take a look at this essay. Oh? Ordinarily, a marker decides for himself and only escalates when unsure. Team leader Zheng took it, saw the topic, saw the number, and looked up sharply. Full marks? I think it can get full marks. Zheng didn't answer him. He sat down and read the whole thing. It took a few minutes. Then he passed it to the teacher on his left. Let everyone see it. We'll discuss whether this gets full marks. 13 Chinese teachers in that group. It went around all 13. And every single one of them, on finishing it, went quiet and sat back. These are people with 20 and 30 years each. They can tell whether an essay is good in about 11 seconds. That wasn't the question. The question was whether good and high scoring are the same thing, and they are not. And everybody in that room had known that for their whole careers. Has everyone read it? Tell me your thoughts. Nobody spoke. Then one man stood up. This essay is nonsense. It's all over the place. How could it possibly get a high score? I suggest a 0, directly. That was teacher He Jian, special grade Chinese teacher and dean of students at Changqing No. 1, a significant figure in the education circles of that city, and by extension, the province. Remember that name. How is it nonsense? Feng Bo was on his feet. It's clearly written very well. The language is plain, the reasoning is well-founded, and more importantly, it's based on facts. It isn't loose talk. And the author does not even state his position directly. He lays out a large body of fact and expresses part of a view very cautiously and conservatively. I think that is commendable. The existence of the dark side of society is everybody's consensus. It's not as if it stops existing because we don't say it. The reason we discourage negative essays is that most students who write them are vague and broad and say nothing. This student is clearly not that. He Jian smiled. So teacher Feng thinks that everything this student wrote criticizing our country's media is correct. And he sat back down. That's it. That's the whole move. One sentence, phrased as a question, in a room with 12 witnesses. Feng Bo stood there with his mouth open. Because it is not a question you can answer. Answer yes, and it is on the record. Answer no, and you've just conceded the mark. And media people are, as a class, extremely good at remembering things, and one man with a grudge and a column can end a school teacher's reputation over a weekend. These are private discussions. What does the media have to do with it? Evaluate the essay, teacher He. That was team leader Zheng, and he did not sound pleased. He Jian smiled again and did not say another word. All right, I won't add anything further. This essay is genuinely controversial and I don't want to influence your judgment. Show of hands. Feng Bo's hand went up instantly. Then a pause during which nothing happened, and I would give a great deal to have seen that pause. Then 2 hands, then another, then 2 more. Team leader Zheng hesitated for about a second and raised his. 8-5, the majority agrees. Full marks. He Jian's face did not move at all. He looked at Feng Bo across the table, once, and went back to marking. He was a man with considerable standing in his own school, and he had just been overruled in public in front of 13 peers by a teacher from a school outside his city. He did not raise his voice, he didn't argue, he recorded the score with everybody else and went home, which, at the time, everybody in that room read as good grace. Marking took 2 days. Every result for every third-year student in Gan province came out on the 3rd day, ranked. Old Jiang came into class 7 walking like a man on his way to receive something. Students, stop. The results of the second mock are out. Our class did very well. Everybody sat up. And among them, There is one person I especially want to praise. Student Joe Wei, 53 heads. Again, I'd genuinely stopped noticing by then. I put my pen down and looked up. In the first mock, student Joe Wei scored 312 points. He let that land, because everybody knew it. In this second mock, student Joe Wei scored 538. Silence. An improvement of 226 points. Fifth in this class. That score is comfortably above the first-tier university line from previous years. And student Joe Wei did all of it in a little over a month. Nobody said anything for about 4 seconds. Then the entire room turned around to look at me with the specific expression of people whose model of reality has just failed. 538? That's first tier. That's a real university. A month ago, he was bottom of the class. They had all watched me. Every day. For weeks. They had watched me sit in the same chair from morning until the lights went out. And watching it had not, apparently, prepared any of them for the arithmetic, because there is a difference between seeing a person work and believing a number. I did not feel much, and I want to explain why, because it sounds like arrogance. I had a system. I had a panel that told me exactly what I knew. I had 600 hours of study in 5 weeks. I had 14 extra points of intelligence and 4 subjects leveled, and I had the best tutor in the province working me over twice a day for free, essentially, because 1,000 yuan a month for what Lin Ruoxi was doing was theft. Under all of that, if I could not produce 538, there would have been something seriously wrong with me. The score matched my own prediction almost exactly. Mathematics came in a bit high at 110, which I put down to the fact that master-level hacking carries a surprising amount of mathematics in it. Sciences came in low, 140 across all 3, which was the leg that was going to break the table. Because here's the arithmetic that mattered. If I could get the sciences to 240, that's 100 points straight onto the total, and 100 points onto 538 is 638, and the gold mission wants 637.5. That's it. That's the whole exam, right there. Everything else was already solved. Not only that, old Zhang was not finished. He was, in fact, glowing. Student Zhou Wei's essay also received the only full-mark essay in all of Gancheng No. 1 High School. Let's give him a round of applause. And the room applauded. And I sat there while it happened with an entirely different expression on my face, because for the first time that morning, I was genuinely surprised. Full marks? I'd written a negative social commentary essay and expected 30. I had been mildly hoping to avoid a 0. I had said as much to myself while writing it. Somebody, somewhere, had marked that paper at 60 out of 60. Which meant somebody, somewhere, had made a decision. I didn't think any further about it than that. I was pleased in an abstract way, and I went back to physics, because I had 100 points to find in the sciences and 8 weeks to find them in. 3 girls arrived at my desk during the break. Student Zhou Wei, how did you write your essay to get full marks? We wanted to ask your advice about how to review, how you improved during this period. I looked at them, and I want to be honest about the fact that I had absolutely nothing to give them. What is the answer? Get a system? Get 14 points of intelligence? Have a decade of adult experience to write your essays out of? This stuff. Just work hard, I said. If your grades haven't improved, it means the effort isn't enough. Excuse me, I need the restroom. And I stood up and left. Outside the door, Chen Dong was folded over laughing. Ha ha ha, how gay, you have this day too. You finally found a situation you can't handle. Cut it out. Seriously though, he fell in beside me. Your essay got full marks. How? I heard the marking this time was stricter than the actual exam, which means if you get full marks now, you'd probably get full marks in June. A full mark essay is rarer than a full mark math paper. I don't know, I said, and I meant it. I wrote an essay criticizing social reality. I never expected a high score. I was hoping it wouldn't be a 0. Chen Dong stopped walking. What? He stared at me. How gay? Was the person marking it your dad? Damn. Aren't reality criticism essays supposed to spread negative values? That kind of essay can't clear 30 at the absolute best, and you got full marks? That's why I said I don't know. He walked on, frowning, and then said something that stayed with me. How gay? I have a feeling you're going to have trouble again. Not my business. I said it flippantly, and I want to record that I was completely correct in principle and completely wrong in practice. Damn. Whatever I write is my business as a student. If there's trouble, it's the marking teacher's trouble. What does it have to do with me? Are they going to target a student? Chen Dong thought about that for a second and then nodded slowly. It seems like that's actually the logic. And then he said the thing. But you know what? The teacher who insisted on giving your essay full marks is also a pretty remarkable person. It's probably because they saw it was genuinely well written, so they pushed for it, without thinking about protecting themselves at all, without thinking about whether they'd catch trouble for it. He shrugged. What a pity. Teachers like that are getting rarer and rarer. I stopped in the corridor because he was right again, and he'd gotten there before me again, and I had been treating a full-mark essay as a pleasant statistic for 40 minutes without once thinking about the fact that a full-mark essay in that category is not a mark, it's a signature. Somebody put their name on it. Perhaps, I thought, I should find a way to help that teacher. I was about 10 days too slow. Because while I was standing in a corridor having that thought, in a city 90 kilometers away, a man was sitting down in another man's living room. Chief editor Fan of the Changcheng Daily welcomed teacher He Jian in with a great deal of warmth and had his wife bring tea, and He Jian sat down and did not touch the tea for a while. Fan, I came today because I have something to ask of you. Oh? The other day, wasn't I marking the Gan province second mock papers? Yes, you worked hard. He Yan picked up the tea, took a sip, and put it down. In our Chinese marking group, there's a special grade teacher from Liang Middle School, Feng Bo. This teacher nominated an essay describing negative social news as a full-mark essay. He let that sit. Moreover, this essay specifically smears and attacks media professionals, like yourself. You know, Chief Editor Fan, what value could such an essay possibly have? Even if it isn't reduced to a 0, shouldn't it be held below 30? Chief Editor Fan listened without expressing an opinion, which is a skill. Don't you agree? On marking, you're the professional, and I won't comment. However, I do recall that for high school essays there's a rule about depicting positive social energy, and historically, essays describing negative social news rarely score highly. You're the professional. He Jian slapped his own thigh. That's exactly what I said, but that Feng Bo, I don't know what deceptive nonsense he used, convinced the others to take his side and forced that essay to become a full-mark essay, and Chief Editor Fan understood the entire visit. So you came today because you'd like. As for the student who wrote it, there's no need for us to target them. They're just a student, young and ignorant. That's normal. He waved it away. My original intention was only to treat it as off-topic, give it 20 or 30, and consider that a statement of our marking group's attitude. But unfortunately, someone interfered. He looked up. Fan, I think you journalists should take some action at this time. Otherwise, if we give it full marks, aren't we simply encouraging students to write about the dark side of society? What propriety is that? What truth do these students understand? They sit in a school all day and have never done a day's manual labor. They shouldn't be pointing fingers at the world, and especially not at the news media. What do you think, Chief Editor Fan? Chief Editor Fan tapped the table twice. I understand. Did you bring the essay? I brought it. Take a look. He couldn't get the original. Those get archived, some of them scanned. So what he handed over was a photocopy. Chief Editor Fan read it. The writing is genuinely good, he said. And the style is very plain. It's just that the views are a little naive. Precisely. However, as you say, focusing so heavily on the darker side of things, with a somewhat naive and shallow understanding. This child is a talent, and if this full marks experience sticks, it might give him confidence to keep writing this kind of essay. I understand your painstaking efforts, teacher He Jian's face relaxed completely. So, is that it? Yes, I know what to do. He walked He Jian to the door and stood there until the man was out of sight down the street, and then the smile came off his face like a coat. His wife came over. Fan, isn't that He Jian just a high school Chinese teacher? Why are you so careful every time he comes? Other people bring gifts when they want a favor. He just opens his mouth and tells you to do something. Chief Editor Fan looked at her with the face of a very tired man. Do you think I want to? He Jian looks like an ordinary Chinese teacher. In reality, he is the younger brother-in-law of Director Zhao at the Education Bureau. Not many people know that. Don't go repeating it. Director Zhao? Yes. He sighed. And this old fellow is very proud. He believes he became a Chinese teacher at Chongqing No. 1 and made special grade entirely on his own ability. So he rarely mentions his connections. A lot of people know anyway, they just don't say it to his face. He picked up the photocopy. What's more important is that he holds grudges and he is extremely vengeful. Who would dare offend him? Look, he came here today to deal with somebody who crossed him. This is a man who despises asking anybody for anything, and he came to my house specifically. You can see what kind of person he is. Then he really can't be offended. Pay attention in future. I'm going to write the article. And that was the last thing anybody said about it in that house. He sat down and wrote a news draft, and it took him a little under an hour, and he sent it straight to his editing center with one line attached. Give me a full page for this tomorrow. The next morning, it ran on the best page of the Changcheng Daily, giving a full score to a negative social commentary essay written by a high school student who has never done a day of manual labor. Is this the arrogance of a special grade Chinese teacher? That's the headline. I'm not shortening it. It was thousands of characters long. It did not contain a single insult, and the structure of it, which I've had a lot of time to admire since, was this. First, Praise the essay's writing. Warmly, at length. Second, praise the student. Zhou Wei is a talent. Zhou Wei has a sharp perspective. Zhou Wei will make a fine media professional one day, particularly once Zhou Wei has personally come to understand certain facts. Zhou Wei is not afraid of power, and that is admirable. Third, having established himself as a generous man with nothing against the boy, turned the entire remaining weight of the article onto one person. But a student may be ignorant. As a special grade Chinese teacher and an expert on a provincial marking panel, how can Feng Bo be as ignorant as an ordinary student? Where is the professionalism required of a marker? Where is the vigilance required of a teacher? Teaching students within a greenhouse to understand the truth, goodness, and beauty of this world is the greatest expression of social responsibility. If even the flowers in a greenhouse come to believe this world is dirty and ugly and pass sweeping judgment on matters they do not understand without knowing the truth of them, is that the value orientation society and our schools wish to advocate? I think it is not what any of us wish to see. Not one swear word in the entire piece. It was, from beginning to end, a man pointing at another man's nose and screaming, executed in the register of a concerned educator, and it was the top item on one of the largest newspapers in Gan province. Feng Bo read it at his desk, with cold sweat coming down his forehead, because, and this is the part I understood better than anybody, having watched it happen to people, giving an essay full marks is nothing. It is the smallest possible professional act. It is not worth a conversation over dinner. Some things don't weigh an ounce until somebody puts them on a scale, and then 1,000 caddies isn't enough. He sat there and worked backwards and arrived at a name in about 90 seconds. He'd argued hardest with exactly one person in that room, and he'd overruled him in public. He had assumed it was finished because he Jian hadn't said another word at the time. That, it turns out, was the tell. Teacher Feng, the principal is calling for you. He looked at the newspaper on his desk one more time and stood up. Meanwhile, 90 kilometers away, Ganqing No. 1 High School held an award ceremony, and I got a certificate. Star of Progress. 500 yuan and a printed sheet of card in a plastic folder. 500 yuan meant nothing to me. I had 10,000 Bitcoin in a drawer. But the certificate was going home to my parents, and my mother was going to put it somewhere and mention it to people at work for the next 4 years, and that is a return on investment I could not have purchased any other way. Lin Ruoxi got hers in the same ceremony, 709, top 5 in Gan province, on a mock exam that was deliberately harder than the real thing. The school gave her 3,000. She came down off the platform with the envelope in her hand and sat down 2 rows over, and Chen Dong, sitting next to me, took my certificate out of my hands and studied it from several angles with naked envy. How is it? Jealous? He nodded vigorously. Envy is useless. I took it back. I told you to study with me. What did you say at the time? You said studying now is pointless, you're too lazy, and then you invented about 6 other reasons. He grinned sheepishly and said nothing. So tell me, is it useful for me to study hard now? Theoretically, he said with a certain amount of dignity, it's useful. Theoretically, it's never too late. But there are about 50 days left. If you actually wanted to study, you'd be waiting for next year. You definitely wouldn't make it for this one. I shrugged, because he was right, and this is the part that I still think about. If Chen Dong had started when I did, he'd have been fine. Not first tier maybe, but he had an actual foundation. He'd scored 68 where I'd scored 37, which is not a small difference. And the closer you get to the exam, the more people there are who improve fast because the whole curriculum is finally in front of them at once. The thing that stopped Chen Dong was not ability, and it was not 50 days. It was that at the moment when it was still possible, he did not believe it was possible, and so he did not try, and so it stopped being possible. And I could not fix that with a sentence. All right, he said, and sighed, and put his chin on the desk. And at that exact moment, in another city, a man was standing in a principal's office. What's going on? Principal Zhao of Liang Middle School had the newspaper in front of him and an expression like a shut gate. Feng Bo told him. All of it. The marking room, the vote, Heijian. And then he put my essay on the desk, the whole thing, because the news piece had only quoted fragments. Principal J read it. His face didn't move at all, only his eyes did. Regarding this matter, he said, I need to look into it. And here I want to say something in his favor, because he is one of about 3 adults in this entire story who behaved well under pressure. Feng Bo was Liang Middle School's best Chinese teacher, national-level master teacher. That is not a thing you replace, that is a thing you build over 20 years and then keep, and Principal Zhao had absolutely no intention of throwing him overboard to make a newspaper stop. But his first question was not about Feng Bo. His first question was, what exactly is Heijian? Because getting the Changcheng Daily to run a full page on a marking dispute is not a thing an ordinary schoolteacher can do. That's not a favor between friends. That's a phone call somebody has to be able to make. So he called some people, friends at Changcheng No. 1. a friend in the Provincial Education Bureau, and then he sat there with his eyebrows drawn all the way down. What's wrong, Principal Zhao? That He Jian has a very powerful background. Feng Bo's stomach dropped. He'd guessed. Hearing it is different. Then what should we do? How about I resign? I won't drag you and the school into it. What's the rush? Principal Zhao glared at him. Aren't I thinking of a solution right now? Feng Bo gave an awkward laugh and shut up. They sat there for a long time. As things stand, said Principal Zhao eventually, there's only one way left. What? In terms of background, we cannot compete with He Jian. But that essay, I've read it, and it is genuinely good. It could even be called excellent. It would hold its own among the full-mark essays of past college entrance examinations. That's right, otherwise I wouldn't have given it full marks. Therefore, said Principal Zhao, your turning point lies in the essay. Feng Bo looked at him blankly. You mean we find a media outlet, write a piece, and publish the essay in full? Media? Principal Zhao gave him a look. Have a think. Who in Gan province is going to accept your article right now? Then what do you mean? Traditional media is out of the question. With He Jian's background, if you go to a newspaper, it will not get through. Principal Zhao leaned back. But in this era, besides traditional media, there is also online media. He said it slowly, the way a man says a thing he has just decided to bet on. Online media is more flexible, and once a trend starts online, its influence can far exceed a local paper like the Chengcheng Daily. It can even pull in reporting from outlets several levels above them. Feng Bo thought about it. The internet had been growing at an absurd rate for 2 years. He knew that. Everybody knew that. The problem is how we make anything trend. Other essays might not work well, said Principal Zhao. This one happens to land directly on top of something that is already burning online. And then he explained it, and I want to note that this man was a school principal in a third-tier city in 2012, and he understood public opinion mechanics better than most people I met in business. The next day, an essay started circulating. It went out under a title that Principal Zhao wrote personally, and which I have to acknowledge is a piece of professional work. Gan Province Mock Exam Full Score Essay involves the Yue incident. Don't read it, you'll regret it. And it moved. This essay is genuinely well written. Exactly. Social credit, social responsibility. It's under one incident after another that they slowly collapse. Right. And the media people who played a negative role in it. And that line, if you didn't hit her, why did you help her? Those things do real damage to everybody's sense of social responsibility. It's time somebody rectified these outlets, especially the way the media handles this stuff. For the sake of a hot topic, they genuinely do not hesitate to exploit people's suffering. One day of fermentation. That evening it climbed onto the trending searches. Because Yue had been 5 months earlier, and the shadow of it had not receded from that country at all, and the essay walked directly into a wound that had not closed, and then somebody put the Changcheng Daily editorial online beside it, which is when the whole thing turned into something else. Holy, what's the name of the guy who wrote this article? How is he this shameless? It's shameless. Enough, honestly. It looks like it's praising the essay's author and defending high school students, but the entire article is saying, what do high school students know? They know nothing. They're talking nonsense. They're commenting blindly. High school students aren't qualified to write about negative social news. I'm dying. If high school students don't write it, does the sense of social responsibility not collapse? And I think the essay is genuinely good. The essay is well-reasoned and well-supported, and these so-called media people are just arrogant. Yeah, it's probably because the essay hit a sore spot. I found out about all of it at about 9:30 at night, sitting at my own desk by accident. I'd eaten the late supper my mother left out, come back to my room, opened the computer to check the Bitcoin price, which was something I did roughly once a week out of habit rather than anxiety, and then, entirely idly, clicked on the news. Huh? There was a trending topic. I opened it, and then I opened the Changcheng Daily editorial and read it properly, and my face changed while I was reading it. Because once you have both halves, the essay and the article, the structure assembles itself in about 90 seconds, and it is not complicated. A marking teacher named Feng Bo liked my essay enough to push it to full marks. In pushing it, he crossed somebody in that room, that somebody had a newspaper editor write a full page attacking him personally, and now Feng Bo was fighting back online, which told me one more thing, and it was the thing that decided my behavior. Feng Bo was using the internet. You do not use the internet if you have another option. In 2012, the internet was the weapon of people who cannot get a phone call answered. If Feng Bo had had any real backing at all, he'd have gone to a paper. So, a man with no protection had put his name on my essay and was now standing in the open by himself. I sat there for a moment. Then I opened a text editor and started writing a crawler. I scraped the propagation, found the accounts that had seeded the original posts and the accounts that had amplified them. Sorted by timing, filtered the noise, and inside 20 minutes, I had a handful of personal accounts underneath the whole operation. One of them was Feng Bo's own, registered against his own mobile number, which is the kind of thing a 50-year-old school teacher does when he decides to start a public opinion campaign. I added him. "Who are you?" He answered fast. He'd been sitting there staring at a screen, he told me later, trying to work out his next move, and feeling slightly guilty because he had spent 2 days as one of the people quietly boosting a trending topic, and he was not a man built for that. "Teacher Feng Bo, I'd like to ask, how did things turn out this way? Why would a newspaper publish that kind of article?" There was a pause. Then a very long paragraph arrived. He thought I was a journalist. That's the only explanation. Some outlet had found him, some outlet had inside information, some outlet was going to help. So he wrote it all out. The marking room, the vote, He Jian, the phone call he could not prove, the newspaper, and hit send. "That's pretty much how it happened," I wrote back. And I sat there reading it with my jaw tightening. He Jian, so petty. For a thing this small, for 1 mark on 1 paper in 1 mock exam, he had gone to a man's house and had a newspaper turned on a colleague's professional reputation. And I read the news article one more time, and I saw what I'd missed on the first pass. On the surface, it was encouraging the younger generation. Underneath it, every single line about me was saying, "This boy knows nothing. His writing is passable and his content is a mess. He is a reckless child. What could he possibly understand about the world?" I sat back in my chair. How interesting. These media people really are aloof. I wanted to know whether Chief Editor Fan was equally aloof when nobody was looking. So I went hunting. I put the crawler onto everything I could reach and pulled every trace of Chief Editor Fan of the Chongqing Daily, and then everything I could find on He Jian, and I got almost nothing. I want to record the specific frustration of that hour because it is the only time in this entire story that being from the future was a disadvantage. In 2012, the internet in this country was a shallow pool. People of that generation, teachers, editors, officials, left almost no trace on it at all. There was no messaging platform with their whole lives in it. There were no photographs. There was no cloud with 15 years of their correspondence in it. They existed almost entirely offline, in rooms, on paper, in phone calls. I sat there with master-level hacking in my head and absolutely nothing to point it at. Give me 4 more years, I thought. Give me the app everybody's going to be using by 2016, and I could open both of these men like envelopes, and there would be something in there. There is always something in there. What a pity. I gave up, boosted the trending topic another few notches to keep it alive, and shut the computer down. It was 11 o'clock. I'd already burned an hour, and I wasn't going to waste a potion on the remainder. I read until midnight and went to sleep. Over the next 2 days, the internet did what the internet does, which is dig. Somebody found out the essay's author was me, which I had expected and did not care about. Then somebody found Chief Editor Fan's name. Then somebody found the marking room, the argument, the show of hands, the 8-5, and then it turned. Wait. The marking panel voted and the majority agreed on full marks. So why did this editor point the entire article at one person? Who did Teacher Feng offend? Isn't it that He Jian? Teacher Feng argued with him, didn't he? But how does He Jian, a Chinese teacher, get a newspaper chief editor to write a full page for him? Something's off. I checked. He Jian has an older sister called He Jing, and He Jing is married to a big shot at the Education Bureau. Holy. If that's true, this is interesting. Does that mean this also involves an official using public resources for private business? Exciting. Speaking of which, aren't any of you paying attention to Zhou Wei, the kid who wrote the essay? He's a high school student. What's there to pay attention to? Exactly. The interesting one here is He Jian. And I want to point out that the internet, working entirely for free and for its own amusement, had assembled in 48 hours a picture that would have taken a professional investigator a week. Chief Editor Fan, meanwhile, had lost control of his own life. He did the thing that men in his position always do, which is that he posted a personal clarification, a long one. In it, he explained the origin of the article. He'd seen the essay on a website. He'd been thinking about the UA incident. He'd felt inspired. He'd written the editorial himself. It had nothing to do with anybody, and he asked netizens not to spread rumors. Then he spent the second half of it reanalyzing my essay and explaining thoroughly and with citations why it should not have received full marks, and it made everything catastrophically worse. Agreed. They're students. Best not to expose them to the dark side of society. That's right. Support Chief Editor Fan. Students are in school, they have limited understanding of things. Most of what they know is incomplete. Are the people downstairs somehow related to the interests here? It's genuinely funny how carefully they're avoiding the point. Is the key issue that Zhou Wei is a high school student, or is the key issue whether what Zhou Wei wrote is true? Exactly. Honestly, what he wrote is conservative. That isn't exposing the dark side of society. That's flattering it. The Comment sections turned into a war, and the war stopped being about the essay and started being about a man who was arguing that a fact should be suppressed on the grounds of the age of the person stating it, which is a very hard position to hold in public. It reached the Chongqing Daily's own building within a day. Fan, what's going on? Director Zhao of the paper had him in his office. Today, a lot of our long-term subscribers rang in asking whether there's a problem with our newspaper, why we're attacking a high school student's essay. They're asking whether there's a problem with our newspaper's values. Fan, tell me what exactly is going on. Director, you can't blame me for this. Then who? He Jian. Director Zhao's eyebrows moved. Him? And then a look of genuine irritation crossed his face, which tells you exactly how well He Jian was regarded by people who had to deal with him. He relies on his brother-in-law and behaves like a tyrant, and now he's going after a high school student's essay? Well, not exactly a high school student. He Jian wanted to deal with a teacher called Feng Bo. Apparently they had some conflict over the essay. He came to me wanting to use public opinion against Feng Bo, and I didn't expect. It seems, said Director Zhao, there's a master over at Liang Middle School. What? Fan, have you never once thought about why this suddenly gained popularity online? Chief Editor Fan's face changed. Public opinion has to be guided. Director Zhao gave him a long look. You have a master's degree in journalism. You understand this better than I do. I understand. Then it seems this was most likely Feng Bo. You made the first move, said Director Zhao without sympathy. Are you now not allowing anybody to retaliate? Chief Editor Fan did not have an answer to that. Enough about grudges. Find a way to shift the heat. And call He Jian and explain the situation clearly. His brother-in-law's rank is high enough. If you can avoid offending him, avoid it. Understood. Go and think of something. And Director Zhao sat there afterwards with a headache because he was the director of a local paper and his administrative rank was too low to protect him from any of this, and there is a specific misery to being the man who has to clean up messes made by people above him. He Jian got the call and listened without reacting and hung up before Chief Editor Fan had finished, which Chief Editor Fan found rude and also enormously relieving, but He Jian could not let it go. That is his entire personality, and it is why every single thing that followed happened, because his brother-in-law had already told him by then in a phone call that he wanted no part of it and would not be helping. So He Jian sat there alone with a trending topic with his name in it, and instead of doing the only sane thing, which is nothing, he thought about how to win, and his conclusion was, the way to destroy Feng Bo is to prove the essay is worthless. If the essay is garbage, then the man who fought to give it full marks is the biggest clown in the province. So how do you prove an essay is worthless? You find somebody with a large audience to say so. He called a big V. For those who weren't there, in 2012, a big V was somebody with a verified account and a very large following, and a lot of them had monetized in exactly the way you'd expect. This one had over 1 million followers, ex-television editor, originally from Gan province, doing well in Shanghai. His name was Chen Qiang. He Jian explained the situation and what he needed. Chen Qiang agreed immediately and completely. The money, of course, could not be less. After all, everybody has to eat. The article went up the next morning. A shallow essay reflects a bleak life. In it, Chen Qiang explained that he had seen the celebrated full-mark essay circulating online, and that he had opened it with curiosity and anticipation given its title, and had found only empty words and a piece entirely lacking in substance and meaning. Is this the full-mark essay of Gan province? Then he went through it, properly, point by point, refuting every example I had cited, one after another, in the tone of a patient adult. And then he closed. Writing an essay based on rumor, however good the writing, is a castle built on sand, written with conviction, and the result is the moon in the water and a flower in a mirror. Such an essay lacks depth, is gloomy, and even spreads rumors. And an essay of this level is apparently a full-mark essay. This forces me to seriously question the teachers of the marking panel. What exactly were you thinking? Do you really believe this deserves full marks? The last paragraph was aimed directly at Feng Bo, precisely the way an artillery piece is aimed, and the entire body of it was aimed at me, not by name in the insulting parts, he was too professional for that, but the shape of it stopped just short of stating that the boy who wrote it was a liar with no ability whatsoever. It went off like a bomb, and the wind reached Gancheng No. 1 High School by lunchtime. I didn't expect Zhou Wei's full-mark essay to be like that. It must have been protected by the marking teachers. Could that Feng Bo have some special relationship with Zhou Wei? Maybe they're relatives. Then Zhou Wei shouldn't have gotten Star of Progress. That's not right. Haoge, what's going on? Chen Dong was sitting on the edge of my desk with an expression I hadn't seen on him before, which was doubt. Is what that person online saying true or false? Listening to him, I even feel like your essay is worthless. How could it get full marks? And I put my pen down. Do you believe him or me? He blinked. Of course I believe you. But a lot of people in the school are discussing it and I'm a little, then just believe me and it's settled. I picked the pen back up. Let him be strong. The bright moon shines on the mountain peak. These petty people only dare to bark online. Okay. He nodded and went back to his seat. And I want to note for the record that he spent the rest of that day arguing with strangers on the internet on my behalf, which I did not ask him to do and could not have stopped. Zhou Wei, come out for a moment. Old Zhang, in the doorway. The class watched me go with the expression of an audience. We went to the corner of the corridor. The things online. Zhou Wei, you know something about them, right? Yes, I know. Okay. He nodded, and then carefully, you don't need to pay too much attention to any of that. Regarding your essay, I've read it. All the Chinese teachers in this school have read it. There is nothing wrong with the writing. It writes about negative social news, yes, but the writing itself is absolutely fine. As for how many points somebody gave you, that's not something we can control, so he stopped and started again, and I realized he was doing something specific. He was checking whether I was all right. That's what that was. A 20-year veteran head teacher had come and got a student out of a classroom because he was worried the student had been publicly told by a man with 1 million followers that he was worthless, and he had come to see whether the student was going to be able to sit an exam in 8 weeks. Don't worry, I said. Teacher, I'm not that fragile. That's good. And the relief on his face was enormous and completely genuine. Then the teacher's relieved. Get less involved in online matters. The teacher can see how hard you've been working. Work hard during this period. Get a good score in June. He hesitated. However, in the actual exam, don't write that kind of controversial essay. Understood. He walked off and I stood in the corridor for a second. Old Zhang had gone to Principal Zhou that morning, I found out later, and asked for a school-wide instruction that students were not to discuss the matter on campus. Then he had come and got me for a personal check-in. He genuinely did not want a promising student damaged. That was the whole of his motivation. And what he did not know, and could not have known, was that everything he just told me, that public opinion shouldn't be borne by the student, that the marking wasn't in my hands, that this had nothing to do with me, was true and irrelevant because he was working from what was online and there were about 4 layers underneath it. He didn't know he existed. He didn't know a man had gone to a newspaper editor's house. And he certainly didn't know that the 1 million follower account that had just carved me up in public was, with as close to certainty as makes no difference, a dog on a lead, and I knew who was holding it. Still entangled, I thought, walking back to class. And this time they specifically came for me. I want to be clear about the line because it matters to me. The newspaper article I did not care about. That was aimed at Feng Bo and I was a prop in it, and being a prop is not an injury. If that had been the end of it, I'd have gone back to my physics and thought about it once, at most, on a bus. But Chen Chang's piece was about me from the first paragraph to the last. That man took money from a person who wanted to break somebody else and spent 3,000 words informing 1 million people that a 17-year-old's work was a lie. He fired first, so he doesn't get to complain about the answer. I sat down at my desk and did physics for the rest of the afternoon, calmly, because there was no version of this where I did anything about it during school hours. I went home at the break for dinner. And in the 40 minutes between arriving home and leaving for evening study, I registered an account under my own real name and identity verification and wrote a post. I want to describe the feeling of doing that because it was extremely specific and I hadn't had it in a long time. I hadn't picked up a pen like a knife in 13 years. In my other life, I'd spent a decade with my head down being reasonable at people who were robbing me because that is what you do when you have 4 months of runway and 11 months of debt. You do not go to war. You cannot afford to go to war. War is a luxury good, and I had never once been able to afford it. I could afford it now. The post was long, and I am not going to reproduce all of it, but the first line was, barking like a dog and putting on a show. Whether my essay is good or not is a matter of public opinion. Why does the internet, this clean place, always produce these so-called 1 million follower dogs? And then I did the actual work. Every single source in my essay, everyone, not summarized, cited with the outlet, the date, and the URL, the Peng Yu judgment, the UAUA coverage. Every fact Chen Qiang had spent 3,000 words describing as rumor, laid out in a column with a link next to it, so that any person on Earth with 4 minutes and a browser could check whether I had made it up. Then, you say my article is fake. You say I fabricated facts. I say, go to hell. Genuinely shameless. Taking money from certain people and then coming out to whitewash for them. And people like you even call yourselves literati. It's laughable. And then, at the end, the part that turned it from a defense into an attack. I named Hejian as the man behind Chen Qiang. I laid out the sequence, the marking room, the vote, the newspaper, the timing, and I stated in plain language that behind Hejian there was a senior official. I did not name the official. I didn't have to. 2 days of the internet's own digging had already put He Jing and the Education Bureau into public circulation, and everybody reading knew exactly which door I was pointing at. Send. It was after 5 in the afternoon. The account was verified against my real identity as a party to the incident, which meant the platform's own systems treated it differently, and it went out into a topic that was already burning. Thousands of reposts within minutes. Holy crap. What a counter. Insulting without a single vulgar word, he basically cursed Chen Chiang's entire family and never swore once. Ha ha ha. Excellent. I have been sick of eunuchs like Chen Chiang for years, and this article said everything I've wanted to say. I genuinely did not expect the main character of this, the student who wrote the essay, to stand up and speak for himself. So satisfying. I like this. He just showed the evidence. Looking at it this way, it's all true. There's nothing wrong with the essay Zhou Wei wrote. Damn, I didn't expect a high school student to be this fierce. Followed. So that's the logic of it. I was wondering how this developed the way it did. If it's true, then He Yan is unbelievably stupid. For one essay, he mobilized the media? Dying. It isn't about an essay. It's about the face of somebody's official relative. And with that, the whole thing hit its ceiling and kept going. It went past the entertainment news. It went to #1. I did not watch any of it. I closed the computer, went downstairs, and got on my bicycle because Chen Dong was waiting to go back to school for evening study. What were you busy with? You came down late. Nothing. You'll find out later. Let's go. He interrogated me the entire ride, and I eventually gave him the short version. Holy crap? He nearly went into a hedge. Boss, you're brave. What else was I supposed to do? He attacked something I wrote. If I don't hit back, everybody decides I'm easy. That's true, said Chen Dong, considering it. Taking a loss quietly isn't your style either, which is a strange thing to say about a boy who had never once in 3 years raised his voice at anybody. He was right though. It hadn't been my style for about 7 weeks. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, a man with 1 million followers opened his laptop to enjoy the harvest and found that the high school student had answered. I got told about this much later by somebody who was in the room, and I have enjoyed it every time I've thought about it since. Chen Chiang opened the #1 trending topic, then opened my account and saw that it was newly registered and verified, and that the post was extremely long. He sat and read the entire thing, which took him a while, and his face got worse the further down he went. Because he was, whatever else he was, a professional. He could see immediately that this was not a teenager having a tantrum. Every point in his article was rebutted specifically. Every fact was linked. The evidence was complete, and it was all first party, and it was checkable in minutes, which made him, in front of 1 million people, a clown. And then, at the bottom, his own client was named. He dialed He Jian immediately. Old He, did you see the trending searches? What is going on? Didn't you tell me Zhou Wei was just an ordinary high school student who wrote something casually? How did this happen? If this isn't handled well, my account is finished. His tone was, I am told, not respectful. And that is completely understandable. A 1 million follower account was generating a great deal of money for that man every year. If the account collapsed, his reputation collapsed with it, and then earning became very difficult, and everything else, He Jian's background, the brother-in-law, all of it, stopped mattering at all because his own livelihood had just walked onto the field. I know, I'll handle it, don't worry. He Jian hung up on him mid-sentence, then he called his brother-in-law. Got it. That's all that got said. Not long afterwards, the platform received a phone call, and the #1 trending topic came down. Not just the topic, every related search term, gone, all at once, in the middle of the evening, at peak traffic. I was in evening self-study doing physics, and I did not know for another 2 hours. And when I found out, I laughed out loud in a silent classroom and had to turn it into a cough, because they had just flipped the table. That was it. That was their whole solution. In 2012, faced with a public opinion event, the response of a man with an official relative was to make a phone call and have the search terms deleted. I sat there in the back row of class 7 with my pen in my hand. If public opinion could be solved by deleting a trending topic, I thought, then in the next 10 years, there would not be a single celebrity in this country who ever crashed. Another wave should do it. That should be enough to attract the attention of heaven's principle. And I went back to my physics problems because there were 48 days left and I had 100 points to find in the sciences. That evening, at the end of self-study, old Zhang got me out of the classroom again. Student Zhou Wei, what is going on online? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't get involved in online matters? He looked exhausted. He'd thought I'd be obedient. And instead, I'd gone home during the dinner break and, judging by the length of the post and the time I'd had, planned the whole thing in advance. He'd read it, including the part where I'd named the official, which meant that whatever the Education Bureau official felt about it, he could not take it out on a student, but he could take it out on the student's head teacher. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang, I'll handle it myself. His mouth opened. He wanted to say, if you do this, you'll implicate me. He couldn't. He was a role model. So he stood there and looked at me with a complicated expression and said nothing. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I'll handle this cleanly. It will not implicate you. He looked at me a while longer. All right, you handle it. But first, don't waste too much time on things like this. For you right now, the sciences are what matter. Look at your science score in the second mock. If it comes up even a bit, I wouldn't dare say 985, but a 211 wouldn't be hard for you at all. I know, teacher. And one more thing. He hesitated. The post you put up this afternoon seems to have been taken down, and the trending topics have been removed. Honestly, it might be good for it to stop here. Why not just let it stop? I smiled. Teacher, don't worry. I know what I should do. And he looked at my face and gave up, the way he always did. Here is what I understood in that corridor, and what old Zhang, working from what he could see, could not. If public opinion could be resolved by deleting a trending topic, there would not be so many examples over the following decade of famous people crashing and burning. Deleting a topic does not solve a problem. It only tells the public that you have something to hide. Because, think about it, it was a trivial matter with no violations. Why would anyone bother making a phone call to have it removed unless there was something underneath worth removing it for? They had, in trying to make it disappear, converted a schoolyard-adjacent essay dispute into evidence of a cover-up. Another wave should be enough to attract the attention of heaven's principal. I went home that evening and my father was up. Come here, Zhou Wei. I want to ask you something. My mother was on the sofa, and she was worried. I sat down and told them the whole thing, plainly, start to finish. My father's face did not change. I heard the people on Hejian's side used administrative orders to have your article and the related topics removed. If you strike a snake and don't kill it, I said, you get bitten by it. He looked at me for a long moment. But what do you plan to do? The power behind Hejian isn't small. He's connected to the Provincial Education Bureau. Deleting a trending topic has always been the most foolish thing you can do. Since they've done it, my part gets simpler. All right, I won't interfere anymore. If you need help, come to me, or your Uncle Joe. And my mother, who had been silent this whole time, said, Zhou Wei, why don't you let it stop here? You're still a student, this kind of thing. Mom, don't worry, I won't waste any time on it. It's small, easily handled. But, Mom, I can handle all of this. And besides, I'm a high school student. Even if they wanted to target me, how could they target me? Don't worry. I said all of that gently, and I meant most of it, and there was one thing I didn't say, which is that for a man like Hejian, hoping he would let it go was a fantasy. He was going to resent me. And the moment this heat died down, the moment I was no longer protected by a live news event, a man like that goes after the people around you. He goes after your parents. So it was not actually that I was defending myself. It was that if I did not take Hejian and the man behind him off the board now, while I had the internet on my side, then in 3 months he would take his time, and my father would come home one day, and there would be a problem at the state grid that had no explanation. Better to end it while I had the wave. I comforted my parents once more, ate the supper my mother had left, and went to my room. And I turned on the computer, and I did the thing I'd been planning since the topic came down. I opened the programming environment, and I wrote a small program, and it took about half an hour, and it was not a normal crawler. It was closer to a parasite. It was designed to sit inside a post and interfere with back-end deletion, a thing that would make force deleting the post extremely difficult and would make removing the associated topic nearly impossible because attempting it aggressively risked taking the platform down with it. Then I wrote a long article. And I embedded the program inside it. Then I broke into the underlying code of the platform and a couple of others, found the loopholes, created accounts across all of them, and posted the article everywhere. The article was about official business collusion. Specifically, it was about a #1 trending topic with no violations on a public matter that had been removed by a single phone call. And it asked, in plain language, who has the authority to do that, and why they used it, and what exactly they were protecting. I did not name anybody in the article that the internet had not already named itself. I posted it, and I watched the popularity begin to climb, and I did not stay to watch it crest. Because here is the mechanism, and I understood it in a way that nobody in that decade's officialdom seemed to. You do not even need to explain anything. The sudden removal of a trending topic on a matter that was not a violation does the work for you. It tells every single person who was watching that you have something to hide. Otherwise, why hide it? It's a trivial matter. Was it worth phoning the platform to erase it? This method cannot solve the problem. It can only make the popularity of the issue skyrocket. It has been proven again and again over the 10 years that followed. When you are facing a genuine public opinion event, the correct response is silence and patience. Let it fade. Unless you truly have no other option, you leave small heat alone. They had reached for the one tool guaranteed to make it worse, because they had power, and power is a hammer, and every problem starts to look like a topic you can delete. I gave the article a push, confirmed the program was holding, and turned the computer off. It was 11 o'clock. I'd burned an hour, so no potion. I read a bit longer, washed up, and slept soundly. I slept soundly. Some other people did not. He Jian sat on his sofa that night with his face distorted because his brother-in-law had just called and comprehensively cursed him for causing trouble, and informed him that he would not be involved any further, and Chen Chang rang him demanding 500,000 yuan in compensation and threatening, if he didn't get it, to expose the whole connection online to say the brother-in-law had coerced him into posting. You handle it, Chen Chang said. He no longer cared about anybody's background. When his own livelihood was on the field, he'd have cursed the King of Heaven. He Jean went silent for a moment. How much money do you want to shut up? 500,000. Then it's resolved. Give me time to raise it. 2 days, at most. And don't think about waiting for the heat to pass and then trying to fool me. He Jian hung up and rubbed his forehead, and did not, at that point, understand that his 500,000 yuan problem was the smallest one he had. Because in another house, a man named Zhao Ming was slamming his hand down on a table. Director Zhao of the Provincial Education Bureau, He Jin's brother-in-law, the senior official. His wife had brought him a bowl of noodles, and he had not eaten dinner and would not. I told your brother a long time ago, be low-key, live your own life well, but he wouldn't. He causes me trouble everywhere. I told him, if you walk the night road too often, you meet ghosts eventually. Be kinder to people. Not everything has to be fought over for a profit. Did he listen? For a matter this small, if somebody so much as slightly crosses him, he wants to completely destroy them. They aren't puppets. How could they just hold out their hands and let him beat and kill them? Does he really think I can cover the sky with one hand in this province? His hand came down on the table hard enough to make the noodles jump. His wife stood there and did not breathe. Tell He Jian, he said, and his eyes went cold. After this, if he does this kind of thing under my name again, don't blame me for not recognizing him as my brother-in-law. I'll tell him. With the heat online right now, he said more quietly, the Disciplinary Inspection Commission will be at my door tomorrow. My friend has already warned me. My political enemies will not miss this. And just now, my old superior rang and cursed me for a solid 10 minutes. How serious do you think this is? His wife, who was the wife of a senior official and understood exactly what that string of sentences meant, said nothing at all. The next morning, on his way to work, Zhao Ming was stopped by several men from the Disciplinary Inspection Department. Director Zhao, we've received a large number of reports. We'd like to ask you to come with us. Okay. His expression stayed calm, because that is the most basic quality of an official. He went with them, talked about the highly popular online matter, and was released around noon. His face was still calm. Inside, it was not. As expected, he thought. And, is this the power of the internet? He went back to his office and started moving. A man at that level has his own network, and for a thing like this, he was willing to spend to make it go away fast. But he could not shake a bad feeling. He kept coming back to the sense that there was a conspiracy behind it, that a mere schoolteacher and a school principal could not possibly have brought things this far. The night before, his people had asked the platform to delete the newly posted article, and the platform had come back and said it could not. There was some kind of program embedded in it, bound into the platform's own systems, and forced deleting it risked crashing the entire platform, and the platform was not going to do that for Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was not surprised by that. He was surprised by the question underneath it. How does a high school student write a program that the platform's own engineers cannot resolve? Who is that student a pawn for? And who is behind him? His eyes narrowed slightly. And at that exact moment, the high school student he was trying to identify was sitting in physics class taking notes on the direction of force, which is always perpendicular to the surface, and which a great many people had gotten wrong on the last test paper. My phone buzzed against my leg. I keep it on silent at school, obviously. I frowned at it. Nobody who had my number would call me during class hours. It rang out. The teacher finished the lesson, and I took the phone out. Unknown number. I was going to ignore it, and then I thought about the timing, and I pondered for a second, and I walked out into a quiet corner of the corridor and called it back. You finally called me back. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I have the evidence you want most. So, do you want it? Oh, I said. Then why don't you tell me what evidence I need? Evidence of Education Bureau Director Zhao Shu's corruption. Am I right? Something went very still in my chest. Zhao Ming? Who is that? What does that have to do with me? Zhao Ming of the Provincial Education Bureau. Director Zhao. The man behind Heijian. I presume, Brother Zhou Wei, you've already looked into this. That's the first I've heard of it. I was, of course, lying, and I was lying to a stranger whose origins and intentions were completely unknown, and I know how to do that. Ha! Brother Zhou Wei is very cautious. Of course, with your hacking skills, caution is the right call. The voice knew me. I kept my own completely level. What exactly do you want to say? Don't rush. I'm in the same line of work as you, and I'm looking for you today because I'd like to make a friend and do a transaction. A pause. Young man, your skill is good, but the way you handled the subnet mask on the IP wasn't great. You left quite a few traces on the network side. Especially those few lines of code. The skill level is high, but you clearly don't have much experience doing this yet. I found you through the traces. When I discovered it, honestly, it gave me a shock. Such a young top-tier hacker. You're very talented. My heart tightened. I did not respond to any of the flattery because flattery from a stranger who has found you is not a compliment, it's a demonstration. I don't understand what you're trying to say. If you don't get to the point, I'm hanging up. And the voice said a string of numbers. That's my dark web ID, contact me online. And hung up. I stood in the corridor with the phone in my hand. I had apparently attracted a hacker. I want to be honest about how that felt, which was not good. My identity was, at that point, completely transparent to this person. He knew my name, my skill level, and the specific mistakes I'd made. That is exactly the situation a person in my line of work spends their entire life avoiding, and I'd walked into it after about 3 weeks of having any line of work at all, but he'd shown no malice. He'd even, in his way, done me a favor. He'd pointed out the traces I'd left, which is not a thing you do to somebody you're planning to destroy. And there was the other thing, evidence against Zhao Ming. I tried to find something on Zhao Ming myself, and there had been nothing, because officials at that level leave almost nothing online, and almost everything real about them is confidential and offline. If this person actually had irreproachable evidence of corruption, I could send it straight to the disciplinary department's inbox and make it public in the same hour, and no amount of Zhao Ming's status and connections would matter. That would be the end of him. And with him gone, He Jian's backing was gone, and the danger to my parents was gone. I put the phone away and went back to class. That night, at home, I entered the dark web and followed the numbers into a deep chat room. Hello, student Zhou Wei. Before you say someone's real name, I typed, introduce yourself, otherwise it's impolite. Ha, you're right. My name is Falcon. Pleasure. To meet you. Falcon is a code name. What's your real name? In this world, nobody appears using their real name, do they? Perhaps you could give me your code name too. I thought about it for a second. Call me Rook. All right, Rook. I have all the material on Zhao Ming, irrefutable. I can give you all of it. Conditions? Simple. You join our organization. Is it an illegal organization? My heart sank a little. Of course not. We're one of the deepest hidden red hacker organizations in the country. Every one of us is free. The only regular activity is organized intrusion of foreign networks. And during foreign cyber conflict, helping defend the country against foreign intrusion. I read that twice. That's it? That's it. Besides those two things, whatever else I might order you to do, you're free to ignore. Acceptable? Then there's no problem. Because there wasn't. Defending the country's networks and attacking hostile foreign ones is a thing I'd have done for free. Membership in the organization changed nothing about whether I'd do it, which made the condition functionally no condition at all. Then I'll transfer the evidence now. An encrypted package came through. He sent the password separately. I opened it, and it was, exactly as promised, evidence of Zhao Ming's corruption, detailed, sourced, and inside it, an account ledger. I sat there looking at it, because that thing was, effectively, Zhao Ming's life. It was the single object he could least afford to have loose in the world. How was it in somebody else's hands? Something like that should never have existed outside his control, and if it had leaked at any point, he would have been finished long ago. That Falcon. Just who exactly is he? All right. Transaction complete. This chat room will self-destruct. I'll add you, and I'll notify you when there are tasks. And before I could ask anything, the room was gone. I sat there for a while with a folder open on my screen that contained the end of a senior official's career. Then I did the professional thing. I did not send it from home. Until the subnet mask problem the man had warned me about was fixed, I was not going to touch anything sensitive on my own network. I told my parents I was going out, went to a nearby internet cafe, rented a machine, faked the information to hide the IP and the mask, and sent every piece of it everywhere. Every disciplinary department inbox I could find. Every major platform, every relevant group. This way, Zhao Ming would go down whether he wanted to or not. I cleared every trace off the machine and left. The material spread instantly. Corruption evidence from an official at that level with a ledger is not a thing the internet lets sit quietly. Holy crap. It's corruption evidence from an official this senior. 6666. Amazing. Reposted everywhere, late into the night, and every version of it eventually connected to the same fact. The exposed official was Hejian's brother-in-law, and Hejian had spent the last week trying to destroy people over a mock exam essay, which made it perfect. When Hejian saw it, he felt the sky come down. He sat and stared at a document being forwarded across every platform, and his eyes filled with genuine panic. Because the document was full of his brother-in-law's corruption, with accounts, and it was detailed, and there were things in it that even Hejian hadn't known, but there were also things in it that Hejian had personally handled, which meant he knew it was real, and because he knew it was real, cold sweat poured down. He felt a huge conspiracy net drop over both him and his brother-in-law, and the starting point of the entire net was himself, stir up the online heat, incite public sentiment, and then, after he had the trending topic removed at the exact peak of public anger, release the corruption evidence. Under those circumstances, not even the King of Heaven could save his brother-in-law. The higher-ups would have to investigate, even for a bureau director. Even with a wide network, it could not be suppressed. With evidence that complete, it would be pursued to the end. And himself? His backing had fallen. Could he still come out unscathed? He sat on his bed all night. The next morning, Zhao Ming was taken away by the disciplinary department on his way to work. And He Jian was no exception. He had just arrived at his own school, in front of the students, when a man from the disciplinary department showed him identification. "Hello, Mr. He. We have a case that requires your assistance." He Jian opened his mouth to say something. And then he felt the students around him looking, some curious, some probing, some openly contemptuous, and it landed on him like a rain of arrows, and his face filled with shame, and he did not argue. He let them cuff him, and he fled through the school gate in front of everybody. Behind him, the students of Changcheng No. 1 High School began to talk. Old Zhang told me about the whole thing at the long break. "Got it, teacher," I said. I'd expected it. I'd known the shape of it the moment I sent the files, but guessing a thing and hearing it confirmed are different, and I was happier than I let on. "The matter's over. Study hard. I have high hopes for you." He left. And I was about to leave the corridor when Lin Ruoxi came down the stairs and stopped me. "Zhou Wei, wait a moment." She handed me a notebook. "This is a notebook I compiled from your weak points in the sciences during this period. Take it back and study it carefully." I took it. She frowned slightly. "What's been going on with you these past 2 days? You haven't set aside time to ask me questions, and your study progress isn't as fast as it was. Have you run into a problem?" I opened my mouth to ask whether she'd seen anything online, and stopped, because I remembered. She had no chat account, she never took part in gossip, and there was no computer in her house. If I mentioned the internet, she genuinely wouldn't know what I was talking about. "I did have something going on the last couple of days," I said, "but it's already resolved." She nodded. "There are about 40 days left until the exam. With your current grades, there's a lot of room to improve. As long as your sciences come up, you absolutely don't need to repeat a year." "Thank you. I understand." She nodded once and went back upstairs. I stood in the corridor for a second, and then I opened the notebook. It was brand new. The handwriting was fresh. She'd done it recently, in the middle of everything, and every page was dense, and there were diagrams drawn with a ruler. For the concepts she'd noticed I kept getting wrong. She'd taken hours of her own study time. 40 days before the exam, that was the entire point of her existence. To make a set of notes for me. That is well past the scope of what a tutor does. I stood in a school corridor holding a notebook and felt something move in my chest that I did not, at that moment, examine very closely. Then I went back to class and started reading it because there were 40 days left and 100 points to find. I want to record what actually filled those 40 days, and it is almost nothing, and that is the honest shape of it. Study, study. Lin Ruoxi at lunch and again in the afternoon self-study period. A science paper and a math paper every night. The internet forgot about me at roughly the speed you'd expect. The corruption story had legs of its own and detached from the essay entirely, and my name drifted off the trending searches, and I was extremely glad because the alternative was being recognized in corridors, which had already started and was tiresome. The sciences came up, slowly, the way real things come up, not dramatically, not in a montage, just an hour of chemistry, and an hour of biology, and an hour of physics, night after night, and a completion bar moving 1 or 2% at a time. One afternoon, on a stone bench outside the exam building between 2 mock papers, she coached me through a mechanics problem with the exam still running inside. The boat is sailing upstream on a turbulent river, and there's wind coming from downstream. How many forces act on the hull, in how many directions, and how many newtons in each? She drew the force diagram herself, fast, clean. You clearly ignored the force the waves exert on the hull. Given the wind speed, there's the force of the boat itself, the force the wind exerts on it, and the force the water exerts on it under that wind. She walked me through each one and then calculated. You have to watch for these things. You're smart and you learn fast, but this has nothing to do with how smart you are. It's detail. In the sciences, detail is everything. I understand, I said, and I did, and my completion went up. The third mock came a month before the real one. Same format, no surprises. 607, first in class 7. Old Zhang came in glowing, and I want to be honest about his motives because I've been honest about everybody's. He was thrilled, and about a third of the thrill was for me, and 2/3 was that a boy who had been bottom of a regular class was about to hand him a first place, and that when the success was tallied up later, the head teacher would be standing right next to it. 100 days ago, student Zhou Wei was scoring 300 or 400, and today he scored 607. There are only 20-some days left. You think Zhou Wei improved 300 points in 60 days? How many can you improve in 20? The class caught fire. He called me up to say something, and I stood at the front and looked out at 40-odd faces, and I said the only true thing I had. Everyone's a classmate, so I won't say anything superficial. Just one sentence. As long as you're willing to work hard, even with 20 days left, you can still go from no bachelor's degree to a bachelor's, from a second-tier university to a first-tier, as long as you're willing. And they roared, and I sat back down, and for a second I felt something I hadn't planned to feel, which was moved, because they believed it, all of them. They believed that if they worked hard now, they would have a beautiful future, and half of them were wrong about that, and it did not matter, because the belief itself was the most real thing in the room. Perhaps this is what youth is. The last 20 days, the whole building changed. The corridors went quiet. The air got heavy. Even Chen Dong picked up a book and complained about it the entire way home. Holy crap, reading today made me want to throw up. Half the content is like an alien language. Why do they use those languages when they write these books? I don't understand any of it. What's the point of studying this? I told you to study before. You didn't. What's the point of complaining now? If you don't want to, sleep. You did that for 3 years. He scratched his head. Hey. It's just, the whole class is studying. Even Gao Ji, the third to last kid, has picked up a book. How can I be worse than him? Besides, everyone says it. No hardship, no fatigue, 3rd year is wasted. No struggle, no fight, 3rd year is lived in vain. If we're still sleeping now, we won't have a common topic when we talk about senior year later. I rode away from him. Because that was the whole thing, right there. He'd picked up a book so he'd have a common topic with people in the future, not to change his life, to have something to say at a reunion. I didn't have the heart to say any of that. I just rode home. 3 days before the exam, old Zhang gave us the afternoon off. He talked for a long time, and not just about the exam, about life. And then he handed out the admission tickets and reminded us 14 times not to lose them, and told us not to overload ourselves in the 3 days, and also not to slack, and to sleep, and to be calm. And then, at the very end, he said, "May you know everything that's tested, and get everything you know correct." The class monitor stood up. "Teacher, you've worked hard." And the whole room said it back to him, and old Zhang's eyes went bright, and he left the classroom fast because he was about to cry, and he knew it. He was a good teacher. I want that written down plainly. Whatever his motives were about the first place, he was a good teacher, and I'd cost him a great deal of worry over 3 months, and he'd never once made me feel it. The moment he was gone, the floor erupted. Because next door had already started. The 3rd year students were tearing up their books. 3 years of paper, ripped and thrown over the corridor railing, falling into the yard below like snow, every one of them screaming the same thing. "We're done with the Gaokao!" Everything those kids had been holding in for 100 days came out of them at once, over a stairwell in a blizzard of shredded workbooks. "Let's go, Haozi! Tear up the books!" Chen Dong was vibrating. "You go," I said. "I still have 2 problems I haven't finished." "Don't! Everyone tears up their books before the exam. Why are you such a spoil sport?" I glanced at him, and he threw up his hands and grabbed his own books and went out into the corridor and joined the storm. I finished the 2 problems. Then I looked out at the corridor, at all of them roaring and throwing paper into the air, venting the fear they had about the future they couldn't see, and the yard filling up with white. And I want to tell you that I did not tear up anything, and it wasn't discipline. It's that it wasn't mine to tear up. That was their youth going over the railing. I was borrowing this one. I was a 31-year-old man standing in a classroom watching a thing I had already lived through once and failed to notice, and you cannot vent something you're only visiting. "Let's go, Haozi," said Chen Dong, coming back sweaty and grinning. "Help me carry some books." Huh? He blinked. "If I carry your books, what are you going to do?" "Carry Lin Ruoxi's. How do you expect a girl to get all those books home by herself?" "You little." But he took my books, because his own had all been torn up, so what else was he going to carry? I went upstairs. She was still packing. Of course she was. "Let me help you." She frowned. "You don't need to help. You're my teacher. The disciple serves the labor. Do you want me to be an ungrateful person?" She hesitated and did not stop me. What about your own books? Chendong's taking them. His are all torn up anyway, so it's perfect. Help me carry mine home. My mom's there. Half the elite class watched me pack Lin Ruoxi's books. By then they were used to it. In the last month, I'd come up to ask her things more times than anybody could count. Only Song Mei, in the corner, watched with something that was not quite jealousy anymore, because Song Mei had gotten quiet. After being taken apart a few times, she'd gone completely low-key in the building and out of it, and stopped associating with the street kids entirely, and Dao, because there was nothing else left to do with her time. Her grades had actually come up. By the logic of this world, I had functionally saved her. In the life I remembered, it was Song Mei who set two street kids at each other and got one killed and went to prison for it. First in the graduating class. That version required her to still be running with those people in a year. This version, she wasn't. Where fortune lies, misfortune hides. Where misfortune lies, fortune. That's the saying, and it's true. And I did not do any of it on purpose. I tied a box of her books to the back of my bike, and she rode behind me, out of the compound and through the city and out onto the road where the shops stop and the patties start. 20 minutes. Your home is so far, I said, looking at the low-tiled house ahead. What time do you get up every morning? 4:50. I did the math. The last class of the third year had ended around 10. She rode this road home in the dark. She got in about 10:30, washing up and settling, call it past 11, which meant that no matter what, this girl slept fewer than 6 hours a night, and most nights it was closer to 5. I didn't say anything. At the door, her grandparents came out. They looked at me carrying the box with confusion and a little helplessness. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm Lin Ruoxi's classmate and her student. I came to help her move some books. Teacher Lin taught me so much. The disciple serves the labor. And I carried the books into the tiled house. There was almost nothing inside it. A few tables and chairs, and they were broken. That was the whole of it. I'll put the books here. Teacher Lin, Grandpa, Grandma, I'll go back first. Stay and eat before you go, said her grandmother. No, Grandma, my mom's made dinner. If I don't go back, she'll be sad. And I said goodbye and left. Behind me, I heard the front end of it and got the rest later. Her grandparents looked at Lin Ruoxi. This young man seems quite polite, her grandfather said. If you can be together in the future, Grandma, and it was her grandmother she cut off because that's how the sentence had actually landed. I said, I won't consider these things. I rode back in the twilight with the emotion sitting in my chest and not saying anything. I'd known she came from a poor family. I'd known it for weeks, in both my lives actually. But knowing it and seeing the inside of that house are different things, and the inside of that house was worse than I'd imagined. That a person could come out of that and get to where she was about to get, it should shame a great many people. It shamed me a little, and I had a system. I shook it off and rode home to Noodles. June 7th, cloudy. The air thick enough to drink. My mother dropped me at the gate on the electric bike and would not leave. Every other parent was standing outside the gate, and there was rain coming, and the school had put up shelters, and she was going to stand under one of them for the entire exam, whether I liked it or not. In there, focus. Don't think about anything else. Take it well. Understand? Got it, Mom. I really wasn't nervous, which she couldn't have believed if I'd told her. I'd been in rooms with a great deal more on the line than a test. What nervousness I had was aimed at the mission, at whether I'd clear 640 DAOs and not at the exam itself. Mom, don't wait out here the whole time. Come get me when it's nearly over, or I'll ride home myself. It's not a big deal. How can that be? She was offended. Other parents are waiting outside the gate. How can I let my son have no parent waiting for him? Whatever other children have, you have too. All right. Nothing I said was getting in. Okay, do whatever you want. I went in with the flood, found my seat, and closed my eyes to wait. The college entrance examination. I hadn't expected, when I woke up in that classroom, that I'd sit it again. The invigilators came in 15 minutes early. The speaker crackled. The papers were unsealed and handed out. I filled in my information and the exam began, and the whole hall went down to the sound of pens on paper. Chinese first, and it went smoothly. Understanding the world is a kind of knowledge, and dealing with people is a kind of writing, and I'd had a decade of both. The essay prompt that year in Gan province was, "What do you possess?" which was, for me specifically, an unfair advantage, because I had, and now have again, far too much. My thoughts flowed. The essay wrote itself. I finished the whole paper 10 minutes before time, and put the pen down. Coming out at 11:30, my mother was at the gate. It had started to drizzle, and she had a raincoat ready. I sat on the back of the electric bike and she did not mention the exam once the whole way home. She talked about where I might want to go now that it was over. See, I thought, isn't this everything I possess? Math in the afternoon, easy. Sciences the next morning, English the next afternoon. And it was over. Coming out of the last paper, I stood at the gate and breathed out. and the whole thing had gone more smoothly than I'd expected, easier than the third mock, easier than my own practice papers. Now that it's done, don't think about it anymore. Let's go. I'll make you something good at home. My mother thought I was still stuck inside the exam hall in my head. I let her. Home. My room. And I sat there with a strange feeling. It was over. The urgency that had been sitting on my chest for 100 days lifted all at once and left me feeling odd, because in my other life the urgency had been about survival and it never lifted. I was always too far from safe for it to lift. This urgency had only ever been about a short-term goal, and the short-term goal was done, and I didn't know what to do with my hands. So I picked up a physics book, for no reason, not to study, just to look at it. Joe Wei? My mother opened the door and stopped. I called you 3 times. Why are you still reading? Haven't you finished the exam? Just reading for fun. What else is there to do? Go, go, go. You finished the exam and you're still reading. Give yourself some rest. Don't push yourself. I put the book down. Because that's the thing about a certain kind of parent. When you won't study, they think you're throwing your life away. When you study too hard, they start worrying about your health. There is no setting that lets them relax. Okay, come on, the dumplings are done. Over the next 20 days, the whole world estimated its scores. Every student group traded answer keys. I didn't participate. I wasn't curious. There was exactly one number that mattered, 640 das, and everything else was noise. So I had no place in the celebration, and Chen Dong did. Ah, this time it's definitely over. Internet cafe. His face was in his hands. What's wrong? I was playing a game. My mother had thrown me out of the house because I'd been playing games at home for days, and she was afraid I'd rot, and had recovered enough of League to be merely bad. I checked the answers. I probably didn't even get 350. It's over. You have some nerve. With your effort, 350 is very good. What more do you want? But when the score comes out, I'm finished at home. If I'd cleared 400, I could tell my parents I choked. 350, nobody believes that's choking. I gave him the middle finger. You don't work, and you sit here every day hoping for luck. You've got a bright future. We came out after 3 or 4 hours. I'd adapted to the game of that era, more or less, and I only felt the specific hollowness of it since I'd found the joy of learning, the joy of games had genuinely dropped off, and I couldn't get it back. Huh? Isn't that Lin Ruoxi? I looked. At a little street market that had formed itself along the road, she was squatting in a corner with some vegetables and sweet potatoes laid out in front of her. I walked over. Selling vegetables? She looked up and nodded and said nothing. Perfect. My family hasn't bought vegetables yet. I'll get some for my mom. You don't need to spend money. I'll give some to Auntie. That won't do. I crouched down. Wouldn't that mean I'm taking advantage of you? You won't take advantage of me. How can I take advantage of your family? She was silent. She was not good at this. I haggled with her like an ordinary customer, properly, over a few jiao, until she gave in and bought some greens. How did you do on the exam? She asked when I'd paid. Not bad, I should think. You for the tutoring. It's nothing. I took your family's salary every month. I just did what I was supposed to do. Same face, same voice. That was Lin Ruoxi. I smiled at her and left with the vegetables. June 23rd. The scores came out. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, and the whole family was home. We sat in front of the computer, and the site crashed. And crashed again. And again. 3 of us leaning at one screen, refreshing. And then it loaded. 668. 192nd in the province. My father's eyes went wet immediately, and my mother's a beat after, and in my own head, at the same instant. Congratulations. Gold mission complete. Achieve a score of 85% or higher in the college entrance examination, held 103 days from now. Host scored 668, higher than 85% of the total. Rewards obtained. Brain enhancement ×1, random draw ×3. Do you wish to use brain enhancement? Not yet, I said in my head. My parents are right here. The voice went quiet. My father was staring at the screen like it might change. My mother had a hand over her mouth. Because you have to understand where they'd been. A few months ago, they had given up. They had genuinely, quietly, decided that maybe the kindest thing was to let their son live an ordinary, carefree life, and they had made a kind of peace with it. They were good, easygoing parents, partly because they'd stopped expecting anything. And then, 100 days out, their son started studying. And it wasn't fake effort. It was the real thing, all night, every night. And they had gotten quietly, cautiously happy about that alone, about the trying, and told themselves the score didn't matter. And then 538 on the second mock, and they were shocked. And 607 on the third, and they were so happy they didn't know which way was up. And, my father admitted this much later, a small worried part of them had wondered if their son had somehow cheated, and had not dared to ask, and had prayed instead. And now, 668. Son, my father stood up. His voice was not steady. Tonight I'm taking you out for a big meal. Whatever you want. He was, at that moment, the happiest man in the world, and I'd made him that way, and it was the entire reason I'd come back. Across the city, in a tiled house, a mechanical voice was reading a phone. Your score is 712. Chinese, 129. Mathematics, 150. English, 148. Physics, ranking, first in Gan province. How is it? Said her grandmother, watching her face. Total 712. First in Gan province. That's first place. That's the top scholar. Her grandmother had almost no education, and she understood exactly what those words meant. First place. That's the top scholar. I didn't expect my old Shen family to produce a top scholar. Her grandfather's eyes filled up, and there was a movement at the door, and several reporters were standing in it. Excuse me, is this Lin Ruoxi's house? That's the treatment, every year, for the provincial top scorer, within the hour. That night my father drank too much, and so did my mother, and they hadn't been that happy in years, and I helped my father home with my mother laughing beside me, her own face flushed. Go to bed early tonight, she said at the door, smiling. Okay. I went to my room, and I sat on the bed, and I used the reward. Start enhancement. Starting. I felt myself scanned, head to foot, in an instant, and my whole being went sharp. Before I could react, a cool sensation rose up in my skull, and it had presence, weight, and my consciousness got clearer and clearer, so clear I felt I could see through the world. Then the room went away, my vision turned into a deep blue vortex. The vortex went black, and there were stars turning in it, countless of them, rotating, and a dizziness took me completely. But inside the dizziness, I did not faint. I got clearer the dizzier I got. A strong sense of clarity, in the middle of a spinning dark. I don't know how long it lasted, and then all of it stopped, and I was sitting on my bed like a man waking from a deep dream, staring straight ahead, and the world came back at a resolution I had never experienced. Like a pane of glass that had lain in the dirt for 100 years, covered in dust, wiped clean with something strong. Brain enhancement complete. Host's intelligence has significantly increased, reaching 230 points. My IQ had gone up by nearly 100 points in one sitting. I sat there and felt it. My brain was processing at close to twice the speed. Reaction, comprehension, the rate at which I could think a problem all the way through, all of it up, hard. And more than that, my perception of the world itself was clearer than before. It felt, good is the wrong word, it felt like the correct word does not exist. I got up and showered, meaning to sleep, and I couldn't. I was too energetic and too awake and slightly hungry, and my head was too clear to close down, so I ate something and sat back down and picked up a physics book. And the knowledge in it went in like water into a wrung-out sponge. Problems that had been challenging a week ago were now, the phrase that occurred to me was elementary school arithmetic. That feeling of watching every single step of a solution laid out clearly in front of you, controlling each one, seeing exactly where it goes. It was, I have to admit, wonderful. I read all night. Past 4 in the morning, before the sleepiness finally came, and I lay down and went straight into deep sleep. My mother came to wake me for breakfast several times, and my father stopped her. He assumed correctly that I'd been too happy to sleep and let me lie in. I woke past 10, refreshed, and came out. Hey, Joe Wei, come quick. Isn't that your tutor? My father was at the sofa. On the television was an interview with Lin Ruoxi, and the caption underneath read, "A noble child from a humble family. Gan Province's new top scorer comes from poverty but studied hard. Raw score 712. It's her, I said. Top scorer, 712 raw. Amazing. My father's eyes were shining. That girl brought honor to Gan City, and our family. We hit the jackpot. We hired a tutor and got the provincial top scorer to teach you. If Lin Ruoxi hadn't tutored me, I said, I probably wouldn't have scored this high. Getting over 500 would have been good. This kind of kindness has to be remembered and repaid. My father was serious. That young girl might think it's just normal tutoring. We can't think that way. This is kindness. Okay. I understand. My mother came over with noodles. That girl has strong self-esteem. If you want to repay her, you have to be subtle. I understand, Mom. And now came the part with actual weight in it, which was the application forms, and I want to lay both sides of it out honestly. Lin Ruoxi was being called by Tsinghua and Peking University both. Her head teacher was steering her at Tsinghua because Tsinghua had promised the school some quotas. Everybody with a stake in it wanted her at one of the 2 most famous universities in the country because that is what a provincial top scorer does. She wanted Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, nationally an average name, outside the top 10, not a C9 school. But its aircraft propulsion engineering program was ranked first in the entire country, and she had wanted to fly since she was small, an actual aerospace dream, the kind of thing you do not expect from a girl who won't speak to anybody. Her grandfather is the reason she got it. I have high expectations for you because I want you to study hard, he told her. Not for a false reputation, not so you go to Tsinghua or Peking University just to show off. Everyone already knows you were top of the province. We old folks are glorious enough. Good girl, think carefully for yourself. The path ahead, Grandpa and Grandma have never walked. We can't offer you any more advice. We're on the edge of this society. From now on, you walk your own road. She told her teachers, in the end, this is my life, my choice. You cannot be responsible for my choice. You can't guarantee that if I go to Peking University, I'll get the life I want. So please don't interfere. I want to choose for myself because I'm the one responsible for my own life. And she chose the first-ranked propulsion program in the country over the two most famous universities in it, and nobody could stop her. I chose the same school, Materials, Science, and Engineering, third in the country for the major, behind Tsinghua and Shanghai Jiaotong, both of which my score couldn't reach without compromising on the major. Beijing, which is where the resources are, which is where you want to be for research or business or anything else, and a materials program that was genuinely one of the best in the country. That's the honest, defensible reason, and it's the one I gave everybody. Here's the other thing, which I only noticed after I'd already filled in the form. I sat there looking at the name, Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and thought, no wonder it felt familiar. In my other life, Lin Ruoxi choosing this school was news, the top scorer who turned down Peking University, and I'd read about it, and that's why the name sat in my head. And then I thought, so did I choose it for the materials program, or did I choose it because that's where she was going? And I found that I didn't actually know. I sat with that for a while and did not resolve it and filled in the form. 3 days after the scores, the school held its graduation ceremony, and I want to tell you about the white dress, because I'd already seen it once, 13 years ago, standing in the same crowd doing the same thing everybody else was doing. The gate erupted. Lin Ruoxi pushed a bicycle in through it in a light white dress, her hair tied back, the thick black glasses gone and replaced with fine silver frames. The same cold face, nothing about the expression had changed at all, but with an intellectual, unhurried beauty on it that the uniform and the glasses had been hiding for 3 years. The whole gate stopped. Who is that? It's Lin Ruoxi? Holy crap! I always thought she'd be pretty, but I didn't expect. If I'd known she looked like that, I'd have actually pursued her. You! Dream on. I stood there and watched her come through the crowd, and the crowd parted for her without being asked, and she walked straight through it looking at nobody, and the yard filled up with the noise of 2,000 people rearranging one girl in their heads all at once. In my other life, I was one of the people making that noise. She gave a graduation speech. I had no memory of it. I assumed I hadn't listened, or that it had been bland, and I was ready to not listen again, and then I listened for about 30 seconds, and I had to revise everything, because the girl who could not talk to a classmate, who had no emotional intelligence in any social situation, wrote and delivered a speech that saw through human nature with a clarity far past her age. Not the earnest cleverness you'd expect. Something older and cooler and completely certain. I sat there honestly stunned, so the not understanding people was on the surface. Underneath it, she saw all of it exactly and had simply decided not to participate. The school gave her 100,000 yuan scholarship, an unprecedented amount, which had never once existed before and existed now only because a girl from a poor family had handed them a provincial top scorer. Old Zhang, meanwhile, had his own moment, and I'll give it to him, because he earned it over 100 days. Does everyone know what the highest score in our class was? The class shook their heads. No. In this college entrance examination, the best performer in our class is student Zhou Wei, 668 points. Silence. Then everyone turning. Say a few words, said old Zhang, glowing. I stood up. Nothing much to say. 4 words. Heaven rewards diligence. Which was, in my case, not the whole truth, but it was the only part of it I could give them. And Captain Zhou's son caught me at the gate on the way out in uniform with 2 officers behind him. Not bad. You've made something of yourself. When your results came out, I heard it from your dad. 668. Not bad. Thanks, Uncle Joe. It wasn't for nothing these past few days. Study hard in college. Learn as much as you can. It would be best if you became a scientist. Make your uncle proud. Okay, Uncle. All right, your uncle's got a patrol. Go have dinner with your teachers and classmates. The last dinner was 3 tables at the Binjiang banquet, and there is not much to say about it that isn't in every last dinner in the country. Teachers telling stories, students telling stories, and under all of it the specific sadness of people who have been together for 3 years and are about to scatter. The teachers told their own versions of my 100 days. At the start of the semester, when you told me you'd study hard, I thought you were fooling me, said Teacher Chen, the math teacher, the old witch, smiling. I didn't expect you to be serious, and you studied harder than I imagined. He was doing math every day in my class, said the Chinese teacher. So serious I didn't disturb him. I scolded him, said the physics teacher, cheerful about it now. This kid was doing math problems in my physics class, and in the first mock his physics score was in the 40s. It genuinely made me angry. They went round the table, all of them smiling, and I listened to another version of my own effort from the outside. Chendong got sad partway through, the way I'd known he would. Ah, how gay, we've graduated. I heard them talking about the past, and I thought, the chances to see you are going to get fewer and fewer. You know where my house is. Come whenever you want. But you're going to Beijing. You won't be home much. And I stopped, because he was right, and I hadn't fully faced it. That's true. In the future, you'll be further and further from Gon City. Yeah. It doesn't matter, I said, because it was the only thing to say. Gathering and parting are both fate. And then, near the end, when everybody had let loose and Chen Dong had wandered off to catch up with some girl, Chen Xiaomei came over with 2 beers and a face red from either drink or nerve. I want to have a drink with you. All right. I clinked her bottle and drank the whole thing because I'd done business, and a man who can't drink can't do business. She got through half a bottle, her face going redder. Zhou Wei, and then she went green and got up and made it to a bin. I watched her go, and I understood exactly what she'd been about to say, and I felt for her because she was a decent girl and she'd picked a bad moment and a worse drinking capacity. At the celebration banquet at home a few days later, she got me aside. Zhou Wei, I like you. She said it looking at the floor and then at me, having clearly made herself do it. I'm sorry, Chen Xiaomei, I already have someone I like. Her face went pale. Is it Lin Ruoxi? Yes. I understand, she said quietly. I wish you can find your beloved. I wish you the same. I wish you happiness. And she left, and I stood there and watched her go with a bit of worry because she'd had a drink and she was upset, and then I called Chen Dong and told him to go and keep an eye on her and get her home safe. He swore at me for it, of course, and did it anyway, and rang me afterwards to swear at me some more, and that is the whole of Chen Dong in one transaction. Then it was August, and the acceptance letter came, and my parents threw 10 tables of banquet at a hotel and invited everybody they'd ever met, because to return successful without going home is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. I wasn't going to argue with them. A very large part of why I'd come back was standing right there in a hotel banquet room, smiling at relatives, and I was not going to take that off them for the sake of being low-key. Chen Dong beside me watched my beaming parents and said with feeling, I really envy you. When I wanted to study, I called you. What did you say then? He said helplessly, no, with your pace. Who could keep up? Which was not entirely wrong, and I let him have it. Before the banquet ended, I still had 3 lottery draws sitting unused from the gold mission, and I'll come back to those because the first one I opened turned out to matter more than the acceptance letter. Actually, I'll tell you now, in a room by myself before the term started, because it's the last thing that happened before the train. Draw. Congratulations, 10 micro-robots. I opened the description and my eyes went wide. Micro-robots, ultra-small, body under 1 millimeter, many functions, controlled by the host's brainwaves, maximum signal range 100 meters, real black technology, 1 millimeter, about the size of a booger, and it read brainwaves. I'd never heard of any technology on this earth that could do either of those things, let alone both, in an object that small. I drew again. Congratulations, speech mastery, which, fine, ordinary. I filed it under maybe useful someday. And the third, congratulations, a paper, a special high molecular compound. The paper came on a USB drive, and the drive was black, not a color, an absence. It was so black it seemed to swallow the light around it, so that it was actually hard to see sitting on the desk. I've never in either life held a material like it. I plugged it in, the file transferred, and the instant it finished, the drive crumbled into fine black sand, and in a small gust of air I couldn't account for, blew away completely. I sat there staring at the space where it had been. Then I opened the paper, and I could not understand a single word of it. Professional terminology, wall to wall, in a field I had touched for exactly none of my life across 2 of them. With my current intelligence, I could guess at the shape of some of it, and that was all. So I locked it, under layers of encryption, in the deepest corner of the machine I could build. Because I'd already understood the rule. If I can't know this paper by heart, if I'm not thoroughly conversant with everything around it, then it can never be published. There is no way to explain how I wrote it. To make iron, you must be iron yourself. Only when you are strong yourself does any paper you publish become impossible to question. I hid the paper and I put the micro-robots away in various inconspicuous places on my own body where they were completely invisible and, given how hard they were, essentially impossible to break. And then it was September. My father and mother took me to the train station. High-speed rail wasn't everywhere yet, and Gan City didn't have it, so it was a green-skinned sleeper, 24 hours to Beijing, 1 day and 1 night, a night's sleep on the train. They'd bought me a lower berth. My mother nagged the entire way there. Don't cause trouble at school. Beijing is unfamiliar. If anything happens, don't resist stubbornly. You don't have your Uncle Joe in Beijing. My father was quiet, and if you looked closely, reluctant. And then, at the station, there was Lin Ruoxi, with her grandparents and a brand new suitcase. Same train. Huh? Isn't that child Ruoxi? Said my mother, delighted. Are you on the same train? We were, it turned out, in the same carriage, which is not really a coincidence. People from the same place, on the same train, on the same route, with the same destination, tend to end up in the same carriage. But my mother chose to treat it as fate, and I chose not to correct her. It's really thanks to Ruoxi tutoring my Zhou Wei, she told her grandparents gratefully. Otherwise, he never would have scored this well. It doesn't have much to do with me, said Lin Ruoxi. Zhou Wei was diligent enough. No matter how well I taught, without that, he wouldn't have gotten the score. If anyone should say thank you, said her grandfather, and his eyes were bright, it's us. If your family hadn't given Ruoxi this tutoring job, with the little money us old folks earn, she'd have truly had to suffer. They saw us onto the train. At school, my mother said, holding my sleeve, eat and drink what you should. Don't save money on food for us. If you don't have enough, call us any time. Don't be too frugal. Mom, I'm getting on the train. Okay, then get on. My father carried my things up, and there was Lin Ruoxi, dragging her suitcase. I'll help you. I lifted her case up onto the rack, and we got on together, and my father gave the two of us one look, Lin Ruoxi and me, standing in a train carriage, and said, all right, I'm going down. Look out for each other, and left. I sat down in the seat by the berth. Lin Ruoxi hesitated for a second, and then sat down opposite me. The train pulled out. The platform slid backwards. My parents got smaller, and her grandparents got smaller, and then they were gone. The carriage was quiet. And then Lin Ruoxi, of her own accord, said the first thing. I didn't expect you to actually apply to the same school as me. I looked at her, and I want to record that I was genuinely surprised, because in 7 months of knowing her, I had never once heard her start a conversation that wasn't business. What's wrong? Nothing, I said. I'm just very surprised that you would initiate a conversation with me. When I tutored you, wasn't I always the one who initiated? What's strange about it? That was business. You were doing your job. You've never once started a conversation that didn't have a purpose. She frowned and actually thought about it, which was also new, and had to concede that it was true. All right, stop thinking about it, I said, and I explained the school honestly, the materials program, the ranking, the score, Beijing. I see, she said. What about you? I like aerospace. My dream is to design aircraft that belong to our country. Their propulsion program is ranked first. I could only choose this school. So that's it. I hadn't known she had a dream at all. It changed the shape of her in my head. A girl who couldn't talk to a classmate, who had decided at some point earlier than she should have had to that owing people was the most dangerous thing there is, sitting in an oversized uniform on a stack of newspapers, and underneath all of it, the whole time, an actual ambition, to fly. We sat in silence for a while, and then I asked her, to break it, whether she'd started on any of the university material, and her whole face changed, because that was the one topic that reached her. She'd been teaching herself calculus over the summer and aerodynamics out of books she'd borrowed from the Gan City Library, and she came alive talking about it, and I told her I'd been doing the same, and we ended up with the math books out on the little table between the berths, arguing about problems until it was time to sleep, and again from breakfast until Beijing. I want to end here, on the train, because it is where the first part of the story actually ends, whatever comes after. There is a black paper locked in a drawer that I cannot read yet, in a field I have never studied, and I have decided it can never be published until I am the kind of person who could have written it, which means the whole road ahead, the university, the labs, everything I'm about to become is, in a sense, the work of earning the right to open a file I already own. And there is a girl across a train table with a calculus book who started a conversation for the first time in her life, and I still do not know whether I picked this school for the materials program or because she was going to be on this train. I told myself it was the program, but she initiated the conversation, and she kept the math book out until the lights went down. That's pretty good, I thought in the dark, with the train rocking north. That's pretty good.